Turned to normal, news of some of the most brutal aspects of the Assad regime is emerging. Hundreds gathered for the funeral of well-known opposition activist Mazen al-Hamada. He died from torture in one of Assad's notorious prisons. In death, he has become a symbol of the horrors that the old government was prepared to inflict on anyone who spoke out.
Who was not afraid to challenge this system. Assad, he was so courageous. We are so proud of him. We are so proud of him.
I thought he would leave prison and speak out. But when I found out he had been executed, my heart was broken to see he wasn't alive.
We still don't know what's gonna happen in Syria. We are still here to show people that we will live and that we will prosper. And Syria will be built again with our own hands, the young people.
Remnants of the old regime are being removed all over the country. The old red, white and black flag on this shop front is being painted over. A metaphor for a country wanting to start anew.
DW Stella Mena is in the Syrian capital, Damascus, and I asked her if the situation in the country was beginning to stabilize.
Well, we have to keep in mind that, first of all, there is still a momentum where there are no new rules set, and the old rules are not valid anymore. So there is a lot of uncertainty, and there also is a little bit of a power vacuum. Yesterday, the new government has announced that the old constitution will not be valid anymore for the next 3 months. So things are really a little bit uncertain. We also should keep in mind that there is still conflict going on in the country and military actions. Yesterday, 40 people got wounded in the northern city of Raqqa. These were activists who were celebrating the fall of Assad and that were protesting in favor of HTS. And they are accusing the Kurdish-led SDF that they have shot these activists or on these activists.
Now, Stella, there are plenty of outside actors interested in influencing developments in Syria. Who's been most active so far in this past week?
Well, mainly all the foreign forces that have already shown their interest for many, many years here in Syria are trying to influence the transition process again. First of all, of course, we have the countries who are in favor and supporting the new government. We have, for example, Qatar, that has said that they want to reopen the embassy. Turkey also mentioned that they want to reopen the embassy. And the chief of the Turkish intelligence has paid a visit to Damascus yesterday. Then we also have Turkey and the US. The US Secretary of State Blinken met yesterday with the Turkish President Erdogan. This is important because the US is supporting the Kurdish forces in the north in their fight against ISIS, but these forces are seen by Turkey as terrorists. So this is why the conflict is still ongoing, despite the ceasefire yesterday. And of course, we have Israel. Israel has carried out many airstrikes in the last couple of days and is also advancing further into the Syrian territory. The Syrian Observatory of Human Rights has mentioned that Israel's forces are now in Mount Hermon.
Members of the Syrian diaspora around the world are eager to return to the country, either to visit for the first time in many years or to move back. But some are also leaving Syria. Why is that?
Yes, indeed. And I myself could witness that as well when I was crossing from Lebanon into Syria, because there was a huge queue on the Lebanese border of thousands of people who wanted to leave Syria for various different reasons. There are some people who were supporters of Assad and who are now afraid that they will face consequences. But there are also people who belong to minorities, such as Christians or Kurds, who say that they are worried that they might not be granted rights and that they might experience suppression as well. I have talked to many Christians in the last couple of days, and they say they are completely worried, that they feel like they will soon be the ones that will suffer the new government. But we also have to keep in mind that Assad really used the sentences for years and years, and he was telling and justifying also his power by telling other minority like the Christian that without him they would be suppressed.
Yeah, and the Islamist rebels have, of course, vowed to protect minorities. That was DW correspondent Stella Mena in Damascus. Thank you. As we just heard, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken met with Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan to discuss fighting that's threatening to destabilize northern Syria. The U.S. and Turkey support rival groups in the conflict, where a Turkish-backed militia has been fighting a Kurdish-led force that Ankara says are terrorists. But the U.S. regards the Syrian Kurds as allies, especially as a bulwark against the power vacuum left by the fall of Bashar al-Assad. And one of Washington's chief concerns in post-Assad Syria is preventing the reemergence of the so-called Islamic State terrorist group. The hardline Islamist group was spawned in the chaos of Syria's civil war a decade ago. The Syrian Kurds, supported by the U.S., played a key role in defeating it. Here's more.
Almost immediately, as rebel forces reached Damascus on Sunday to topple President Bashar al-Assad's regime, U.S. forces conducted precision airstrikes in Syria. As part of the operation, American warplanes struck more than 75 targets. Officials said the strikes were part of their ongoing mission to prevent the so-called Islamic State, also known as IS or ISIS, from reconstituting in central Syria.
You can expect that that kind of activity will continue. We don't want to give ISIS an opportunity to exploit what's going on. They love nothing more than ungoverned space.
IS is a terrorist group bent on establishing a global caliphate. It rose to prominence in 2014 when its forces took advantage of the ongoing Syrian war to seize vast swaths of territory. At its height in 2014, it held about a third of Syria and 40% of Iraq. It conducted terrorist attacks worldwide, killing and injuring thousands, and destroyed cultural heritage on an unprecedented scale. Kurdish forces have played an essential role in helping the United States and other countries battle IS for more than a decade. The group's territory and military capabilities were largely contained and disabled by 2019, but they were never completely eradicated, with many fighters going underground. In the years since, as Syria's civil war stagnated, the Kurds, with U.S. backing, have operated prisons filled with fighters accused of being IS terrorists. But neighboring Turkey views armed Kurds so close to its border as a threat, and has backed renewed attacks against them in recent days. The U.S. has repeatedly said that it is committed to the enduring defeat of IS. But with a change of administration looming in Washington, many question whether that commitment will hold.
Whatever the Biden administration might set as policy now could certainly change after January 27th, once Trump takes office. Trump himself has said that he wants to see how the situation plays out on the ground. He doesn't necessarily see a large role for the United States, but will that mean that he takes those troops out?
Around 900 American troops are currently stationed in eastern Syria. The question now is, for how much longer?
Hans-Jakob Schindler is the Senior Director of the Counter-Extremism Project here in Berlin. Hans, good to see you again. Now, how much of a threat does the so-called Islamic State still pose in Syria today?
Well, I mean, it's very clear that at the moment, as it currently stands, it doesn't have enough resources and fighters to hold any territory. But it's also clear that over the last 12 to 14 months, every month, IS in Syria was able to conduct more and more terror attacks, which means there is an existing cell network structure that it allows it to act as a terrorist operation, but not yet to control territory. The real risk is, are the Kurds really weakened enough that Al-Hol, the big IDP camp, or any of the Kurdish prisons, that they hold around 25,000 individuals linked to ISIS, so the fighters and their families. Are they going to lose security, and are we going to see prison breaks like we did in 2022 from IS when they attacked the Hasaka prison in Kurdish areas?
Yeah, I mean, Kurds are fighting Turkish-backed militias in the northeast where those camps are. Does Turkey have any interest in that kind of an opportunity for IS in a neighboring country?
No, of course Turkey doesn't. There have been IS attacks in Turkey over the last few years fairly regularly, not quite as bad as Europe, but there have been. But for Turkey, the priority is no Kurdish fighters at the border of Syria and Turkey, and definitely no autonomy, no self-rule of the Kurdish areas in Syria, lest the Kurds in Turkey would get similar ideas. So there is a real priority here, and it seems Turkey, at this point at least, seems to be willing to take the risk that the Kurds lose control over some, at least, of the security installations that hold ISIS individuals.
We heard John Kirby there say that IS likes nothing more than an ungoverned space. Are the rebels fully in control of the country, or is there a power vacuum that IS could exploit?
Well, no one is in control of the entire country at this point. There is the HTS coalition, which governs Idlib and has control has taken control over the government areas, which is quite a big part of Syria, but it doesn't have taken full control. It has only about 30,000 fighters, and it's a lot of cities and villages to control. Then there are the Kurds. Their area is slowly shrinking. There have been attacks in Manbij over the last weekend by Turkish-backed forces. There's a Turkish military operation in Kobani ongoing. And then, of course, there is this Syrian National Army, this Turkish-backed group, which operates along the border of Syria and Turkey. So there's really three spaces here, and the former government areas are not yet fully under control of HTS, not because government forces are resisting, simply because the coalition doesn't have enough fighters to control all the villages and cities in that quite large part of Syria.
The U.S. has targeted a number of suspected IS bases across Syria over the last few days. What can you tell us about those strikes?
Well, it was very clear that two things are going on. The Israelis are removing all of the strategic weapons that the Syrian regime army had to make sure that whoever governs Damascus is not able to use these immediately to attack Israel, while the Americans, as they have done in the past, are concentrating exclusively on ISIS. ISIS cells, ISIS network nodes, ISIS concentrations of fighters to make sure that ISIS cannot take advantage of a potential chaos, time of insecurity, loss of control over certain areas of Syria to not being able to challenge the security of those installations that the Kurds are securing at the moment, while they continue simultaneously fighting both Turkey and the Turkey-backed Syrian National Army, and B, that these cells are not as free to operate as they did in the last couple of months.
Now, IS is considered an Islamist terrorist organization by the U.S. and many other states, but so is HTS, and they have vowed to rule with moderation. They do have a jihadist past, though. So how concerned are the U.S. and other Western states about them being much more radical than they let on?
I think there's two issues to consider here. So one is, of course, the ideology of HTS, which is extremist Islamist, regardless of what Mr. Jolani and Mr. Bashar, the new prime minister, interim prime minister of Syria, say. But even if they are absolutely serious in what they're saying, and we all hope they are, HTS is part of a coalition, and that coalition includes groups like Ahrar al-Sham or the Turkestan Islamic Party, who are absolutely fully hardcore extremist Islamists, part officially still, as far as the Turkestan Islamic Party is concerned, of the Al-Qaeda network. Now, these groups fought, bled, and died together with HTS. They are going to ask for a share in power, and their ideology, to a certain extent, will have to be accommodated by HTS or HTS is risking an internal fight within its own coalition and therefore even more loss of control.
That was Hans-Jakob Schindler. Always great speaking to you. Thank you so much for those insights.
Thank you so much.
Now, after the fall of the Assad regime in Syria, questions have been raised about the status of the hundreds of thousands of Syrians who fled the civil war to Europe. Several governments have already suspended Syrian asylum claims, and some say they're planning to deport them. DW has been speaking to Syrians living in Berlin to get their view on the events of the last days.
Joy in Berlin on that day Syrians worldwide will never forget. The downfall of a regime and the hoped-for rise of a new Syria. Berlin IT engineer Marai al-Marai and his compatriots celebrated. Al-Marai got through to his mom as well.
I called my mother. I couldn't speak. I cried and laughed at the same time. In the background, in my head, I couldn't believe that Assad was gone. I lived 44 years in Syria, ruled by Assad and before him his father. And I've always been afraid of this regime.
Al-Marai's family is from Hama, the site just last week of perhaps the turning point in the long civil war, when rebels overran government forces on the way to taking Damascus. Back in Berlin, another Syrian, student Jobran Azam, too, is overjoyed, even writing a poem to this moment. He's among the hundreds of thousands of Syrians granted protected status here, but unlike Al-Marai, a new German citizen, Azam may not be allowed to stay. Like other countries, Germany is suspending decisions on asylum claims by Syrian nationals.
I don't think Germany will simply send people back to their homeland. We're building something, and I'm still studying here. And those who the Germans have supported here for 4, 5, 6, 7 years, to just throw it away and send us home? I don't believe that.
As much as they'd like to be back home, these Syrians in Germany see an evolution there after the revolution.
And let's take a look now at some of the other stories making headlines around the world. Gaza's Civil Defense Agency says around 60 people have been killed in recent Israeli strikes on the Gaza Strip. The agency says in Nuseirat, one of the targeted buildings was sheltering dozens of displaced people. The Israeli military has not yet commented on the attacks. Moldova's parliament has voted to impose a state of emergency from December 16th due to an expected cutoff of Russian gas. Moldova gets Russian natural gas by Ukraine. Kyiv has said it will not extend its transit contract with Russian gas giant Gazprom, meaning supplies are expected to stop on January 1st. Georgia is preparing to choose a new president on Saturday. It's the first time the head of state will be selected by a 300-member college of electors rather than through a direct vote. The incumbent pro-EU president, Salome Zurabishvili, calls the process illegitimate and says she isn't going anywhere. Hundreds have been arrested in Georgia since protests broke out over a decision to halt EU membership talks. Students have been a driving force of those nightly protests, but many are now worried about the future of the pro-EU movement. DW's Grzegorz Szymanowski reports from Batumi.
It feels empty outside and inside the campus in Batumi. Elena and Meriam are students of Roman and English philology. They are among many who have chosen to boycott classes.
So normally this is the busiest floor in the university, so this hall, starting from there and ending there, is usually very crowded.
They've been striking since the government put efforts to join the EU on hold. But they also worry about the future of the movement.
There are some students who are considering coming back to the classes, which doesn't really make any sense, because if you're protesting, continue to protest until the point is made, until the dot is put in the sentence, right?
Students are striking at 2 other universities in Batumi. The pro-EU sentiment is strong in the city, but some people are getting impatient.
All of this needs to end. They need to resolve it civilly. The students, the opposition, the activists, and the state must somehow come to an agreement.
If the students won't protest, they won't have any future here. They'll get stuck in the current situation and for many years. So the protests are needed, not only for them, but also for us.
And protest they do. For some, it's an exciting task. This group is setting up the electric generator and powering the sound system.
Hello, are you ready for a show that the whole family can enjoy? Join us on our fun educational adventures as we discover interesting places, meet amazing people like a pilot, a soap maker, a chocolate maker, and more! That's not all. You will learn about our culture, explore musical instruments, symbols, and cloth, learn all about kente, gather around and listen to our folk tales and discover the interesting history behind our stories.
Wow, this show is really informative.
Yeah. We'll also have fun experiments, whoa, and lots of art activities.
Look at my spider.
So beautiful.
You definitely don't want to miss the Wonder Space Show with Miss Natalie.
Wonder Space!
Watch the Wonder Space Show on Saturdays at 12 noon only on Channel 1 TV.
Welcome to the most exciting and diverse talk show on television. Get ready for a roller coaster of emotions as we bring you the best in personality, talent, entertainment, and jaw-dropping performances on the Upside Down Show.
The whole country, we have only one orchestra pit, which is the one at the National Theatre.
If I hadn't probably gone into journalism, I would be acting by now.
Our stage is a platform for the extraordinary, and we guarantee that you will be entertained from start to finish. Make a date with our charismatic and witty host, Frema Dunyame and Nanatufuo Boating, as they keep the energy high and the conversation flowing with their infectious personalities, bringing out the best in our guests and creating a dynamic atmosphere that keeps you hooked. So tune in into the Upside Down Show every Sunday at 7 p.m. on Channel 1 TV for an unforgettable experience. The Upside Down Show is proudly sponsored by Sky Water.
Channel 1, one channel, through the tunnel, not a scoundrel. This is Nana Senti and the Akwantufour Band, standing here to present words that are broken, woven and spoken. My name is Pabna Pra. Akwantufour, Janam Nayakro, ya dodo ne yadi pia kodo ne yakro ye nimara ansu ebedru ho akwantufo ni ohunu kwan eyo bisafo onantefo okukudrufo atia bisa ni agro
future, that's your bedroom. Kakranka cry future, that's your bedroom. I 24 future, that's your bedroom. Kakranka cry future, that's your bedroom.
I want to for giant animal foot for more wretched for more mujaj for more candy for more buffo, asofo, atofo, nananom asofo. I want to for and yafe kubo. Eyensim kubo, enyam patatio, eyam patatio, bisa flema tatio. Yadurumpa yanim, sanasa kwanda yanim, yatwemban anapampi, yansan yetim. Akwantufo, emre ebisi yoshi, yenimara, yachiyanya, enti yebekwara, janim, amu, ganaba, osibisa, ochrema, aisoba, amanseba, oma, asabia, akosuya, weyala, sheba.
I 24 future, I see a bedroom. Kakranka cry future, I see a bedroom. I 24 future, I see a bedroom. Kakranka cry future, I see a bedroom. I 24 future, I see a bedroom. Kakranka cry future, I see a bedroom. I 24 future, I see a bedroom. Kakranka cry future, I see a bedroom. I see a bedroom. I see a bedroom. I see a bedroom.
Johani Wasu Petro Bokaima Yesu Nana Sente and Yakwantufo Monfayentu.
if you believe it.
Jida. Midori said to cry go a tree. Wojami kuwa we mo. Mama me yari konendo. Ejani to me no mpo enyamido. You are crouching from my wanting to debi am paya me bonira ni sen na nyami beti no babo. My friend do. Na nyami etie me mbebo. Ana dream is sweet by your friend. Oso wo dey ogu ma fe wo do to perfect. Ene ye ni chida. Mama ye chi enie. Just be thinking about your lovely wife or your lovely husband. It's a happy day. Let me see. And you with it. And you with it. And you with it. And you with it. Yeah, Benno. Yeah, Big D. Yeah, Bessa. Yeah, Begro. Yeah, Benno. Yeah, Big D. Yeah, Bessa. Yeah, Begro. Yeah, Benno. Yeah, Big D. Yeah, Bessa. Yeah, Begro. Yeah, Benno. Yeah, Big D. Yeah, Bessa. Yeah, Begro. Yeah, Benno. Yeah, Big D. Yeah, Bessa. Yeah, Begro. Yeah, Benno. Yeah, Big D. Yeah, Bessa. Yeah, Begro. Yeah, Benno. Yeah, Big D. Yeah, Bessa. Yeah, Begro. Yeah, Benno. Dance left to right, party all night long. We rock till we drop. Today is a happy day. Dance from left to right, party all night long. We rock till we drop. Today is a happy day. Yeah, baby, wakawa ususu no kwa na usuro isofa uba ayadena ubasa no usuro uye bidi makuma safwa ma misowa odo yetesia udana mpen iti wapeje biaka na meye wanu so dada esicho so dada esomanu mitoku abete memwa mitumi idi udo dada no kanani mandi siye udo yesu kumari udo so do matoma midori amazing love precious love now we stuck it like a glue and now we're living too your preference I make food send me your makuma mima your money now send me your makuma mima your money now
Introducing Rexona Non-Stop Protection, 72-hour antiperspirant with breakthrough microtechnology that forms a stronger sweat barrier, tested to the limit, even during the most intense workout.
Still clean, dry, and fresh for longer.
Try the new Rexona 72-hour non-stop protection for clean, dry, and fresh underarms every day.
In a fast-growing urban environment like Accra, you might think that your CCTV or electric fence would prevent crime. Hear the real stories from those who now feel safe like never before with Response One.
We had CCTV and electric fence. We thought we were safe. But when the robbers came in, they cut our fence and they didn't care. I was terrified for my baby's life. The CCTV recorded everything. But Response One monitored alarm system, which is connected to our electric fence, that saved us. The swift response from the alarm system triggered a signal instantly. They dispatched their response team immediately. We now feel safe. Now we truly feel protected.
Don't wait for tragedy to strike. Protect your home with Response One's monitored alarm system and our theft protection guarantee. Immediate response, real protection. Response One, stay connected, stay protected.
Life is a celebration of moments. Big and small.
The sun is scorching, I'm feeling the heat.
With Piva Drink, every moment becomes a refreshing celebration. From the beach to your home, in every corner of your world, Piva Drink adds a burst of refreshment.
Give me Piva Pop and tangerine.
Celebrate every moment with Piva Drink. Refreshment for every occasion. Piva Drink, a taste you will love. Piva.
This advert is FDA approved.
Good morning, and welcome. You enjoyed that bit of music by Nanaseti and the Ekwantufour Band? Yeah, it's beautiful music, right?
Ekwantufour Travelers.
Yes, Travelers. Yeah. All right, welcome to Breakfast Daily. My name is David Kwekusechi.
And my name is Bisa Kdei Akoto. You're very welcome to Friday's edition of Breakfast Daily right here on Channel 1 TV. It's great to start your weekend right here with you this morning. Forgive me, apologies for my voice. I'm a bit under the weather. I think is a new thing in the air.
Something's in the air.
Lots of people actually have some cold, so I'm very sorry about my voice, but you have to bear with me.
Yeah, well, it's Hamatan, right? Hamatan season is in, and usually the cusp of the switch, between the the wet, rainy season and the dry season brings with it some things, so hydration, just resting.
But I mean, voice or no voice, we've got to do what we've got to do.
Well, yes, that's what it is.
So we are here. Welcome again this morning to Breakfast Daily. Now, this morning, as always, we like to get very, very interactive with you as we'll be opening the phone lines later on in the show. So do call in when we do. But you can also send us your WhatsApp messages via the number 02044470033 or join the conversation via social media platforms at Channel 1 TVGH using the hashtag Breakfast Daily if you're sending the message via X.
Absolutely. Now, you know that we are gearing up for situation, right? Yes, we are gearing up for situation. And you don't want to miss out on the excitement and the fun of what's going to be Christmas Eve this year, all right? And so Christmas Eve, 8 p.m., we go live. We'll be at the Underbridge. Now, where will you be? Well, you can easily sort that out. 0205-973-970. Give us a call. Someone will talk you through how to get your table and make sure that you have a place to be at the Underbridge, at the Situation All White Party. Yes, now, right now, as it stands, everything is set for me. My wife is ready, so I'm just waiting for the date.
Well, I am wearing one of my whites this morning, so I'll just look for.
So you have different whites?
No, I have a jacket
you have a full
now.
outfit, but
yes,
it's a jacket that
I have a
goes with your
jacket,
outfit.
so I'll look for a pants and an inner to pair with it, and then I'm good to go.
That's right.
So I'm halfway situation ready. So if you are not, this is the time to go looking for your white outfit. The white must white.
Yes.
The white must be white.
Yes,
and you
as you
get
are
it.
seeing. As you are seeing in the footage on the screen there, everybody is doing the white. Different styles, different fashion tastes and all of that, but it's all white, okay? So make sure you have your white ready and you have your place at a table booked and set.
Of course.
Of course, we're going to be enjoying great music from Keche, from Bisa Kdei. Of course, we also know, we found out yesterday, that MOG is going to be with us. Yes, and of course, there you have in Chin Chin Band as well.
And Adani Best,
Yes, and Adani Best, yes. And of course, DJ Mingo, you can see him doing his thing there. Yeah, of course. So, look, it's going to be a night to remember. I tell you, it's going to be a night to remember. You cannot miss it. You cannot miss it.
Let me just add that when you are coming to situation, don't come with a mindset as though you are coming for a business meeting or a corporate event or whatever. We are going to be a little demure, but then again, do note that as you are coming, come with your dancing shoes. You're going to be coming with your heels or something and you won't be comfortable. Just have a slipper in your bag somewhere so that when it's time to let it all out and dance and boogie down, you are also a part of the fun, very importantly.
A little demure, a little Harlem chic,
a little
Bangogo, a little, all of it will be there. So I mean, honestly, the demure there and so it can be, but you will see that very soon. You want to put demure aside and then get into it. So
do call and book your slot 0205-973-973. Book your slot and also make payments. Very importantly, because it is only a payment that will validate that you've secured a table at situation. You don't need to be a group of 8, even if it's an individual and you want to show up. Just call and then we'll take you through the process of being a part of Situation 2024. See you on 24th December at the Underbridge, Eslegon.
Absolutely. Now, the weekend programming, we have a lot that's lined up for you, okay? So you don't want to miss out on all of that. Of course, you know that we always start off with, breakfast daily weekend, and then we have other things coming up in the day. We have the big issue and so on. But midday, we have the Wonder Space Show. Yes, the Wonder Space Show with Miss Natalie, and it's a family show. Now, this weekend, they're discussing rice, all right, and the rice farm. So you don't want to miss out on that. Great conversations that, so far she's been walking us through so many different things, right? And it's great for the family to learn about all of this. And then the last time we did it was a couple of weeks ago before the elections. We talked about bats. Yes. And so that was an exciting one for the kids. So this weekend, we're talking about rice and rice farms. You don't want to miss out on that. So gather the kids together. Let it be a family experience at 12 noon tomorrow, right here on Channel 1 TV with Miss Natalie. That's the Wonder Space
Just to add up, Christmas is just around the corner, and most homes or most families are going to be having a lot of rice meals. But then again, have you thought about how the rice you eat get onto the markets for you to even go and patronize it to bring to your homes?
From farm to table.
Exactly. So do join the Wonder Space Show to find out all about rice and rice farming.
Right, and let's get into the papers, okay? Let's take a look at what we have for the printed press. We'll do a few online stories as well. And so let's just go right into it. Now, the Daily Graphic starts out this way. It says, new government needs solid team. This is in terms of addressing economic challenges. These experts are speaking. Handover notes ready for next government, Administrator General is saying. Student stabs teacher in the eye. Nat demands justice for victim. That's a very unfortunate one there. Major General Anita Asma gets UN appointment. Kudos to her. Transition team probes last minute deals. Payments, recruitments involved. And it has a photograph of the former Chief of Staff and now the co-chairperson for the Joint Transition Team, Julius Debra.
Right, I have with me the News Center newspaper. Afenyo Makin accuses NDC of orchestrating election violence, and also CSO religious leaders commend IGP. ECG Greatco blame power disruptions on challenges at WAPCO. NDC supporters assault 4 Catholic priests in OT region. And finally, 123 arrested, 33 remanded, 86 granted bail for violent attacks, looting, property destruction. Kweku, speaking of the ECG thing, yesterday when I got home, I slept in Dumso or Dumsiesi, whichever they call it. Till this morning.
Wow.
Yes.
Till this morning?
Yes.
Oh, no. Oh, that's horrible.
It was a terrible night for me.
That's
and
horrible.
Fred Duo has also been complaining since 2 days ago that his light has been off. I don't know if it is back now. Yeah.
Well, you know, you can tell all the stories you want to tell. At the end of the day, we live the reality of it, you know. So, yeah, we've been saying it, but they will always find some nice way to sort of spin it and say it's not really happening. Now that's JM. Somu J. Is that correct?
That's correct. Somuje.
Yeah, Somuje.
So here you
Colette.
go. Yeah. Oh, here you go.
Colette.
Collect some.
Colette, no, Colette. It's your turn. Colette.
OJ will say, get it.
So, Nana to JM. Somuje, a growth rate of 7.2%. Now, of course, we know that it's an upward trend, you know, so hopefully things will be looking better. Election 2024, observers laud police professionalism. We have NDC has become lawless, Afenyo marking yells. Now there's a scripture for today on the front page of the Chronicle. 1 John 3, verse 4. Everyone who makes a practice of sinning also practices lawlessness. Sin is lawlessness. Thanks be to God for the hearing of his word.
I have with me the Daily Guide newspaper. Lawyer drags special prosecutor to CJ. No major post-election incident in 24 hours, and that's by the Ghana Police Service. Gomwa Ocherekum accident claims 3 lives, 20 in critical condition. That's rather a sad one there. 14 Damongo NDC boys caged. Okay, so I think they've been arrested, and the Daily Guide put it as caged. Anyway, the outgoing NPP MPs and their replacements, and also 2 Chinese Ghanaian galamseyers attempt plea bargain.
Okay. The Ghanaian publisher says NDC behind threats on EC and MPP officials. Afenyo Markin is making that claim. I declared Tema Central result under duress. EC, the electoral officer there, I guess it means the presiding officer there. GRA not auctioning any vehicle, okay? And we have Ursula's vehicle recovered, 17 more arrested. Okay, so I presume these are the people who are related to the breaking into her office and all of that. Right. But I'm glad her vehicle has been recovered and more people have been arrested. We need to be very serious about this thing so that people don't feel as though change of governments so we can just misbehave. You know, it's so unacceptable.
Right. The new publisher, The Signals MPP Ignored, and also How to Lose an Election, and that's in their editorial. And Afenyo marking NDC stop the threats and violence now. That's by Afenyo marking, telling NDC to stop the threats and violence now. I was forced to declare NDC winner of Tema Central, but MPP won by 55 votes margin. And that's the official statement from the electoral officer. Finally, police recover Aslowusu's stolen car. Interesting one there, Kweku.
Yeah. We are nurturing our democracy, but there are still a few issues here, you know. Republic Press. Economy bounces back. Finance Minister confirms. Police recover Ursula Owusu Ekufu's stolen vehicle. Arrest 17 more suspects. In the central region, Gomwa Ocherko Junction, accident claims 3 lives and 20 injured persons. I saw a video of that online yesterday. It was just horrible. Yeah, it's just horrible. A very unfortunate accident that took place there. Fully investigate the 4 deaths recorded on December 7th. U.S. charges Ghana security forces. MPP's NSDL Kumi clinches Akwetia seat. And Mahama pledges inclusive government. And that's what we have for the front page of the Republic Press.
The Anchor newspaper has outgoing ministers' appointees banned from buying official cars as President directs all government vehicles be returned by January 3rd. Muslim youth hail Alhaji Sinari's hard works in Zongo communities. Ghana's economy back to pre-COVID era, Akufo-Addo declares. Ato Forson's ambitious Jocelyn under spotlights. And finally, Akufo-Addo Mahama begin peaceful transfer of power.
All right, let me take you to the custodian. Tema Central seat is for MPP. The Electoral Commission's officer is speaking. Police arrest 123 persons over post-election violence and looting. NDC unleashed thugs on EC and MPP. Afenyomakin decries. MPP regains Akwetia seat. Now, Ghana's industrial sector growth hits 7.6%. And those are the headlines on the front page of the Custodian.
And on the front page of the Inquisitor, I have NDC refused to relive the pain of 2020 elections. And that's by Omane Boama. When it is coming, policemen write to Mahama about Dampere's activities. We will emerge stronger and oppose letter to Ghanaians after MPP's loss. E.B. Bright and the Tema Central history, and also sharing of freebies failed MPP at Adentan.
All right, let's go to the Daily Analyst, and we have here, KGL is passionate about media development. Alex Kdei speaking, he's the executive chairman of KGL. Asamoah Gyan urges Ghanaians to support Mahama. Akwetia parliamentary dispute, EC declares MPP's Ernest Kumi winner, but NDC rejects the results. Roman Fada congratulates Mahama and NDC. We have here, we accept defeat with humility. Napo breaks silence. And MPP's crushing defeat. Musa Superior fires Akufo-Addo again. Few relatives were virtually in charge of the entire government.
On the front page of the Daybreak newspaper, which happens to be my final paper for the morning, CBG resumes foreign currency services. Agbenu retires at last. Times deletes name from payroll. And return official vehicles before January 3rd, 2025. Akufo-Addo to outgoing ministers and appointees. 2024 polls, UN envoy praises Dampare.
All right, we have the Daily Democrat. That's my final paper. Thank you, Techiman South, Dr. Christopher Basonti Beye speaking there. We have Eastern Regional former NDC executives congratulate Mahama and his historic victory. We have Roman Fada congratulates Mahama and NDC, and Mahama's transition team solid with Julius Debra. And so that's what we have for the printed papers. Let's do a few online stories before we take a break.
Right, quick.
Yeah, so take it to channel1news.com, and starting with channel1news.com, we have Election 2024, investigate voter apathy. Group urges MPP leadership. We have confusion rocks collation of Nswam Edwajiri results. We also have internal rifts contribute to MPP's 2024 election loss. Okay, that's Richard Ahiyagba there speaking. We also have all appointments after December 7th will be reversed. Felix Kwachi Ofusu there speaking. I wonder what the legal basis of that is, because there's a government in place till January 6th. It's a functional government, and the government continues to work. So on what basis are you going to be doing reversals, right, of decisions that are made pre-January 6th? There's never a moment where there's no vacancy, there's a vacancy of government. In the way we've done our thing, is up to the midnight of January 6th, And the same midnight of January 7th, a new government takes over. So there's no room, there's no second where there's a vacuum. So I don't know why he's advocating for a reversal of appointments. But yes, anyway, that's what we have for channel1news.com.
Anyway, quickly, let me take us to citynewsroom.com. Stabilizing the city will be my top priority, and that's by the president-elect John Dramani Mahama. Felix Kwachiofo's last-minute appointments will be reviewed under Mahama. 3 Catholic priests assaulted at Nkwanta. That's a sad one. In Sawa Madreji, Collation, the NDC supporters mass up at police training school. Akufo-Addo didn't perform badly in managing the economy, and that's by Ahagba. Stay in private sector if unprepared to work hard. Mahama warns potential appointees. We accept election results with humility. We'll work to get it right. And the vice president of the New Patriotic Party, the vice president. You mean the running mate? The running mate, Napo, has that one there. I'll probe election-related debts, Mahama says, and also appointments made after December 7th will be reviewed, and Parliament to reconvene at AICC Grand Arena on December 16th. Right. These and many other stories we have right here on citynewsroom.com. So if you want anything, politics, current affairs, sports, business, and some international stories, you can head on to citynewsroom.com to grab that and more.
Yeah, so I like the way this one puts it. It says a last-minute appointments will be reviewed. Now, reviewing is great. There's no issue there. I don't have issue with it. But the reversal that the other story said, that was a bit bizarre, to reverse it. Yeah, that's a bit harsh. Anyway, so we have a conversation that we're going to be getting into shortly. But let me just read. This message says, good morning. I also have light off for 8 hours yesterday night at Oyoko in Koforidra. Wow. Sorry about that. Hopefully, we're going to see an end to all of this soon. Hopefully. We'll see how things go. Well, we're going to take a break. But before we do that, let me remind you that the next segment is a phone-in segment. Okay, we're going to be talking about gratitude. Yeah. Right? We come to the end of the year. Today is Friday the 13th. In literally about less than 20 days, we hit the end of the year. Right? And so the question is, the year has been, whatever it has been for you, but what are you grateful for? If there's anything you want to express your gratitude, so call us and share with us. I'm grateful for life. I know that for a fact. I'm grateful for life. I'm grateful for quite a few other things as well, but I'm really grateful for life, because when you see how people can just go off like that, like it doesn't take much to lose your life. I was having a conversation with a doctor friend of mine recently, and he was just sharing how that the line between life and death is thinner than a millimeter. It's like literally in your body, something small can just go wrong, and that's the end. So I'm really grateful for life. What about you? What are you grateful for? All right. For your kids, for your family, for friends, for love, whatever it is, call us and share with us, okay? After this quick break, we'll be right back.
National Thanksgiving Service for Ghana. Ampa. Onyameni Ghana diniye. Amen. National President of the Aglo International no. Any executive the Anije Eka Obibia say. National Thanksgiving Service for Ghana. Affordable Kesiye 2024 Basso. Mimne that 21st December. Wa Blaster Square and Cry. Anopa nonson 7 a.m. prompt. Team, come and see what the Lord has done. Psalm 66 verse 5. Mumra Meshedi Onyamiaye. Music Ministration. Award-winning SCP Kofi Sapon. Very Reverend Dr. Clara Dankwa, DJ Paloma, Aglo Kwa, and Aglo Tambourine Cross from the regions. Mwafadye enye anything Ghana. For Vuvuzela, tambourine, anywhere handkerchief bra. Niye mbomo and celebrate ye nyankopo. When yawa yama yama Ghana. Be aglow for Jesus.
Who are you? Who are you? Charlie, I'll be you from the future. Who doesn't sleep on that slice of bread called mattress anymore? Don't some slippers then follow me. It is by the mattress we did the front there. Yeah? That'll be the mattress where the dead for time. Wait, what are you doing? Wow! No damage at all. Not only durable, but also super comfortable. Come on, try it.
Nothing day like ash foam. Enjoy full body support and unparalleled comfort for a restful sleep.
Don't forget your keys.
Get the premium sleep experience with mattresses from Ash Foam. Visit any of our showrooms nationwide or at ashfoam.com.
We all have that one friend. Always by your side for the big moments and ready to assist. He's always got his eyes on the prize and his heart in the right place. Where would we be without our BFF? This season, enjoy all 380 Premier League games with your BFF GoTV. Upgrade or reconnect to GoTV Super Plus for the discounted price of just 265 cities today. GoTV, love it.
All right, good morning, you're welcome once again. After that break, we are going to have a conversation right now, and we want you to call, okay? So let me give you, first of all, the WhatsApp number. The WhatsApp number is 0204 447-033. Send us a WhatsApp message. Let us know what you're thinking, right? Whatever it is you want to share with us, we'll read it out here on air. If you have a shout out for somebody, you can do that as well. It's a good time to do that, right? It's Christmas, so maybe you want to start sending your Christmas messages across. That one too works, okay? So don't hesitate at all. Of course, we from the Breakfast Daily team will be here throughout the Christmas as well, giving you great programming, so you will not miss any of it at all, right? So, but you can go ahead and start sending the messages, right? But right now we want to talk about gratitude, the importance of gratitude. It's so important, right? I even think that one of the things that lends to longevity, lends to the more of the same good things that you have received is being grateful for them, right? Can you imagine someone, you give them, let's say, a pair of shoes that somebody gifted you, but they don't fit you.
Yeah.
And then you give it to somebody. And the way the person has been thanking you, you cry when you in your house, when you go and you see something, you're like, let me give it this, let me collect this one too for the person, because the way the person is grateful. Yeah. Now, how much more God? Yeah. If we express gratitude for life, for strength, for energy, for vitality, for a good job, or even for a job, because you see, you may think it's not a good job, but some people don't have a job.
Yeah.
For you to even come and decipher between good and bad, right? You haven't even have a job. There's so many things to be grateful for. Listen, when you wake up in the morning and you get out of bed, all of us in this room and all of us watching by TV, we take it for granted. But guess what? Some people get up from bed. They are awake. When they get up to rise out of their bed, they realize that their legs don't work again. Through the night, something has happened.
That's true.
They can no longer walk.
That's true.
So even the fact that you can get out of bed and walk to the bathroom, you have to be grateful.
Because some people don't even get to wake up. They sleep.
Yeah, and that's it.
Hill and Haiti, they sleep,
Hill and
Hill and Hearty, they go to bed the night before, very strong, very healthy, chatting with family, on phone, on video calls and all of that.
And make plans for the morning.
Yes, and by morning, they don't get to see daylight.
Yeah.
They don't get to see the sun rise. They don't get to see the same family they were with the night before to say good morning, to even ask how was your night. So it is very important that if you wake up strong, if you wake up and you do not even know where your next meal is going to come from, you need to be grateful to God. At least a short word of prayer to say, thank you, God. Thank you for making me see another day. It's very important. It's been a long year. Today is 13th December. From January 1st to 13th December, you are alive.
It's been a journey.
Yes, you've been moving to and fro. People have been involved in car accidents.
Look what happened yesterday.
Yes, exactly.
At Oyoko, not Oyoko, at Gumwa.
Yes,
Ochireko. Yeah.
People have been
4
involved
people
in
that
accidents.
nobody planned. They didn't. They were going home. They were going home.
People leave home to work and say, "Oh, me kwabasisi." I'll be right back.
There's a KNUSC student.
Yes.
That one.
Oh God, Kwiku.
You know.
Kwiku. I saw the video.
I think she's Dada. Dada, that's the name. Yeah, very unfortunate. Just the last couple of days. She's gone to take her computer. Final third year student, KNUST. And please feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. But third year student, KNUST, she is going to take her computer to go and get it repaired. She's standing by the roadside waiting for a Trotsky or a cab or something. A vehicle comes from nowhere and just clears her off the road. That's it, she's gone.
There were 2 of them actually.
Yeah, yes, and one is injured. You know. Anyway, we have a call from Somenya. Hello? Hello?
Hello, good morning.
Yes, good morning. Welcome to Breakfast Daily.
Yeah, welcome.
All right. So kindly lower the volume on your TV set and then just share with us what you're grateful for.
Okay, so many thanks to you for the time. And then, Jaffa, how are you feeling?
I'm well, thank you.
Okay. So I'm so grateful for what the Lord has done so far for us. You know, throughout this election process, we've been hearing, stories, and people were like, okay, the country is almost getting to one. And you see the space where we're feeling insecure during this election process. But we thank God so far that it has been a wonderful election, and the experience, I think, one of the best elections so far in this country. And then I would say thank God for that, because before the election, in fact, myself, I wasn't feeling okay. I thought maybe there's going to be a lot of chaos here and there, misunderstanding here and there. But I would say a very big thank you to our parliamentary and then presidential candidate for making all this work together for good. And I would say a very big thank you too for Channel I for everything so far for the next, and then how you go to give us the day-to-day updates for everything that happened during the election. And I would say, before, I wish you all the best. From Media 7 climbing to Ghana's most beautiful, and seeing you in Channel 1, I'm so proud of you.
Wonderful. Thank you for calling. Yeah. Why are you surprised by the fact that the person knows you?
It's like this person knows me.
You.
This person knows me too.
Tracking you. Yeah.
Wow. I wasn't expecting that. Anyway, thank you so much.
Yes, and absolutely, in fact, when he mentioned the elections, I was like, that's something to be grateful for.
Yeah.
We take it for granted. And it's not strange that we take it for granted, because people say, and I've heard people say, oh, yeah, Ghana elections. They be we should pray for peace. Nothing will happen. Nothing will happen. But you see, if you know a country that loves chilling and enjoyment more than Liberia, let me know. If you know a country that the people like chilling and enjoyment, happiness more than Liberia, let me know. But see what happened in Liberia. It devastated the country. Let's not take it for granted. Let's truly be grateful. And I want to add that to my list of gratitude.
Yeah.
I'm grateful to God for giving us a relatively incident-free. Of course, people are agitating because, you know, it's like numbers are very tight in some places, you know, and it's like people don't want to give chance. But apart from that, generally speaking, it was a very, very, you know, good election.
And there was violence and chaos in some parts of the country, but Kweku, we still have to be grateful because prior to the election, there was a lot of tension. People were agitated. People were anxious because of the fear of whatever was going to happen. People even thought there was going to be war and all of that. I heard lots of people saying all sorts of things.
For the potential for war, it always exists, though. We don't joke with it. Do you understand? Yeah. So we have Adam from Kumasi. Hello, Adam.
Hello.
Hi, welcome to Breakfast Daily.
Thank you.
What are you grateful for? Share with us.
Actually, I'm grateful for life.
Okay.
Because anytime I live to see another morning, another brand new morning, it's like I have lived like 100 years on earth.
Wow.
Because, like you just said, some people wake up or rise up without being able to walk, see, talk.
Yeah.
So anytime I am able to see another brand new day, healthy, I'm like, wow, I have lived 100 years on it. So I'm grateful for life.
Fantastic.
This is what I have to share with you this morning.
Yeah. Wonderful. Wonderful, Adam. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right. So that's Adam from Kumasi. Right. He's grateful for just a good election, grateful for life, you know, and all of that. Yeah. It's you know, we are blessed. God takes care of us, you know, and we can't overstate our gratitude because a lot of times we go through the year, incident after incident. You know, sometimes there's an incident that comes to mind. I was maybe 10 years old. I was in the back of my father's car. He had just picked us up from school at Red Church, and we're heading home. So we're just in front of the Greater Accra Regional Hospital, the Ridge Hospital, right? And we're branching towards Asylum Down.
Right. Just hold your thoughts on the Asylum Down story. Let's pick a caller from Damangu. Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Your name, I understand you're calling from Damangu. What's your name?
Yes, my name is Salia, calling from Damangu.
Salia, right. How is Damangu post-election? How is the atmosphere there?
It was married with confusion and other things, but inshallah, alhamdulillah, things are now much better.
Thanks be to Allah. Share with us, what are you grateful for this year?
I am very grateful for this year, and I'm very grateful for my life, and then grateful of we having an elections that has finished successfully. There was a pocket of violence, but it's like Ghanaians, we understand other things, and then we see things good as it is. Although I can say absolutely it was okay, but actually we thank Allah.
All right, thank you so much for calling.
You are most welcome.
Cool. So I like the fact that most of the callers are being thankful for a peaceful election, which I don't know if to say we were taking for granted or we were expecting it, but nonetheless, other countries have had elections where
and they turn into war. It turns into war.
Lots of messy
things. It turns into violence for months.
For years.
Yeah. You know. So we're grateful. We're grateful.
Right. You were
telling. I was just sharing with you how I was telling you this story, and I'll finish the story. But I was telling you this story because there are things that happen to us that we are even unaware of the consequences that might have been, but we're delivered from them. Right. So we're driving. My dad was driving, and I was sitting in the back of the car with my siblings, and then for some reason, I saw this madman, you know, mentally challenged man, was walking on the road. He seemed annoyed with someone, right? Then he picks up a stone and then he flings it across the road. Now, think about where the curve is from the Ridge Hospital.
Yes.
Across the road, there used to be the GN Bank, you know, the wall there, right? It's a huge brick, and somehow he had the strength to fling it all the way across the road, and he hits the wall there and crumbles. This is the brick, the brick crumbles, right? And it missed a lady's head by about this much. Okay, by about this much. That's like half a foot. It missed the lady's head. Now the lady was completely oblivious of something like this happening. So she's walking, and then the stone comes from behind her like this and hits the wall. And I just thought to myself, you know, how many of us go through life? How many of us go through life, right? And things happen, but we don't know that God just saved us from a problem. We're just moving on, you know. We have a caller from Cape Coast. Hello. All right, we've lost that caller. Please do call. Okay, so the number is on your screen. You can call. It's 026-930-6312. Call us on that number. All right.
They can also send their messages. You can also send us your messages on the WhatsApp number 020-444-7033. 020-444-7033. Look, it is important to be grateful. It is important to share reasons why you are grateful. Sometimes when we even go to church, or very soon, watch night is going to be here, 31st December. There'll be a very long queue of people going to give testimonies to God for what they are grateful for the year. So we want to hear from you. We want to hear you share your experience or share why you are grateful. You may never know who your gratitude may inspire or who your gratitude may touch. So do call us or send us your messages right here this morning. Let's have a great conversation.
Yeah. Look, so there are things about life that, you know, happen to us. For example, this story about the Guma or Trekum, right? You may be in the vehicle has had an accident, but you're not one of the people that lost your life. Think about it. You're not one of the people that has lost your life. It's amazing, you know. So I think it's important for us to just bear this in mind, that gratitude is such a critically important thing for us to do, because again, it inspires not only God, but just the universe in general to keep giving, you know, the goodness of whatever you've received, and that you're grateful for, right? So for me, one of the things I would like to just encourage you as our viewers is that whenever you experience any challenge in life, just be grateful that it's not worse than it is, and that there are other challenges that you don't experience, right? We have Mohammed from Bimbila. Hello. Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning. Welcome to Breakfast Daily.
The one I'm just grateful about this year is that we had a PC election, but I'm very happy that NPP lost the election, though I'm NPP by party.
Okay.
Doesn't mean that our leaders are ungrateful. That means, I am saying that's on television. Our leaders are ungrateful to we what the grassroots.
Okay. All right, so we've lost Mohammed from Bimbila. Now, that's an interesting thought he was sharing there. He's suggesting that the ingratitude of the leaders to the grassroots cost them the elections. That's an interesting one. But that's your thoughts, Mohammed from Bimbila. Thank you for calling. Yeah, we want you to call, okay? So give us a call, 0269. It's a 306312. All right, 306312. Call us and let us know what you're grateful for this morning. Yeah.
Very, very important. I am also very much grateful for life because It's been a long year. That's the more reason why I look this year at situation all white party. I'm going to let it all down.
All right, we have a caller from UCC. Trudy, good morning.
Hi, Kweku. Good morning.
Hey, how are you?
I know
is this the Trudy that we know?
You know.
Yes, Trudy. What are you grateful for?
Kweku, anytime I want to talk about gratefulness, I get so emotional because 2024 has been good and some way has been bad to me. And I'm grateful to God for life, and also for giving me the opportunity to lead the student front of UBC. But this last month has been bad to me. Encountering an accident.
Yeah.
And also yesterday being my graduation, falling in public. So embarrassing. But in all, we say Alhamdulillah, thank God for life, thank God for opportunities and what He has been doing for us each and every day.
Yeah.
When we wake up and we see daylight, we are always grateful, whether bad or good. We are still super grateful to God for giving us day, night, life, strength, the ability to work, go in and out. So if I'm talking about gratefulness and what God has done for me in 2024, it's a lot.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Trudy.
And Trudy, I want to congratulate you on your graduation.
Yes.
Congratulations. We are so very proud of you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Well done. Well done. And don't be thinking too much about the falling in public. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal like that, actually. Don't. Yeah.
It was embarrassing, but it's fine.
Congratulations to you. Congratulations to you.
Thank you
All right.
so much. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Wonderful. So we have a message here. This one says, good morning. My name is Natasha and I'm watching from the UK. Good morning to all those in the UK. This year started on a bad note because I lost my dearest father. But I'm thankful to God that He made a way for me to pursue my master's in the UK on scholarship. Wow. Well, we thank God for His goodness. And we thank God that He's also brought you through the pain. Some people don't survive pain. You know, so if you are alive to start your master's in the UK, we're grateful to God. Thank you for sharing that with us.
I'm sorry about your loss.
Yes, and sorry for your loss too. Yeah. Wow. So many messages coming through, so many people calling, and it's just a fantastic time to express our gratitude. Gratitude brings healing. That's one of the lessons I have learned in my life. That gratitude brings healing. You know, the opposite of gratitude, ingratitude, breeds bitterness, breeds pain, and destroys our lives. You know, so you can't. I don't even know how to say it enough. Right? You can't overstate it. Right? Gratitude is a healer. Gratitude is a problem solver. You know, and when you're grateful, you're just a natural grateful person. Right? You can develop. It's something you can develop on your own. Gratitude, the attitude of gratitude. You know, and it's an attitude, really. That's it. So you can actually develop it. Right? And the more we develop it, the better our lives will be. You'll be a pleasant person to just be around, generally speaking. Another message, yes.
This message just dropped in. This one says, my name is Brown from Manya Kobo. I am grateful for a peaceful election and very proud to my colleagues to sail higher. Jifa, you have really, really impressed me, and I must say a big thank you to God God Almighty for His love and mercy over our lives. School till now. Oh, I see. Anyway, thank you, Brown, for sending this one. This one also comes in from La Paz. It says, my name is Ayoko. This year I found out that the man I was about to marry was engaged to another person. It was a hard pill to swallow, but I gave love a chance again. And today I am engaged to someone special, getting married next year, God willing. Congratulations on that. Yes.
Congratulations to you. All right. We have Nanaya from Tema. Nanaya.
Hello.
Hi. Good morning. Welcome to Breakfast Day.
Good morning.
Yeah. What are you grateful for?
I'm grateful simply because we've run through a nice election for Baumia to accept defeat. And then, moreover, how our country is, the whole Ghana is peaceful.
Yeah.
Yes, the peaceful has made me very grateful. Because most countries, when you go what is going on over there, you become very astonished.
Yeah.
But the only thing which baffles me in my mind is, how do you call it? The laws that they give it to the political parties that nobody should go into legalism. And then NDC has started this sort of thing, hidden, doing what is going on. I don't think it will help Ghana. So we should try as much possible to change our lesson. I knew definitely NPP would, how they call it, retaliate, but they should forgive. They should forgive.
Okay.
So that we can forge ahead.
All
That's
right.
the only thing I can say.
Okay.
I'm very pleased to, how they call it, this election very well.
All right. Thank you.
I wish everybody Merry Christmas.
All right.
The people from Akima Sani, Merry Christmas.
All right. Thank you. Thank
All
you
right.
for calling. Thank you. All right. So that's now from Tema calling in there. Yes. Gratitude. It's gratitude all around, honestly. All right. So you take your turn in giving us a call. Let us know. We have people watching from all parts of the country. People are watching in Accra. People are watching from from the UK. Yeah, because of course we're streaming online as well, and so you can also be part of that. You don't need to miss out on the conversations just because you have to leave the television set. You can join us online on YouTube and be part of the experience as well. Yeah. So Jifa, another message has come in. Good morning. This one says, good morning, Jifa, David and Jifa. I believe it's only selfishness and a soggy mentality that will cause a couple not to want to share whatever they have or will ever have. A woman should be willing to share. Okay, I don't know. Is this message related to what we are discussing here?
I doubt it does.
Yeah, maybe it's not our message. Okay.
Anyway, quick, let me take this one that says, hello, my name is Ken, watching from Kokomlemle. This year, I had a kidney failure, and I honestly thought I was going to die, but God saved me, and today I am healed and hearty. All thanks to God. Wow, Kelvin, thank God for your life. We are wishing you a very speedy recovery if you're still recovering. Thank God for your life once again.
All right. This one says here, good morning, guys. I'm grateful Bamia accepted defeat and didn't waste our time. Big ups to you, Jifa, and you're looking great. All right.
Thank
you. People also take things like that for granted.
Yeah.
That, I remember I was in a WhatsApp group, and then I was commending the vice president for having considered as early as he did, because it's never happened before, in our political dispensation. So then somebody said, but what did he have a choice? What else should he have done? Did he have a choice? People don't know what it's like to have a bloodbath in a country where the whole country goes up in flames, and everything that has been built for the last 30 years goes to the gutters. People don't know what that's like. So we talk as though we're entitled to somebody's concession. You are not, and so we are grateful. We must be grateful. We must be grateful. Yeah, we must be grateful.
Okay, there's another message coming in. This one says, good morning, my name is George. My wife and I have been trying to have a child for 5 years, and in fact, we gave up. But in July, God blessed us with twins, and a third one is on its way. Wow, wow,
George.
Wow.
Hey.
Congratulations.
George.
Kwekuwai.
Hey, George. No, wait.
Kwekuwade.
God is overcompensating you.
For 5 years.
No, 3 in 5.
Yes.
You see? Yes. So, but I'm quite sure that all through the period, as you were anticipating and praying, you didn't become ungrateful.
Yes.
For whatever it is that God had given you till you saw the breakthrough come. You were not ungrateful. And this is some of the reasons why God looks at us and blesses, you know.
They said delay is not denial. When you are looking forward to something, when you're looking forward to a breakthrough, and sometimes it has taken so long because you have your own plans, or you have your own plans on how you want things to work out for you. God has a plan for you. He is the master planner of your life, and he says that this is the right time for you. So just hold on tight and then be grateful. Keep the faith and hope alive and look up onto God, and he will surely do it for you.
We have a caller from Mr. One. Mavis, good morning. Hello, Mavis.
Yeah, hello.
Good morning. Welcome to Breakfast Daily.
Good morning.
Yes. Yeah, so what are you grateful for?
All right. I'm grateful to God for I've given birth to 3 kids in 3 years. They are all CS. And God has been with me through the CS. It wasn't easy for the last CS, but I'm grateful to God for what he has done for me. And a shout out to Aquentifu Band. One of my guys, Aman. Indomie. That is my basis. A shout out to him. And Merry Christmas to everyone and workers of Channel 1 TV. God bless you so much for what you are doing for us. God bless you.
Wonderful, baby. Thank you for calling. Too. God bless you too. Yeah, so she said she has a guy in the band called Indomie. We have to find out who's Indomie in here. The 24 band. Maybe she's giving you shout outs. Yeah, but that's it's good to be grateful, to have a heart of gratitude. You know. Yeah. Anything else that you can say you're grateful for?
Life and that of my family, because family means so much to me, and I am grateful for my mother especially. She's been through a lot, but through it all, she's remained steadfast. So I am grateful for life, and I pray that God continues to keep all of us, to keep us safe. And also, Kweku, I can't say all of this without thanking God or being grateful for the family I have here in Channel 1 TV. It's been a long year. There's been a lot of ups and downs, some challenges here and there. But through it all, we are alive and kicking. And every day we look forward to what the day holds. And I am grateful for you too, that you are able to come here every morning to join me on the show, as well as Chris Carter and the whole management. I'm grateful to God for all of us.
We're definitely very grateful to the management and staff of Channel 1 TV, as well as 97.3 City FM. Without the entire team, this would not be what it is, you know. And to cement, my goodness, you are par excellence. Thank you. Thank you for everything that you do and the love that you give us here. We're really grateful to you. I want to also say that I'm grateful for how God has kept my mother.
Yes.
You know, the difficulty, you see, my dad and mom were together for 51 years. At the time my dad passed, they had been not together as in they knew each other. They were married for 51 years.
Wow.
Yes, at the time my dad passed. Now, people would say, there's no Mr. Sechi without Mr. Sechi. In the sense that when you see her, you know he's close by. If you see him, you know she's close by. It's like that was how they lived. Every single time. That's how they lived. And so we, the children, were very worried for our mother. That, hey, as this man is gone, how is she going to make it? But it's been over a year now. And she's become stronger, she's become better, and it's like, almost like nothing has happened, you know. We're very grateful to God for my mom's life.
We have a caller from Tamale. Hello, good morning, Rafia.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, Rafia. How are you doing? And how's Tamale this morning?
I'm fine. I'm calling from Tamale.
Right. How is Tamale this morning?
We are all good.
Great. Share with us, what are you grateful for this year?
I just want to say thank you to Almighty God And thank you to Alaji Mahmoud Bawumia for making Ghana peaceful. And thank you to Adja Samira. That's what I have to say now. Thank you.
Thank you, Rafia.
All right, thank you so much for calling. Thank you. All right. Well, we're grateful to you for always tuning in and watching Breakfast Daily. We're going to take a quick break. There's more to come. Of course, you know that Nana Senti and the Equinto band are going to be giving us more music. We'll have other conversations and maybe a little bit of a surprise this morning as well for you. Don't want to go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Facility Pro Management Services Limited, the most outstanding facility management company in Africa. We have over 12 years experience in professional facility management services, such as cleaning, fumigation, and pest control to landscaping, post-construction cleanings, and electronic security installations. With highly trained personnel, exceptional customer service, and operations in all 16 regions of Ghana, we offer you value for money always. Facility Pro, trusted by top brands like Scania West Africa, Orca Deco, Robert Bosch Ghana, National Communications Authority, First National Bank, Consolidated Bank Ghana, Zenith Bank, Brain Hill International School, Villac International School, just to mention a few. Let us maintain the value of your property. Facility Pro, maintaining the value of your property.
Excellent. Be that business owner that stands out and is very productive.
You're so confident. How do you do it?
It starts with Build. Where does your confidence come from? Paperwork made simple. Build takes all the hassle away. Don't be like her. Build is your all-in-one simplified finance platform. It's your home for invoices, payments, your payroll, and so much more.
Oh, wow.
Grow your business today. Sign up now at build.africa. Download the Build app now. Get ready for the ultimate celebration of the year! The Situation All White Christmas Party 2024! This Christmas Eve, join us at the Situation All White Christmas Party for a night of unforgettable vibes. Date 24th December 2024. Time 8 p.m. Location The Underbridge, East Legon. Expect nothing but pure magic as we light up the night with incredible performances from Keche, the hitmakers who know how to get you moving. Bisa Kdei, Ghana's soul master, with melodies that will take you to another world. A Chin Band, a live performance experience like no other. DJ Mingo, the party maestro, keeping the beats flowing all night. I've done it best, bringing the energy to keep the crowd jumping. And MOG, leading us in spirit-filled worshiping style. Dress code all white. Let's shine together in style. It's going to be a night to remember, full of music, dance, and festive spirit. Don't miss out on the hottest party of the season, the party that shuts down all parties. Call 0205-973-973 for table reservations and get ready to party. It's going to be lit at the Underbridge. The Situation All White Christmas Party 2024 is powered by Channel 1 TV with support from 97.3 City FM and proudly sponsored by Carlsberg Beer, Kiss Drinks, Series, Bell Ice, Verve Duvernay, Bushmills Irish Whiskey, and Blue Jeans Energy Drink.
They are the trailblazers, the pioneers, the unsung heroines who break barriers and set new standards.
Hello there, welcome to The Woman in You with me, Zoe Abubeidoado. Now, this is a show that celebrates the extraordinary resilience,
strength, and leadership of women everywhere.
From the pioneers in enterprise, politics, and health, their stories are our stories.
I was very satisfied with doing something very little. But when my mother introduced the eggs and I started, it kept me so busy that I had to be there in the morning, afternoon, and evening.
I had been playing around with the different facets of it, and I realized, listen, I'm really onto something. I decided to formalize it, and I formalized it probably after, just navigating the space and doing different things and trying my hand at different things probably played around with it for like a good 5 years before I formalized it.
Be inspired, be empowered, be the woman you were born to be.
Join me, Zoe Abube-Duado, every week on Channel 1 TV as we celebrate these women who inspire, empower, and lead by example. It's time to celebrate the woman in you.
The Woman in You with Zoe airs Sundays at 6 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
All right, so I did hint that there might be a little bit of a surprise. Well, I have for you a gentleman. Now, I'm sure when I introduce him, you probably don't know this name, but he's Ronald Kweku Appiah. Better known as Bisa Kdei. Bisa Kdei, welcome to Breakfast Date. How you doing?
I'm all right.
Yeah?
I'm very good.
Yeah, you look very demure.
Thank you.
All right, now I gotta do this for the fans in a certain part of the country.
Okay.
Until you get it.
Mayo Bali.
That's right. And we also have here Eko Kumse. Entertainment prefect extraordinaire. Charlie, what happened?
I'm doing very fine. Bisa is here.
Yeah. You brought Bisa to us. Tell us why.
Oh, I brought Bisa to you because yesterday I was telling someone, yesterday was 12/12/24.
Yes.
So it was 12 days to situation.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Today is 13/12/24, which is not significant anyway.
Yeah, but it's Friday the 13th.
But it's Friday.
Friday the 13th.
Yeah, Friday the 13th. So we have to jam and chill. Do you understand?
That's right.
And I don't know the last time you saw Bisa Kdei in action.
I know, right? Right?
I mean, in Ghana, I don't know the last time you saw him in action.
It's been a minute.
Yeah. What was the last time you performed in Ghana?
Yeah, I'm always in action.
No, but you see, you're in action across the world.
Yeah.
Everywhere. Charlie,
let me tell you something.
Go ahead.
It's sometimes very funny because I play shows a lot, but most of the time people tend to only watch the people that do shows in Accra.
Okay.
But it's, Ghana is big. I'm always touring.
Yeah.
I just fool around a lot.
Yeah, and he likes traveling a lot.
Yeah.
So this year, 24th December, if you want to see him in action. And most people think, like you said, the way he's very demure.
Yeah.
Right? And cutesy.
Yeah.
Most people think, that's how he is. When he's in action, he will beat your mind, man.
Charlie, did you watch this movie, Jingle Jangle?
No.
You never saw it?
I've never seen
it. You are missing 30% of your life is gone. Yeah. Jingle Jangle. His song is inside a Hollywood Christmas movie. His song is inside, and people are dancing. People are singing his song. Oh,
yeah. I think it's on. It's on one of the VODs, right?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's look.
I've not watched the movie, but I've heard it. It was big in entertainment.
No, I had to rewind that place again and be sure that I was actually hearing Bisa Kdei.
Yeah,
as it was beautiful.
Yeah.
I want to know how you got that. How you got that connect?
I mean, we're just working.
Yeah.
Yeah. They just contacted us, and told us about the movie that they work with, and In the beginning, it was too good to be true. You know, I didn't believe it.
Yeah, I can
Because
imagine.
The email. I actually thought, at the point, I thought the email was even fake.
Yeah.
You know, and then, I mean, the conversation kept on going, and then we had a Zoom meeting. That was where I believed that like everything
It's for real. It's for real.
Yeah. So we were actually back and forth on that for like a whole year before it happened. So wow. It was a good one.
Yeah.
You know, when it came out, everybody was happy about it.
Yeah, it was big in entertainment space.
Yes,
everybody
like the whole of Africa. You know,
Yeah.
Africans love to see their fellow Africans win. So like it was a beautiful one. For me as well. For Ghana.
Yeah.
I am super excited about that.
What are some? What are your latest works that you're excited about?
My latest works
that you're excited about. Yeah, that really tickle you when you think back to it. It's like, I'm glad we did this one.
As in when it comes to like producing.
Yes.
Bosso.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
That song, actually, I intentionally made that song to take myself back.
Okay.
To how I used to make music.
Okay.
You know, so whenever I hear it, whenever I hear Bosso, I hear Metamfo, I hear Atomic Soul.
Okay. You know what? Let's give our viewers a taste of it. If you've not heard it yet, here's Bosso.
Man dress and I dub you so me share will be a one best for me and friend. As I'm your to the boss domino, I'm a fear and pursuing too. You better bunting crying fire. Till you put me no more than you would. Yeah, for my eye to me beautiful. And I'm in your beauty so damn it. Me for damn me do. When you'll be on me child. I know your video so I just. Yeah, Imagine basso. I've been on young gobe, there be. Yeah, imagine basso. Man, baby, you try my kisses, and Jebia, or the way I'm missus. You consume on a buena, stand you didn't know the no pepena. Menya with your mabon by a mobiaka, you was. Me free be mu dada do na njeme zamete wakoma de omafo besre me wa udinda makoma so oya mesumi ya medaso odo morning komana ni buefu na de bi o shema enti wa bae mami nkosi o mami no nkosi o no de me pawasa.
All right, Mr. I'm curious. I'm curious. What's
any proper life story?
Yeah, I want to know what influenced this song.
Nothing actually influenced it. I mean, after I released the song, a lot of people were saying I sang it because I got married.
Yeah, what grab it? What grab it fresh?
What's that?
What grab it fresh?
Yeah, grab it fire. But yeah, it's not that. I was just in the studio and I said, let me just create something for my fans.
Okay,
that's
beautiful.
It just came out.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, and it was just beautiful.
There is something that has been on my mind for some time now.
Okay.
When you look at our music space and our music scene, you are a very good songwriter.
Thank you.
Exceptional.
But you've not picked up the Songwriter of the Year award.
I have.
You have?
I did.
I mean, in recent times.
2013.
Yeah, but what I'm talking about, like in recent times.
In recent times.
Yeah. So, I mean, how do you feel about it? Because you're still a very good writer, but in recent times, you've not picked it.
It's the TGM. It's normal. I mean, sometimes it's just an award scheme, so you just don't have to put your mind on that. You know, but it's always good that people appreciate your work. That's the most important thing. It's not just about the awards. You know, Sometimes people listen to my songs and they be like in front of me, they go like, wow.
No, I mean, right now I'm listening to
this. Really, you know, it's beautiful to see people appreciate your good works.
Wow.
Wow.
Well, speaking of appreciating your good works, let's go back down memory lane a little bit and just remind of some of the hot ones that made us boogies. Like what to walk out. Sorry.
I hope.
Yeah.
Tuno.
You wait. We are dropping it.
Come on. if I hear it, I lose myself.
My personal opinion, this is the best Bisa Kdei song ever. Just for me. For me, this song. Yeah.
I mean, everybody used to have a preference.
I mean,
hey. You know now they are doing so and they think it started way
long ago.
back.
Long ago.
You know? And you're very good, like you keep to your tune.
When you say way back, it makes me feel very old. I'm still young.
No, you are young. For Bisa Kdei, they are not growing old though. They are growing young. You get. But I mean, he's been around for some time. I remember when I was in high school. Way back 2011, 2012.
See, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it's like he's dragging you back.
I'm trying to go back to school.
2011 is what? How many years ago? We're talking about
it's a while ago. It's a while ago. Yeah.
But I don't. I actually
no.
Don't
You are forcing him to age. What are you doing?
No, actually, it's funny. Funny enough, I actually don't feel it.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I listen to my songs, it feels like I released it just yesterday.
Yeah. And they are timeless.
You know,
that's the point. Yeah. Because you are jamming to Mansa.
I think the way he writes
yes.
makes for the songs to outlive generations.
Yeah.
You see, with every songwriter, that's what you have to think about. You know, starting music as a young, person.
Yeah.
I was looking up to, the likes of Amache, the Lumba, Dasobre Dramina and Co. And whenever I listen to their songs, it's always new.
Yeah.
So I said to myself, I want to do something that in the next 10, 20 years, people are still going to listen and be like, wow, we still love the song. So that's what I've been doing, even with Mansa, Brother and Co.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's been a very beautiful journey, and I love the fact that people like it.
Now, let's talk about the situation All White Party.
Yeah.
What are your expectations, and what should people expect?
It's just good. You see, it's actually, I've been on your shows like a couple of times.
Okay.
Let me just say way back.
Yeah.
And
the way back is working.
And it was all beautiful.
Yeah.
And we learn along the line, like along the way. We change. I can't wait for people to see me, my old Bulukaka, so back then on my phone. But I want people to experience the Bisa Kdei now, the kind of person that I've become, and it's just going to be fun. I just want people to come and experience Bisa Kdei, to have fun with me, to listen to live music. It's going to be beautiful.
And you've been very big on live performances, because for me, most of the performances I've seen from him, is it that you don't like to mime, or for you, mime?
We used to do it like a lot of times, but back then it was sometimes promoter. Don't get me wrong, we still do it. But there are some shows that one can say you have to put up your best and let people see the real you. So I'd prefer live always, because even when I'm traveling, when I go to like the African countries and go, I go with my band.
Okay.
So it's been,
great.
That must be
of course, it's been a part of me, and they understand the work. So when they approach you, they know they have to fly you on your band. So
super. You know what? In anticipation of situation, I want us to play Yenkodi. Yemboka.
That's the latest one.
Yeah.
What's your current situation?
Charlie.
I'm telling you, a situation.
And do you insist on your guitars being played live every time?
Yeah, I play myself.
Both rhythm and lead?
Okay, so some of the songs I did myself, like Mansa, I did myself.
Wow.
Brother, I play the guitars myself. This one too, I play the guitars myself.
I love it.
You know, so I visualize things.
Okay.
You know, so I just wanted, whatever that is in my mind, I just want to put it, because somebody might not be, get what I
deliver exactly what you're looking for.
Yeah, so I have to sometimes, I just have to do it myself.
And sometimes when you end up playing some of the things yourself, it's very authentic to you and to the work that you're doing.
It's true, it's true. Like most of my hit songs, I produced it myself. So.
Wow.
Like Mansa, Brother, Azunto Goes, this one, Bosso, all of them I produced it.
Wow. So right now we can say Bisa Kdei, the musicians to producer.
No, but he's been a producer for a long time.
For a very long time. Yeah. For the since I used to do sound score for the movies. That was how
Azonto Goes. I know about that.
All of those songs came about.
I'm curious about something. For you, as a person, which takes the lead, musician or producer?
It's all part of it. You're still a musician.
You don't separate it.
No,
they are twins. You don't separate it.
They are twins. They're twins, but it takes most. Production takes most of the time. Sometimes you have to think, rethink, sleep on like a song and that. Yeah, but I like production. I like music in general. So like I'm always creating all the time. I'm in the studio. I want people to be around me. We'll be chilling and just making music. Is so beautiful.
Wow.
It's such an enjoyment.
I like it.
And you see, if I listen to Bisa Kdei's song today, so like Yenkodi released this year.
Not long ago.
Yeah. But if you listen to it, it takes you back to the Solonku time.
No, it's almost like it's an old song, but it's a new song.
Yeah, and also that has been remade.
Thank you.
And I'm
That's
just
exactly
like,
right. That's exactly.
But this is a new one.
Yeah.
This is a beautiful one.
Yes.
You get.
And some of the older songs actually sound new.
Yeah. And he's also not losing track. Yeah. So, but what's actually keeping you focused? Because a lot of things come, people are like, oh, we've moved from here, we've moved on to this genre, we've moved on to this genre, but he's able to stay true to the course.
Yeah.
But you have to stay true to the cause. What else?
But it's sort of giving a sense of you discovering yourself very early. You knew who you were.
We have this thing within ourselves in Ghana here where when there's a trend, somebody sets a trend, we all want to follow. And I don't think that thing can sustain you for a longer time, a longer period of time. You might not be able to release like hits, giddy giddy giddy, but you have songs that like it's in the system where somebody might always go to listen to, And High Life, you can never go wrong with High Life.
That's true.
It's just like when you're in the States and you're listening to R&B. They will say the same thing about R&B because it's theirs.
Yes.
And High Life is ours. I can sell any other thing apart from High Life. I can't go to a white man and tell them that I do R&B better. But I can brag with High Life. Show them some progressions, dynamics, and they'll be like, wow.
I love it.
Thank
you. So let's talk about our situation again. For those who are watching us, maybe they've made up their minds already. Well, some of them are on the fence. We hear some nice, some great artists are coming through, to spice up the show and all that. What would you say to people who are watching us?
I mean, if you're there and you're listening to me, I mean, Bisa Kdei, and we're going to deliver. We're just going to have fun. It's 24th night, though. Not 24th night.
Thank you.
Exactly. It's 24th night. Come on.
What's your current situation?
What's your current situation? Come and let's have fun. I mean, it's going to be an amazing night, I have surprises for you as well.
Okay.
So it's going to be amazing.
Are you coming
Everybody likes surprises.
For the Christmas?
It's going to be fun. Trust me, it's going to be fun. Especially shows like this brings people together. So I know it's going to be amazing. And I mean, since it's a 24 wiki night.
I know, right?
Till daybreak. So I want to see everybody. If you're watching me, come see me perform your favorite songs from Odo Carpenter. You've forgotten about that.
Hey, I know, right? Odo Carpenter.
I'm telling you. Even the account, give it to Baba. The account. We have a lot of hit songs that I need to bring back for you guys to enjoy. So it's gonna be a great night. I just want to see everybody. If you're watching me, everybody pull up.
Pull up. We're looking forward to it. And talking about hit songs, let's enjoy one more as Bisa Kdei takes leave of us. Thank you so much for coming through.
You're welcome.
What's your baby? Now I did a number. Now who do you O'Brien go? Oh baby, I am sitting. I said you join this so.
Charlie, they take you before. You take the phone up while you get chance.
What's your dream? Now boss a frewa. We mommy, me say what dream. Why would you live in no? That's a whole China south on one. Hey. The way I would the way now the way I would the way now
Get ready for the ultimate celebration of the year, the Situation All White Christmas Party 2024. This Christmas Eve, join us at the Situation All White Christmas Party for a night of unforgettable vibes. Date 24th December 2024. Time 8 p.m. Location The Underbridge, East Legon. Expect nothing but pure magic as we light up the night with incredible performances from Keche, the hitmakers who know how to get you moving. Bisa Kdei, Ghana's soul master with melodies that will take you to another world. A Chin Band, a live performance experience like no other. DJ Mingo, the party maestro, keeping the beats flowing all night. I've done it best, bringing the energy to keep the crowd jumping. And MOG, leading us in spirit-filled worshiping style. Dress code all white. Let's shine together in style. It's going to be a night to remember, full of music, dance, and festive spirit. Don't miss out on the hottest party of the season, the party that shuts down all parties. Call 0205-973-973 for table reservations and get ready to party. It's going to be lit at the Underbridge. The Situation All White Christmas Party 2024 is powered by Channel 1 TV with support from 97.3 City FM and proudly sponsored by Carlsberg Beer, Kiss Drinks, Series, Bell Ice, Verve Duvernay, Bushmills Irish Whiskey, and Blue Jeans Energy Drink.
In this fast-paced world, we understand the value of your time, which is why we bring you the key stories that you need to know without any unnecessary filler. Our team of dedicated journalists have carefully curated the news, ensuring that you stay informed about the latest developments in your community, nation, and the world. From breaking news to in-depth features, we cover a wide range of topics to keep you up to date. In just 30 minutes, we'll bring you the top stories, providing you with a snapshot of what's happening around the globe, whether it's politics, business, sports, or entertainment. Channel 1 Newsfeed covers it all. Tune in to Channel 1 Newsfeed every weekday on Channel 1 TV and get the news you need quickly and efficiently. Stay connected, stay informed, and stay ahead of the curve.
They are the trailblazers, the pioneers, the unsung heroines who break barriers and set new standards.
Hello there, welcome to The Woman in You with me, Zoe Abubeidwado. Now, this is a show that celebrates the extraordinary resilience, strength, and leadership of women everywhere.
From the pioneers in enterprise, politics, and health, their stories are our stories.
I was very satisfied with doing something very little. But when my mother introduced the Exile I started, it kept me so busy that I had to be there in the morning, afternoon, and evening.
I had been playing around with the different facets of it, and I realized, listen, I'm really onto something. I decided to formalize it, and I formalized it probably after, just navigating the space and doing different things and trying my hand at different things probably played around with it for like a good 5 years before I formalized it.
Be inspired, be empowered, be the woman you were born to be.
Join me, Zoe Abubeidwado, every week on Channel 1 TV as we celebrate these women who inspire, empower, and lead by example. It's time to celebrate the woman in you.
The Woman in You with Zoe airs Sundays at 6 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
mami dibi media kauba dibio sikapa menewa asamba menewa obiapa menewa ominitwa menewa na udidi masisa yesa next song is Sika. It has been released yesterday. So please enjoy Sika. Find it on all digital music platforms. Do 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 do. Boy, anemia, Bipia and Cold, Sana Sikani, Adipia, Sikayo, Binyam Bekobio, Mekobin Suyan Konico, Otokromu Yankone Sapai, Sikayo, Obey Warfare.
right, now you're enjoying some music by Nana Senti and Aquantufo Band. And Nana Senti is right here with us, and we're going to have a conversation. How you doing?
I'm very good.
Wonderful, wonderful,
Thank
wonderful.
you so much.
Yeah, beautiful music.
Oh, thank you.
Take us back. When did this all begin?
For music,
yes.
I think I have been a musician since infancy.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
Do you have musicians in the family?
Not performers, but
okay.
Good ears.
Okay.
Yeah. So they know good music. So growing up, I heard my parents and family listening to good music.
Yeah.
So I had my first interest from there.
Okay.
I used to follow my mom to the church. I used to play for the women's fellowship.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. So that's how it started.
Yeah.
And now I started having until now. And I went to University of Ghana to do BFA Music and Theatre Arts.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. So it has been.
Wow.
Yeah.
What for you? Okay. I mean, I saw you play the xylophone very brilliantly. Is that your only instrument? Do you have other instruments you play as well?
I'm a percussionist.
Okay.
So I started playing drums in church.
Okay.
And started introducing myself to different instruments.
Yeah.
And I used to play in a lot of churches. And I used to sometimes feed on like the money I got from churches. We call it shabo.
Yeah, I know, right?
So yeah.
Ekobo shabo.
Ekobo shabo. So that's how it started. So when the xylophone started from University of Ghana Music Department.
Okay.
It was one day when we went to the department, we were playing all the instruments. So we had a fair idea of all the instruments. Then one day I was just walking through, if you know, University of Ghana Music Department, the way to Bushke.
Yes.
This canteen.
Yes.
My friend, Yvonne, she was playing the xylophone.
Okay.
Yeah. So it intrigued me. So I went to see, and she taught me their lesson. She was playing a lesson. So when I tried it and I got understanding of it, I was now improvising.
Okay.
So the instructor came out from the office because he didn't know who was playing.
Yeah.
He said, do you play xylophone? I said, I don't play. He said, man, you have to play. So from that time, I decided to play xylophone and decided to be a bridge between the African traditional music and the Western traditional music. So I started using the xylophone with some of my friends. We had a G-note band. Playing jazz on African instruments. We used to have all African instruments playing jazz. So that's how my interest grew with the xylophone.
When did the Aquantufo Band start? Aquantufo Band. When did you begin this?
Aquantufo Band, the name came, I think, about 6 months, but we had started rehearsing from last year, December.
Okay. Oh,
last year, December. So it all started when in 2011 I wrote some songs, and my friends Ronaldo and Robo, they helped me produce them.
Okay.
But I think the trend changed, and somehow I didn't follow. I didn't even release it, although I had registered, bought copyright and all that.
For the song,
but
you didn't follow.
So I went into construction also. I worked with my dad into construction.
Okay.
So later, passion is passion.
Yeah.
So I decided to come back to music, and I met amazing friends who also had the same mindset. And talking, we've been able to come together. Changed the songs that I wrote and even added more songs, and we have grown together. And this is we.
And one of the ones you just did, the last one was Sika.
Yes, Sika.
Yeah, so Sika, you just dropped it yesterday. I hear.
Yesterday.
Okay.
Yes, yesterday.
Okay. What's the inspiration?
Sika. Money answered everything.
Yeah. So, it really does, doesn't it?
Yeah. So it seems that without money, even going to look for a woman, you can't get. So
even if you spot the right one, it's like what you have in your pocket matters, man.
It's always about money. It's always about money. Odoka krana sika. First thing they say odon
kwa.
But you say
odoka krana.
Wonderful. Nice.
Yeah.
So that's where the inspiration came from. So it's a thought-provoking
song. Okay. Where can people find your music?
On all digital music marketing platforms.
Okay.
Look for Nana Senti, Nana, space Senti, and the Aquantufo Band, as is spelled on the screen.
Okay. Okay. Now, somebody called us earlier when we were on the show in the phone-in segment and said that they have a friend in the band called Indomie. Who is Indomie in the back? We
Chicken
want
spices.
to know Indomie.
Chicken spices.
Oh, Indomie is the one over there.
Spices.
So he's a percussionist there.
No, he plays the bass.
Oh, he plays the bass.
Yeah,
Okay,
he
okay.
plays recording without doing overdubs.
Oh,
He's
I
just,
see.
He's just an excellent
Wow.
player.
You're calling chicken spices too. Okay. Indomie. I love it. I love it. Thank you so much for coming through. Thank
We
you.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
To you and the rest of the band. Thanks, guys. Thank you. All right. So we'll just take a quick break and we will be having a conversation with the entertainment prefect.
Welcome to the most exciting and diverse talk show on television. Get ready for a roller coaster of emotions as we bring you the best in personality, talent, entertainment, and jaw-dropping performances on the Upside Down Show.
The whole country, we have only one orchestra pit, which is the one at the National Theatre.
If I hadn't probably gone into journalism, I would be acting by now.
Our stage is a platform for the extraordinary, and we guarantee that you will be entertained from start to finish. Make a date with our charismatic and witty host, Frema Dunyame and Nanatufuo Boating, as they keep the energy high and the conversation flowing with their infectious personalities, bringing out the best in our guests and creating a dynamic atmosphere that keeps you hooked. So tune in into the Upside Down Show every Sunday at 7 p.m. on Channel 1 TV for an unforgettable experience. The Upside Down Show is proudly sponsored by Sky Water.
Get ready for the ultimate celebration of the year, the Situation All White Christmas Party 2024. This Christmas Eve, join us at the Situation All White Christmas Party for a night of unforgettable vibes. Date 24th December 2024. Time 8 p.m. Location The Underbridge, East Legon. Expect nothing but pure magic as we light up the night with incredible performances from Keche, the hitmakers who know how to get you moving. Bisa Kdei, Ghana's soul master with melodies that will take you to another world. A Chin Band, a live performance experience like no other. DJ Mingo, the party maestro, keeping the beats flowing all night. I've done it best, bringing the energy to keep the crowd jumping. And MOG, leading us in spirit-filled worshiping style. Dress code all white. Let's shine together in style. It's going to be a night to remember, full of music, dance, and festive spirit. Don't miss out on the hottest party of the season, the party that shuts down all parties. Call 0205-973-973 for table reservations and get ready to party. It's going to be lit at the Underbridge. The Situation All White Christmas Party 2024 is powered by Channel 1 TV with support from 97.3 City FM and proudly sponsored by Carlsberg Beer, Kiss Drinks, Series, Bell Ice, Verve Duvernay, Bushmills Irish Whiskey, and Blue Jeans Energy Drink.
Welcome back from that break. You're still very live on Breakfast Daily right here on Channel 1 TV. Now, it's time to engage the entertainment prefect. And Eko has been cracking me up since he was with Kweku a while ago. He didn't actually leave. He just took a detour in his back. Eko, comes in.
Yes, you fucking.
Oh,
wow.
No, me too, my voice is good.
You're there.
My voice, I can't even talk.
And you came and brought your own chair too. Look at him. What is
I was
that?
just about to say, like, really.
It's been a long time since I came on the show. So I
Koya, so mean.
I love you too, Jiva.
Can you imagine?
No,
I have a cold. It's not advisable.
Oh, I also have a cold. So
and they move from boom.
Why are you here again this morning?
Why am I here
It's not good to have you back, actually, because you've been a bother since you came. You've been a bother.
Please take your words. Retract and apologize.
It's not good to have you back. I don't feel good to have you back because you've been a bother.
Hello, Please, I take strong exception to such statements made to my person.
We don't have time.
Anyway, I mean, it's good to be back. It's been a while, but yeah, it feels good to be back. Something will be happening tonight, and I'll then treat every young person to be there. It's the 100 Black Men Networking Mixer.
Okay.
So it's a play Ghana. Go there, go have a good time, get to meet people from the corporate space, from the entertainment
Black
space.
Men Networking.
Yeah,
Wow.
mixer. Yeah, and the brain behind it is my big man Lawrence.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's a play Ghana, is in Osu, around the Nyaniba area. So just go there, go connect with people, go meet people, go interact with people. It's a very good event to be at. I really, really find it very interesting to have a networking event for people to just meet up over drinks, over conversations, and just exchange contacts.
Great things can happen, man.
Actually, build business networks that will last you a long time. So yeah, the 100 Black Men Networking Mixer will be happening tonight at Play Ghana. It will be happening at 7 p.m. till 8. So you can go there and go enjoy yourself. And whilst it's happening inside Play 2, at the front there, if you're a mobile student, apparently there's something also happening in that same
space. Okay.
Yeah, so if you're a mobile student of 2001, you can go there and actually go enjoy yourself as well. Ghana to the Moon event will be also happening tomorrow. So make sure you are there to actually enjoy it. Ghana to the Moon Festival to be happening at the World Trade Center tomorrow. So after the 100 Black Men Networking Mixer, you can move to the World Trade Center tomorrow and get to also have a good time there as well. Kofi Jamal will be performing, EL will be performing, Sefa will be on as well. A good number of acts, so you can go actually have a good time. Now, 24th, the big one is happening. I was here earlier, but I couldn't mention the things that we have for you. But yeah, we have the platinum table, the diamond table, the gold table. Both alcoholic and non-alcoholic. So you can go, just enjoy yourself, have a good time. I'm really looking forward to it.
It will be a blast.
Conversation with Bisa Kdei. I just can't wait for the guy to go through his catalog back to back to back.
For me, I mean, there's different ones, but Mansa stands tall when I think of. Although Carpenter I knew earlier, and there's a few others and so on. Dre is fantastic. Dre is when you feel it, you're in the Soroku mood, kind of thing.
But the new one to Yonkudi, what's the current situation?
Yonkudi is nice, Yonkudi is nice.
And
and it has this old feel to it.
So Charlie, if you are not there, you've missed out.
Why would you not be there? That's the question.
Whilst Bisa Kdei is giving you the current times of high life music, Adani Best will also be giving you the old tunes.
Beautiful.
You know, he has this song, Jata Biyo, Jata Jata, 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 Ay, Jata, Jata Biyo, Alonde, Atsudanke, Kai Force, Jata Biyo.
I'm measuring this song.
Akpanga Fue Kajanya Wolo, Akpanga Fue Kajanya Wolo, Ale, 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 Ale. Yake Yagbo Yaje, Jata Jata, Jata Jata, Jata, Jata. You know, one time I saw him performing that song. See, I saw him performing that song. He actually brought a lion.
No, there's always a lion. There's always a lion that comes with their tail. The lion be dancing.
Because he's performing Jata.
So Charlie.
So I'm looking forward to see the lion. By the way, at any best.
You have to come with the lion.
The lion must come.
The lion must.
Yeah, the lion must.
And then also Keche will be on as well. I mean, this duo. I feel like right now I can boldly say they are the long-standing music duo in our current music industry. Yes. I mean, they've not broken up. I've never heard the time that they've broken up. The other time they were telling me there are days that they are performing, but they are not a good time. They are
annoyed at each other, but the performance is more important.
So yeah, Charlie, I love those two guys so much. They have a new one out as well, so you can also go listen to it. And then emoji music, man, like I always listen to emoji music, and I feel like heaven is coming down. Hey. Late bakubo, late. Zaza, oya moja tabiule, oya moja tabiule. All right. No, so he's Samuel Kumsen, okay, also known as Echo Kumsen. Yes.
Sorry, before we go, I need to send a very quick birthday wish to my cousin, Ernestina Dede Owenya Mexico. Happy birthday to you. Have a blessed year ahead and cheers to greatness.
All right, and so again, my name is David Kwekusechi.
My name is Bisa Kdei Akoto. It's been great spending your Friday morning with you right here on Channel 1 TV.
I mean, my name is
Guys, ignore him.
All right, have a wonderful day. Take care of yourselves. Have a good day.
President Bashar al-Assad and his father. A sense of normalcy is slowly returning to many places.
Just days after the fall of Bashar al-Assad's government, life appears to be returning to normal in the Syrian capital of Damascus. The curfew imposed on residents after his ousting has now been relaxed. Shops are open again, and people are out buying clothes and food.
The market was closed for about 2 days. Then we opened again, but just until 5 p.m. We had a curfew because there were a few robberies. Some people had weapons and were shooting at each other. It was a mess.
Now things are fine. We now feel a lot better. We can move around. Everything is okay.
But as things return to normal, news of some of the most brutal aspects of the Assad regime is emerging. Hundreds gathered for the funeral of well-known opposition activist Mazen al-Hamada. He died from torture in one of Assad's notorious prisons. In death, he has become a symbol of the horrors that the old government was prepared to inflict on anyone who spoke out.
Who was not afraid to challenge this system. Assad, he was so courageous. We are so proud of him. We are so proud of him.
I thought he would leave prison and speak out. But when I found out he had been executed, my heart was broken to see he wasn't alive.
We still don't know what's gonna happen in Syria. We are still here to show people that we will live and that we will prosper. And Syria will be built again with our own hands, the young people.
Remnants of the old regime are being removed all over the country. The old red, white and black flag on this shop front is being painted over. A metaphor for a country wanting to start anew.
DW Stella Mena is in the Syrian capital Damascus, and I asked her if the situation in the country was beginning to stabilize.
Well, we have to keep in mind that, first of all, there is still a momentum where there are no new rules set, and the old rules are not valid anymore. So there is a lot of uncertainty, and there also is a little bit of a power vacuum. Yesterday, the new government has announced that the old constitution will not be valid anymore for the next 3 months. So things are really a little bit uncertain. We also should keep keep in mind that there is still conflict going on in the country and military actions. Yesterday, 40 people got wounded in the northern city of Raqqa. These were activists who were celebrating the fall of Assad and that were protesting in favor of HTS. And they are accusing the Kurdish-led SDF that they have shot these activists or on these activists.
Now, Stella, there are plenty of outside actors interested in influencing developments in Syria. Who's been most active so far in this past week?
Well, mainly all the foreign forces that have already shown their interest for many, many years here in Syria are trying to influence the transition process again. First of all, of course, we have the countries who are in favor and supporting the new government. We have, for example, Qatar, that has said that they want to reopen the embassy. Turkey also mentioned that they want to reopen the embassy. And the chief of the Turkish intelligence has paid a visit to Damascus yesterday. Then we also have Turkey and the US. The US Secretary of State Blinken met yesterday with the Turkish President Erdogan. This is important because the US is supporting the Kurdish forces in the north in their fight against ISIS, but these forces are seen by Turkey as terrorists, so this is why the conflict is still ongoing despite the ceasefire yesterday. And of course we have Israel. Israel has carried out many airstrikes in the last couple of days and is also advancing further into the Syrian territory. The Syrian Observatory of Human Rights has mentioned that Israel's forces are now in Mount Hermon.
Members of the Syrian diaspora around the world are eager to return to the country, either to visit for the first time in many years or to move back. But some are also leaving Syria. Why is that?
Yes, indeed. And I myself could witness that as well when I was crossing from Lebanon into Syria, because there was a huge queue on the Lebanese border of thousands of people who wanted to leave Syria for various different reasons. There are some people who were supporters of Assad and who are now afraid that they will face consequences. But there are also people who belong to minorities, such as Christians or Kurds, who say that they are worried that they might not be granted rights and that they might experience suppression as well. I have talked to many Christians in the last couple of days, and they say they are completely worried, that they feel like they will soon be the ones that will suffer the new government. But we also have to keep in mind that Assad really used the sentences for years and years, and he was telling and justifying also his power by telling other minorities like the Christian that without him they would be suppressed.
Yeah, and the Islamist rebels have, of course, vowed to protect minorities. That was DW correspondent Stella Mena in Damascus. Thank you. Meanwhile, rebel forces backed by Turkey are continuing operations in northern Syria against Kurdish troops. Turkey says the objective is to clear the area of terrorism. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken has met with Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan in Ankara to discuss the fighting. Their countries are NATO allies, but support opposing sides in Syria. The U.S. sees the Syrian Kurds as allies, especially as a bulwark against the power vacuum left by the fall of Bashar al-Assad. Ankara says they are terrorists. Now, with just a month before the Biden administration hands over to Donald Trump, I asked DW's Dorian Jones what the point of Blinken's visit to Turkey is.
Well, I think a lot of people here in Turkey are asking that question. But having said that, I think Washington are arguing
given the urgency of the situation, this visit is vital to achieve goals of a successful transition to a stable, inclusive Syrian government, and also to address these ongoing clashes between the Turkish-backed forces of the Syrian National Army and the Syrian Democratic Forces, this predominantly Kurdish force that is supported by the United States with military personnel on the ground in the war against the Islamic State. And containing the Islamic State is also another issue that Blinken is here to discuss, given the fact that the Islamic State group notoriously thrives on situations of chaos and power vacuums, and the concern is that that has to be prevented, that threat. So I think, having said that, though, this will be a bit of an awkward meeting for the Turkish president and Blinken's counterpart, Hakan Fidan, given the fact that the Trump administration is only a matter of weeks from coming to power, and any commitments made by Blinken are only valid for a month or so.
Turkey has promised to, quote, never allow any weakness to arise in the fight against ISIS. But some analysts, Dorian, believe that what they're doing in Syria's northeast is doing precisely that. Why is Erdogan willing to take that risk?
Well, Ankara''s position, Erdogan's position, has always been that you don't fight terrorists with terrorists, and Ankara considers the Syrian Democratic Forces has been affiliated with the Kurdish separatist group, the PKK, which has been fighting the Turkish state for decades and is designated by Washington and the European Union as a terrorist group. And Ankara says that Washington should have nothing to do with such a group, and this poses an existential threat to Turkey as much as the Islamic State. And all of Erdogan's rhetoric is always, we are fighting both the PKK, Kurd and SDF threat and Daesh, the Islamic State. So Ankara says this group support has to end. Ankara is committed to fighting the Islamic State. But Washington argues that the Syrian Democratic Forces are vital to fight the Islamic State, not only in preventing them from seizing the opportunity of this vacuum that possibly exists in Syria, but also you have to be aware that these Syrian forces, Kurdish forces, are looking after Islamic State, thousands of Islamic State prisoners in prisons holding tens of thousands. And if the Turkish forces continue these assaults, the fear is that those prisons will be opened and you'll have a surge of Islamic State militants. And I think that's another key issue on Blinken's agenda here, is that it's vital to contain the Islamic State threat.
How do you expect U.S.-Turkish cooperation on Syria to change once Donald Trump returns to the White House?
Well, I think that is the key priority from Ankara. They believe that they will have a far more understanding presidency. When Trump was previously in power, he was calling for a total withdrawal of U.S. forces to end the presence in Syria. And much of the recent statements by Trump indicates the same thing, that he said the U.S. should have nothing to do with Syria, they should stay out. And I think that Ankara could well be waiting until Trump comes into power with the hope that he will pull out those U.S. forces, and that will remove one last obstacle for Turkey achieving its goal of removing what it says is this threat on the Syrian border.
That's DW correspondent Dorian Jones in Istanbul. Thank you so much. Well, Turkey has given shelter to more than 3 million Syrian refugees, more than any other country. They celebrated the Assad regime's sudden collapse, and thousands have since returned home. But many remain cautious about what to do next and whether to leave behind the lives they built for themselves in Turkey. DW's Julia Hahn reports from the Turkish-Syrian border.
Mahmoud Khalil is making his way back home to Syria. With his wife and their little daughter Nadine, he queues at this border crossing near the Turkish town of Rehanlı. Mahmoud fled Syria 5 years ago, but now he says they can't wait to return.
There's a lot of destruction, but we will rebuild. We don't care about that. What matters is that we got rid of Assad. Our country will be safe for our children and future generations.
Like Mahmoud and his family, thousands of Syrians have rushed to the Turkish border in recent days, eager to return home after many years in exile.
For most Syrians, crossing this border right behind me is a one-way street. They have to give back their residence permit for Turkey, officials here told us, and sign a document saying they are returning voluntarily. And that means they can't just come back. But that's a risk many are willing to take.
Turkish authorities have stepped up efforts to facilitate faster returns, opening border crossings and boosting staff numbers. And President Erdogan said he expects more refugees to leave.
As Syria achieves stability, voluntary, safe, dignified and orderly returns will hopefully increase as well. It's my belief and prayer that the 13-year longing of our Syrian brothers and sisters for their homeland will gradually come to an end.
Erdogan is under domestic political pressure to send back many of the 3 million refugees Turkey welcomed after the Syrian civil war started. Nearly 14 years later, the hospitality has waned, and many Turks, struggling with an economic crisis and high inflation, want the Syrians to return as soon as possible.
They should leave, because they're harming our economy. They've made us lose our values and our identity. They're not doing our country any good.
The oppressive regime has been dismantled. This is exactly what they wanted. So I think there is no longer any reason for them to stay here.
We have already shared a lot with them. If they want to stay, they can stay. If they want to go, they can go. But I think they want to return.
31-year-old Mohammed Ali Nassif wants to wait and see how things develop in Syria before making big decisions. He fled Aleppo as a teenager and has since built a new life for himself here in Turkey. A family, a restaurant with 40 employees.
It's not easy for us to leave everything behind. Even if the situation stabilizes, it will be 2 or 3 years before things improve. There are also many Syrian children, like my own, who were born here and know nothing about Syria.
On top of that come the questions over what the new Syria could look like and how it will be governed.
We hope to achieve democracy in Syria, with a civilian government and free, fair elections. We pray to God that the situation in Syria improves, stability returns, and our homeland becomes better than ever. But right now, nothing is clear.
Back at the border crossing, Mahmoud Khalil and his family are finally going to Syria. Suddenly, everything has to move fast as they step into an uncertain future.
To Ukraine now, where authorities say Russia has launched a massive aerial attack on the country's energy infrastructure. President Volodymyr Zelensky said a total of 93 missiles and nearly 200 drones were launched in one of Russia's largest attacks in the war. Explosions have been reported in several regions. Overnight, a Russian airstrike also hit a residential area in the eastern city of Kharkiv. And I'm joined now by our correspondent, Nick Connolly in Kyiv. Nick, great to see you. What is known at this point about the latest attacks on Ukraine's energy infrastructure?
This was huge. This was one of the biggest, they're saying, this year, attacks on the energy system, the 12th so far. And obviously it's no coincidence that they have chosen this weekend right now, temperatures dropping for the first time really kind of severely this winter. It seems like most of the damage was in the west of the country. No major damage reported from Kyiv, which is obviously, as the capital, best protected. And the strategy of the Ukrainian authorities is not to inform, at least close to the events, to not give the Russians too much of an indication how successful they have been. But certainly we're seeing the impact. We're seeing people across western and central Ukraine dealing with power cuts on top of the kind of scheduled power cuts that they are used to. So it is a very difficult situation and is one that is intended to basically grind people down, to get people so tired and so exhausted that they lose the will to either stay living here, they think about going abroad, or pressure their government into coming to some kind of deal with Vladimir Putin.
This is the third winter, Nick. Russia is following this playbook. How does it affect civilians, yourself included?
I think here in Kyiv we are very privileged. This is the best protected part of the country. It's also the part of the country that has the best energy supply and has the shortest power cuts, so it is a very different situation, but certainly the heating is the big thing. Russia has also not just attacked the electricity plants, but also the district heating plants, and the problem with that is if you destroy a pipe and the hot water in those pipes freezes, you basically have to start from scratch. It is incredibly expensive and incredibly difficult to rebuild all of that. And if you see behind me quite how cold it is here, temperatures over the weekend scheduled to drop below -10 Celsius. That is not something that is practicable to carry on if you've got small kids and you're relying on power banks and generators to try and keep some kind of heat and keep your kids healthy. So that is something that is very tough. Having said that, especially if you're out of town, you have your own house, you can adapt, you can come up with gas heating, gas bottles, things that are a bit more autonomous. But if you're in a high-rise apartment on the 20th floor with no elevators working and no heating, it is very, very difficult. And although people have got used to it, it doesn't make it any nicer.
Looking at the front line now, Russian troops seem to be advancing as fast as at the beginning of the invasion. Do you get the sense, briefly if you can, that they're racing to create facts on the ground before Donald Trump takes office in January in the United States?
That's certainly the take here. We're seeing a lot of movement towards Pokrovsk in Donetsk region, but I think it's unlikely that the Russians will be able to take all the territory that they claim as theirs, that they've annexed according to the Russian constitution. That is not going to happen, but certainly we're seeing a huge push and Russia losing men and equipment at a just enormous pace. And it's not clear that they can really carry on with that much beyond January 20th. So certainly a push there, and Ukrainian soldiers really desperate to try and halt this, and lots of questions about how much support they're getting from their government and how good the ammunition situation is.
DW correspondent Nick Connolly in Kyiv, great speaking to you. Thank you so much. A teenage chess prodigy from India has become the youngest ever world champion at a tournament in Singapore. 18-year-old Gukesh Domoraju takes over the title of youngest champion from Russia's legendary Garry Kasparov. He was 22 when he won nearly 4 decades ago. Domoraju's big moment came with the help of a mistake by his competitor.
As the two grandmasters squared off for the world chess title, a rookie blunder from reigning champion China's Ding Liren gave India's Gukesh Domoraju the opening he needed. A smile creeping across his face as he realises what's happened. Ding Liren took a moment to lock in his move before handing the win to Domoraju. Fans erupted in celebration and rushed to congratulate the 18-year-old champion.
I mean, every chess player wants to experience this moment, and very few get the chance. And to be one of them is yeah. I mean, it can only. Yeah. I mean, I think the only way to explain is that I'm just living my dream.
His dream is also inspiring budding chess players.
He is just 18, so that's a huge achievement, I would say. I mean, he's such a huge inspiration for young kids. And who would have thought an 18-year-old could do something like this?
His play in this World Championship really inspired us also to maybe take up chess, and to a lot of people to take up chess. So it's excellent for the sport. And as an Indian, it's one of the proudest moments in my life.
Gukesh Domoraju hopes this will be the first of many championship wins. He says he wants to stay at the top for the longest time possible to become the highest-rated chess player in history.
Earlier, I asked chess expert Prasad Ramasubramaniam in Chennai about the importance of this win for India.
It's huge. It clearly states that India is reinforcing itself as a chess powerhouse on the global stage. It also should be a very big game changer for parents who are looking to make sure that their children can, take chess as a career.
You've interviewed Domoraju a number of times already, and you've written about him. What can you tell us about him?
I think there are two aspects to his personality. One, he is extremely calm. That comes from the fact that his parents have kept him grounded. They have ensured that the success has never really gone to his head. He remains humble. That helps him to, never go over the top, even in terms of his celebrations, even after he won the World Championship yesterday. There was no over the top celebrations. He was very grounded. He was emotional. There were many clippings of him hugging his dad once he came out of the hall. It was very emotional for people who have been associated with Gukesh for a very long time now.
Is it that calm character? Sorry to jump in there. Is it that calm character that helped him make history there?
It is extremely unnerving for him, but the fact that he has remained very calm even during crunch situation, it talks a lot about his character as a player. It also shows that he's able to, his calmness is, he's able to calculate, he's able to make those critical decisions at that particular juncture, which has helped him to win and become a world champion today.
Tell us more about that match and the mistake his Chinese counterpart made.
I think right till the very end, till the 55th move, it was still a draw. And there were many experts who were even saying that it could go up to the tiebreakers. But the 55th move...
Good morning, and thank you so much for joining us here on Channel 1 Television. This is the Election Bureau. We'll interrupt our normal programming to take you live to the Collation Center at the National Police Training School here in Tesano, Accra, where the confusion continues to linger regarding the recollation of the Nsawam Aduajiri parliamentary results. My colleague Fred Duho is stationed there, and he joins us live. Let's go over to the center.
Enough. You know what happened? In 2023, when the NDC informed the Electoral Commission to come and supervise our presidential and parliamentary elections, the primaries, the respected Dr. Kwabena Dufo went to court and applied for an injunction. The service of the process on the EC issued a statement that having been served with that process, they cannot continue with the NDC primary slated for the 13th of May. What happened is that we had to do an out-of-court settlement, and I was involved because I was then the lawyer for the NDC in the matter. Even when the matter happened, the Electoral Commission told us that until they see a process from the court saying that we have withdrawn, they will not allow, and we have done that.
Right. All right. So
I want to thank you very much. So that is still Edwidge Chameklo speaking for the NDC, indicating that the AC and the Frank Anodompre, for that matter, have been injuncted with their workmen from proceeding with the collation of results for the Nsawam Edrejiri constituency, which started yesterday. They did some significant numbers, over 120 of them, but as we speak, they agreed to commence the collation here this morning at 6 a.m. And here we are. My time indicates that it is 10:28 at this moment. And so, as we speak, we can, put on record that the Electoral Commission has literally suspended the situation. The NDC agents at the table, and they are basically recording what the returning officer is doing at that particular desk. The returning officer is not paying attention or is not giving heed to what is happening here. He is continuing with his collation. We see him with his blue pen writing on the pig sheets or even tabulating, counting, and also informing the officer behind the computer to make the necessary inputs as and when he mentions some figures to him. We see that Frank Anodompre been we've seen a certain man here being indicated as the bailiff who is here to serve the parties to this particular injunction that has been secured by the NDC and its assigns to injunct the processes here on the Nsawam Edrejiri constituency. But as we speak of Nsawam Edrejiri constituency, you see to my right we have Obuasi East constituency. They are seated patiently waiting to also begin the same process that others have been doing here for the past 2 days. It actually started yesterday, and all around there are designated areas where individuals or workers of the Electoral Commission and party agents are supposed to be. So now they are trying to do the bailiff is here. The bailiff is here in a blue shirt. We are told he's here to serve them. Now the gentleman is not having. Okay, we've seen that he's been able to make his way to this place at this moment. He's been able to make his way heading towards where the collation is taking place to make the necessary service on the parties involved. Now, the allegation is that the allegation is that they are not trying to allow the man to be served.
Where interview whether he has not been served, he knows it. He has been injuncted from the process. I know Dompré.
You just heard Rashid Tanko speaking. Now the bailiff is here. Gentlemen. So two men are here, one in white shirt, the other in blue, and both of them are being directed. They have in their hands court documents, or they have documents in their hands suggesting that they are basically here to serve the parties involved. So largely this is our coverage of the happenings here at the Tesano Police Training Depot, and we see that the bailiffs are waiting. The police are ensuring that they check their vital documents or identity before they allow them in. And now what I see is that these two gentlemen that are being confronted or basically being interrogated by the police say they are bailiff and they are here to serve the necessary documents on the parties involved. And in this particular injunction, it is against the Electoral Commission as well as the incumbent MP for Nsawam Edrejiri. General Secretary, now we are free to have a conversation here. I was here yesterday, General Secretary, when parties agreed that they want to continue the coalition this morning. I didn't see you here yesterday, but this morning you are here as the leader of your party to probably give support to Frank Dompré. Would I be wrong if that is my assumption?
No, I'm not here to give support to Frank Dompré. I'm here to make sure that the right thing is done. Mind you, it's not only one constituency that we are doing the recollation. There are several constituencies. So as the General Secretary of the party, I'm here to make sure things are done orderly. And so far everything was going on smoothly until the NDC full soldiers started threatening their leadership. That why have they sat down for Suhum, Akotia and Fantia Kanov to be declared for the MPP? So therefore, they should frustrate all the remaining constituencies. That's what they are doing. That is what they are doing.
But generally, from the look of things, they are also raising concern that there's the need for an emergency IPAC meeting for the issues to be, interrogated further so that no one is shortchanged.
My brother, don't twist facts. They are not requesting. In the morning, they lied by saying that an IPAC meeting has been called. That was what he said. That was what Tanko said, which was not true. Until I challenge him to provide evidence showing that IPAC meeting has indeed been called, which he couldn't even provide. Then just for him to turn around about 30 minutes and now to resort to saying that, there's an injunction on in Sawam Adroje Collation. I said, okay, no problem. If there's an injunction, this order from the court, so they should proceed no further. And mind you, they also have to serve our parliamentary candidate also. All these things has not happened. Then they are creating chaos.
Now here we are. We see two gentlemen who say they are the court bailies.
My brother knows that they've lost in those constituencies.
I mean, the two men say they are court bailies. They are here to serve same injunction on the parties involved. What do you make of that at this moment?
Well, if they are supposed to serve, they know what to do. I'm not the one they are going to serve. So they should know the right thing to be done.
But why did we move the collation to this place in the first place?
But why wouldn't we move it from other places to this place?
I have no idea.
I know in Ghana, I've not seen violence going on in the various collation centers. You didn't see it? Hey, you saw it on TV, where EC officers were being forced to declare results for the NDs. Didn't you see what happened?
But is it not the case again that if results are declared, collated and declared, if you have an issue with it, you move to court? Why do recollation?
So when, for instance, Tema Central, you brought someone from Tema West who is not the return officer to forcefully declare results for NDs, and you are telling us we should go to court. My brother, please.
Well, is Justin Kodia speaking to us on the fact that he's seen. No, please. No, please. I won't. No, please. I am doing my work just as you are doing your work, sir. Talk to me. I'm listening. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Just speak to me. I'm listening. I am listening. So, police are ensuring law and order at the Collation Center, and they are putting up their best foot forward and ensuring that nothing untoward happens. At this moment, the two men are still waiting to go through the necessary checks with the police before they proceed to do the service on the parties. Now, to do a quick recap, this collation of the Nsawam Edwejiri constituency started yesterday together with 3 other constituencies, the Suhum constituency, Fantiakwa North, and Akwetia, and the Suhum, Fantiakwa North, and that of Akwetia were collated and declared. It was left with only the Nsawam Edwejiri constituency, and that the parties saw 82 pink sheets to have errors on the face of those pink sheets. So they decided to commence the recollation by resolving the necessary errors today, which is at 6 a.m. The Electoral Commission officer got here, and the parties, the NDC, NPP, who are the major stakeholders, also joined the Electoral Commission to begin the process of recollation of the results. They started initially, they managed to do some 15 early in the morning, only for the process to halt over a bit of chaos that broke out. But we were here when Rashid Tanko Computer came with an information that the EC has called for an emergency IPAC meeting, and so the process should halt for all the parties to go for that emergency meeting, only for him to be subjected to prove that he should, provide evidence suggesting that an IPAC meeting has indeed been called by the Electoral Commission. Justin Kodia, the General Secretary of the NPP, subjected him to that proof, which he couldn't provide. But within a very short period, he came up with another, letter on his phone indicating that they've secured a court injunction basically on the Nsawam Edwejiri constituency collation, and so no one from the Electoral Commission as well as the NPP should continue with the collation that is happening. So generally, we see dozens of police personnel present, and they are here in their numbers with crash barriers, basically waiting to ensure that they enforce law and order. There was a point in time where some NDC and NPP men, threw blows at each other, but the police were quick enough to, quickly take out the NPP person out of the collation center, and that brought a bit of calm to the center. Earlier, we saw the majority leader, Honorable Afenyo Marken, present at the collation center. We are not on praise here. Obiamwa is present. We see the EC Deputy Director for the Eastern region still present on the ground, and he's been here since yesterday, and he's been trying to engage with. So still, those are live visuals. Those are live visuals from the collation center here at the Tesano Police Training School, and it is expected that a number of other constituencies would come here for the necessary collation or recollation to be done, because according to information, the EC says those constituencies had unresolved issues, and so they wanted them to come and be under security guidance to proceed to do the recollation. The men are still there with the police. They are waiting for the necessary clearance before they can serve the parties. Now, at this moment, the Electoral Commission has stopped the collation. Nothing is happening at this moment, and generally we see that the place is calm. Gentlemen, you are one of the party agents for the NDC, I guess.
Yes, NDC.
What's your full name?
My name is Ephraim Nitan, National NDC.
Good. What is your business at the desk?
I'm currently an agent over here, a collation agent.
Tell us how the collation has been so far, and why has everything come to a standstill?
Okay, yeah, we started the process, and then along the line, we realized that the statement of code, what people call pink sheets, that the EC was giving, we realized that one of them was tampered with. It means they changed some information on the pink sheet. So we protested, but our officer said, look, we can proceed with other ones, leaving this particular one, the one that has problem. So we left that one and we proceeded with the issue, with the rest. Then later on, we heard that there is a court injunction that has been served at EC, the head office. But the police officer over here, a woman over here, said...
You mean the CID director?
She said, so long as the injunction has not been served on the officers over here, but rather the head office, she cannot work with it. So she will not accept that. They even gave her a copy of it. She said, no, so long as there is no hard copy here, she will not accept it. Now the bailiff is here to serve the EC, the returning officer here. Here too, she's preventing the bailiff from serving them over here too. And I'm surprised from day one, this particular CID.
Let's not veer into that. I want us to focus on the substance of the issue. Now, there were 82 pink sheets that were left for you to proceed with this morning. You started with the 82, then suddenly these whole issues are coming up. What's the way forward on the 82?
Well, and that decision will be taken by the courts. Since there is an injunction, we'll wait until...
What errors did you detect on the face of those pink sheets? That's what I mean.
Some of those, as I said, some of the pink sheets that they brought have been tampered with. They changed some information on the pink sheets. So those changes, we protested against those changes. That is why a court injunction has been served on them. After protesting, they still went ahead to continue with. They still went ahead with.
There was this particular pink sheet that you allege that the EC had different figures, while the NDC and NPP they have consistent figures. In this case, why don't you move with what the parties have and leaving that of the EC if you are contesting that?
It's, the parties, if it is the parties that determine who wins, we would have done that determination on our own. I would have come out and say and announce the results. It is the duty of EC to determine who to help us in doing the collation. And the information that they have, the pink sheet that they are bringing, have been tampered with. They've changed some of the information on the pink sheet. So how do we even trust you? How do we even trust the rest? Because some of our pink sheets...
Did you do your own internal collation?
Yes, we did.
And what was it pointing to?
Pointing to a win.
Of what margin?
Well, I cannot tell you the exact margin, but we know very well that we have won.
By what percentage?
That is what I'm saying, telling you that I cannot ask, because I don't have the information right here with me. I cannot tell you that this is the margin.
But you have a fair idea in terms of total number of votes you people won. By what total number? I mean, in your estimation.
You are just repeating. I don't have to give any estimation which will turn out to be untrue. That is why I'm telling you that it points out that we are winning. Good.
I want to thank you very much for speaking to us. So generally, the place is currently calm. The police are standing by, waiting to ensure that there is absolute law and order at the center. And so generally, that calm has been restored. The only thing we are waiting for currently has to do with the said bailiff serving the injunction notice on Mr. Anodompre and the EC officials who are on the ground working. And that is what brought about the situation. But as we speak, they are with the police officers. ACP Abbas, I think, he is engaging them to ensure that those are really men from the court and they are not assuming to be representing the court in whatever they are here to do at this moment. I don't know, the bailiff, I wonder if they would want to say a word, but they are still being held up here, waiting patiently to serve their notice. Chief, are they not going to allow you in?
They are preventing them, report it. They
no,
show the cameras.
You not tell me what to report, Mr. Tanko. What are you having to do with the police at this moment? You're not willing to say anything. Thank you. So, what must I see to know is a bailiff? Well, he may not be. I've spoken to a bailiff before on record, so I know very well that some bailiffs do speak when there is the need for them to speak. So generally, they are holding documents. They won't speak to me, but I don't know if they would want me to even see what is on the face of. Well, anyway, that's for the NDC because it's in their interest. So they would want, obviously, to say that those are the bailiff from the court. So generally, the place is quite calm at this moment. The situation is such that the place is calm. The NDC are here. Rashid Tanko, computer, the legal leadership of the NDC, they are here. I mean, it's been a long while I've seen you around. First, introduce yourself to our viewers.
Well, my name is Broja Jemfi. I'm the Deputy Director for Special Duties.
Oh, okay. And how has the special duties been so far?
Oh, it's been very smooth. You can see from the end. The results show the kind of work we have put into this election.
And if they say special duties, basically, what specifically do you do?
Well, there are duties that are special.
Anyway,
nothing.
Anyway, so you've come to the Collation Center just like the NPP are here in their numbers. What really, in terms of special duties, will you be doing here?
Well, we have come to observe as national officers. We have seen what is going on, the sudden machinations by the NPP. And so as national officers, we have a duty to observe exactly what is going on. And that's mainly why we are here. And I'm saddened that the police has shut out the media far away from observing what is going on at the collation table. I don't know the interest of the police.
But I am here with you, so they've not really...
Yes, you can see the barricade. If your cameras...
I am here with
yes,
you.
I'm saying that I can see your other colleagues. I can see, you see the man is preventing this... I don't know which media house he's from.
That's Metro TV.
That's Metro TV.
Anyway,
and you see
but
that
that's
he's
not the
engaging
substance
with
of what
the
I want
police.
us to engage
No,
on.
I'm just
The
trying to let
issues.
you know that the police appear to have taken a stand with the NPP here because there are court officers who have come here to serve a process on the EC and the NPP candidates. These persons have been prevented, and you can see that the police CID is the one who is controlling affairs. You see, they are sneaking him out so that the bailiffs cannot.
So what we see is that the incumbent MP is being escorted by 2 police officers to leave the collation center, and that is the concern the NDC.
So that the officers cannot serve him. You see what the police is doing? There are court officers here. The police are aiding persons to evade court process from being served on them. How can the police do that? How can the police do that?
So the court bailiffs are now leaving at this moment because they are here. They were here basically to serve the Honorable Anodompre, but the police managed to sneak him out of the collation center, and so the court bailiffs are now leaving, and that is the concern being raised by the NDC.
He's been escorted. Anodompre, who is to be served by the court bailiff, has been escorted out by the police. And we have just seen him walking out there. And he's been aided by the officer in charge of this place. I am going to get appropriate response from my boss for this. This is the security we are dealing with here.
Very partisan.
Very partisan.
Very
If some people want to be party officers, they should remove their uniform and go and join the
Well, those are, wild allegations though. But what I have seen is that 2 police officers escorted the incumbent MP for Nsawam Idrijiri, Frank Anodompre, out of the collation center, and the bailiffs were left with no option than to also leave the collation center. So as we speak, the Honorable MP is out of this place, and Rashid Tanko is saying that they will be here and would ensure that nothing goes on as far as the collation of the Nsawam Idrijiri constituency is concerned. And so generally the people here are not happy at all with happenings generally. But in all of this, the NPP remains very calm. They are not really perturbed about what is happening. They've seen that the MP for Nsawam Idrijiri has been escorted out of this particular location. As to where he's heading to, we have no idea. Now we see the General Secretary of the NPP. We've seen the General Secretary of the NPP having that conversation with him.
So the bailiff just sat down and allowed another player to leave this place in this enclosed area. At where? Where did he pass? Where did he pass? Oh, it's not true. It's not true. My brother, it's not true.
But it was here when I came. He has run away. We will get him anywhere he goes. We will get him. He can run, but he can't hide.
So it's been banter between the NPP and NDC, and they are basically saying that they would ensure that they stay here until the MP is served, and they would make sure nothing, as far as the Nsawam Idrijiri collation continues at this center. Now, there is nothing happening on the desk where the collation was taking place before the bailiff came in. They've all stopped their activities at this moment. The screen that was also projecting the results collated so far has also been turned off. The computer has also been turned off. And so the returning officer is far away in the corner there, looking on his phone, while the data entry clerk, the man behind the computer has gone to join him to sit and have a conversation. So in the corner right there is where we have the returning officer for the Nsawam Edrejiri constituency, as well as the data entry clerk, who were basically behind the pink sheets and his collation since yesterday till this morning. Generally, the fact remains, the Honorable Frank Anodonpre is out of this place now. He can't be served unless maybe the bailiffs find him at a different location to do the necessary service on him. And this remains your election bureau. The hashtag is Ghana Polls 2024 across all social media handles, on radio, on TV. We are bringing you live coverage of happenings at the Collation Center. Now, there are other constituencies expected to come in. Let me quickly give you a brief of those constituencies that are expected to come in. They have the Ahafo Ano Southwest constituency, the Ahafo Ano the Ano North constituency, and then there are other constituencies. So about 4 different coalitions aside the Nsawam ones are expected to take place here in this hall. How things will pan out, we are waiting patiently to and bring all the live feed for our cherished viewers back at home and in your offices, wherever you find yourself across the globe. We are streaming online as well, so you can't really miss anything as far as the collation of all those constituencies are concerned. All these things started when the EC chairperson, Madam Jean Mensah, in declaration of the presidential results some 2 days after the election, indicated that there are 9 constituencies outstanding for which she is expecting that those issues will be resolved and the results declared, as and when it is carried out. The allegation was that their officers didn't feel safe at various constituency collation centers. A number of them were subjected to beatings, allegedly, and others were under duress to declare election results in favor of certain candidates. That did not really go down well with the opponents or political parties that the whole declaration didn't favor, and so the EC asked that all collations be headed to or sent to Accra for recollation and declaration. So people all the way from the eastern region came here yesterday. 3 were cleared, left with 1 in Nsawam Edrejiri. Now people from the Bono region are coming here. Ashanti region are also making their way to this place for the collation under heightened security surveillance, and that is generally the situation as far as the 2024 general elections are concerned. Election ended on December 7. It took the Electoral Commission about 2 days to make its declaration of results. The president, that is the returning officer, the EC, did the presidential declaration, and the constituency declaration is left to the returning officers at the constituency levels. So situations where chaos broke out are those constituencies where the EC feels their men and women are not safe. They've been asked to leave those areas. So, for instance, for the Eastern Region Coalition, which has to do with Nsawam, Suhum, Fantiakwa North, and Akwetia, they went all the way to the regional capital in Koforidua to do the collation. That was also unsuccessful, and so they were asked to move to Accra, being the capital of Ghana, to do the collation. And ever since that exercise started yesterday, 3 constituencies turned blue, which ordinarily the NDC is laying claim to, that they managed to flip. And these constituencies are also in the strongholds of the New Patriotic Party. So it baffles the New Patriotic Party as to why, so close matching in terms of the results if care is not taken and people are subjected to violence declarations. That in effect would not augur well for Ghana's democracy, and so they believe that in an atmosphere like this with security presence, the EC would have its peace of mind to proceed to do their collation and declaration. But I can say that hasn't really turned out to be so, because this place, no one really tends to get intimidated in any way. The moment they feel something one will infringe on their rights or turn something against their interest, they will rise and make their voices heard. They would ensure that pink sheets with errors in front on the surface of it are isolated for subsequent revisit. And so 82 pink sheets from the Nsawam constituency were isolated yesterday. When I left here this dawn at 2 a.m., went home, took my shower, and came back this morning thinking that the 82 would have been a smooth sailing where parties would quickly agree on issues and then we make progress. But no, it is past 10 a.m. Per my clock. It is now 11 o'clock on the dot, and nothing. They've not really advanced as expected. The majority leader was here. They all agreed, did a gentleman agreement that when they come today, they would make sure that things move faster so they can make room for other constituencies to have their space to do the recollation and declaration of results. But, well, as long as one party feels aggrieved with anything on the face of the pink sheet or any entry made, they will raise their concerns. They will make sure it is ironed out and the situations normalize before they take the next step to the next pink sheet to ensure that they, take the issues case by case and no one will be cheated in this whole exercise. In meaning you can't really cheat anyone when you are eating yam. That said, it means you pick one, I pick one, you pick one, I pick one. So generally, this is the situation. And so the police are just also saying that they've not raised concerns. Well, I am trying to hear what the director of CID is saying. Now, the majority leader is back, and the director of CID is basically waiting. Let's see what is happening here.
I want you to see it. Look, and look at the time.
So she's trying to prove them wrong that she never called anyone to make any report that she's preventing anyone from.
He said even if you serve them, it's an injunction application, so we should go ahead. That's what I said.
Who said? You said so.
Oh.
You said that they should continue because you are a lawyer. You told me. It's an injunction.
Where is it?
They prevented service. They prevent it. You know.
Nobody has prevented service.
Oh, you know. You saw it. We saw it.
Well, so the confusion and the allegation is now against the director of CID. The NDC is alleging that the director of CID prevented service on the parties, but the NDC is also saying that no, she indeed did it, and that is the allegation against her. And the chaos continues. Don't touch me. You can talk to me. I'll hear you. Don't touch me. Thank you. So the situation is that the police,
I'm also doing my work. Yes, that's what I'm telling you.
Baba, they say you should go back to the...
I won't move. I won't move. You can't prevent the media from doing its work. You are doing your work. So the police are generally saying that the media should isolate and not film what is happening and what is going on. So you are filming me. I am reporting for Channel 1 TV. My name is Fred Duho, and generally what is happening on the ground is that there is a bit of confusion where the NDC is making allegations, and majority leader is now demanding that a soft copy of the court injunction is given to him so he can he can also peruse same and then decide on the way forward. Now, that engagement has been going on for the past few minutes. The NDC as against the NPP, and they don't seem to have any common grounds of consensus, generally raising voices at each other, saying that they won't allow for the process to continue at the Collation Center. And the General Secretary of the NPP is present, and the mom. I'm doing live reporting on TV, so the situation remains that the confusion is ongoing. Do not touch me. Do not touch me. Do not touch me. So generally, the situation remains that they are still having that banter, and they are engaging to know how best. Do not touch me. Thank you very much. So generally, that is the situation on the ground here. The police are preventing the media from doing their coverage as mandated. For transparency's sake, the media is on the ground trying to ensure that everything here is done in that free, fair and transparent manner. But the police are trying as much as possible to prevent the media from doing its work. The director of CID is present, having a conversation with the parties. The NDC and NPP are present, and the situation is that the majority leader is demanding to see the soft copy of the injunction that was supposed to be served on the Honorable Empress at the Collation Center. Let's hear what is going on.
Bossman is an NPP appointee. No, Bossman is not. And let me tell you, on the 8th,
well, so they do the debate and then they progress to the next level where they laugh about some of the situations happening here. But it's been one accusation to the other. The NPP accuses the NDC, NDC does same to the NPP, and these twins keep, for a lack of a better word, they keep sending the wrong signal to their team supporters out there. And this really is the situation. They debate, they come back to laugh, they debate the issues, they come back to laugh, and this is what has been happening at the center. The NDC is saying that no one dares continues with the collation exercise. If they dare try anything like that, they would also ensure that it doesn't go on. As to whatever means they would use. Nana,
Fred,
I can hear you.
So, in all this, where is the Deputy Eastern Regional EC Director? Is he present? Has he acknowledged service of this injunction by the NDC?
Nana, because of the loud noise, I am finding it difficult to hear you. But if you are asking about the Deputy EC Director from the Eastern region, I would say I have not seen him around. I am trying my possible best to see if he's present. But at this moment, I can't see. Okay, I've just spotted him behind the cameraman.
Very well.
And he's on phone having a conversation.
with someone. So generally he's in the hall now having a conversation over the phone.
Right. Now let's trace back and bring our viewers up to speed regarding this Nsawam Aduajiri matter. Yesterday there were 4 constituencies: Fantiakwa North, Akwetia,
Nana,
and
I am
Suhum.
struggling to hear you.
Right, Fred, is it better if you can hear me now? I want us to trace back the issues so our viewers can better appreciate the progress of the collation exercise up until this point, where the NDC says it has secured an injunction to halt the process. As of yesterday, there were 4 constituencies: Fantiakwa North, Suhum, Akwetia, and Nsawam Aduajiri. 3 were completed and declared in favor of the NPP. We know that there was an agreement between the parties and the EC last night to halt the process and continue this morning at 6 a.m. Between that 12 a.m. and 6 a.m. where we went off, kindly help us understand the events that occurred between that time frame.
Nana, when I got here some few minutes after 6, I was told that they've been able to collate about 15 out of the 82 pink sheets that were left yesterday. And so they were hoping to continue with that process. There were concerns about the fact that the EC's original pink sheet had different figure from what the NDC and NPP had from a particular polling center. And so that was contested and the pink sheet was flagged. Going forward, they agreed to now proceed with the rest of the pink sheets when Rashid Tanko Computer came in with the message indicating that the EC had invited all parties for an emergency IPAC meeting. But generally, he was asked to prove that because the General Secretary of the NPP is present, and he asked him where is the invitation to that effect. He couldn't prove it. But within a space of 5 minutes, there was another information that the process has been injuncted in the court, and so they cannot progress with the coalition. So as we speak, it's been the issue regarding the collation and the injunction for that matter that we've been dealing with for the past 30 minutes. And that the NDC says they will not agree for the process to continue. The Honorable Anodompre was present throughout the morning. He was waiting patiently for the collation to be done and declaration done. But it turned out that when the information came that he's been injuncted by the court, he had no option than to also pause. He sat here for some few minutes, and we saw that 2 police officers aided him out of the collation center, and that really the NDC was not happy about, and they expressed their dissatisfaction with the fact that the police is aiding them in whatever they are doing, and so they allege that the police is compromised in that regard. The police director of CID debunked that, indicating that she's never done that and that she's basically here to enforce law and order. The mere fact that the place is so noisy and turned out to be a bit chaotic, she doesn't feel that it is okay for the MP to be present, looking at the circumstances surrounding or the atmosphere in which he finds himself. And so the MP for the Nsawam Aduajiri, and who is also the parliamentary candidate for that same constituency, was escorted out of the collation center. And that is where we are currently, as at some few minutes past 11.
It'll be interesting to find out what the EC's position is regarding this matter. I'm asking because if there hasn't been a service, in the absence of the service, then collation must continue. And so it will be interesting to find out what the EC's position is on the matter. But while we are waiting to hear from the EC, general conduct of the party executives, agents, and officials present, what has it been like so far?
Maybe I should start with what the EC's position would be. National Democratic Congress, the EC has been served at the headquarters. It behoves on the EC to now call their men on the ground to stop whatever they are doing, because so far they are served at the top, it must trickle down to their worksmen on the ground. And so as we speak, all the EC officers, even though they've not received any formal letter or communication, I do not know whether the Deputy Regional Director for the Eastern Region has received any phone call to that effect though, but I can say that the EC has stopped the collation and they are waiting patiently for the next line of action. Now, to the second question that has to do with the general conduct in the place, because the NDC is the one serving the court injunction on the parties, they are basically asking that they will be here until the process comes to a total stop. So generally, they say they are not going to move an inch from this hall because they know that they've served the EC and their worksmen and this injunction. It is left with only the Honorable Frank Anodompre, who is supposed to be served before he was whisked away by the two policemen, generally because according to NDC's allegation, the police were trying to aid him out of the place to avoid service from the court.
Right now, regarding the two gentlemen who had come to the center to serve the process on the Honorable Anodompre, these gentlemen, are they still with you there?
They've left the moment they saw the Honorable Anodompre escorted out of the Collation Center. In effect, they have no business at the Collation Center. They only found out where the honorable member was so they could move in to serve him. And so they got information probably through the NDC's direction that the honorable member is at the Collation Center. So the bailiffs came to the Collation Center with the intention to serve them. What we saw is that the police prevented the bailiffs from moving further to where the honorable member was. And for within the space of 5 minutes, all we saw was that the two police officers aided the honorable member out of the Collation Center, and then they have no business doing here, so they also walked out. Whether they managed to serve the honorable member outside the Collation Center, that we've not really received yet. But the majority leader, Afenyo Makin, he is demanding for the soft copy at least to peruse what the injunction is all about. Maybe he may want to advise his colleague, the Honorable Anodompre, to probably allow the court to, take its full course with regards to the service that was filed by the NDC.
All right, Fred, thank you so much. Just stay put. We'll be coming back to you pretty shortly. We want to take viewers to the national headquarters of the National Democratic Congress, NDC, because the party's national chairman, Johnson Asiedu Nketia, is about to address the press regarding the recollation of disputed parliamentary results in the just ended 2024 general elections. Now, we know that there's been disputes over parliamentary results in constituencies such as Ablekuma North, Okaikwe Central, Tema Central. Throughout yesterday and today, we've seen the recollation of results for Suhum, Akwetia, Fantiakwa, and of course what we've just been reporting on the confusion surrounding that of the Nsawam Adwajiri recollation. And Nsawam Adwajiri had 203 polling stations. As at last night, when we were going to bed, 121 pink sheets from the polling stations had been recollated, with 82 that had been flagged. And it is this 82 that is the bone of contention as it is now. Let's take you to the national headquarters of the National Democratic Congress, NDC, and let's hear what the party has to say regarding the ongoing recollation of parliamentary results.
We are live on Ahonto FM. We are live on TV XYZ. We are live on Radio Gold. We are live on Power FM. We are live on TV3, live on GH1, Metro TV, Wezo TV, Class FM, Atinka FM, Joy News, City TV, Channel 1, and Pan-African TV. If we acknowledge any other TV station broadcasting live, we will acknowledge before the presser ends. Without much ado, we invite the national chairman to give the address to the nation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy National Communications Officer. Good morning again, ladies and gentlemen of the media. Let me also commend you for your prompt response to our invitation to address the nation through you, in spite of the short notice. We have decided to if you like, go slow on addressing the media so that we don't inflame passions and tensions that usually attend elections such as the one we've just gone through. But it seems to us that our silence is being taken advantage of by both the Electoral Commission and the New Patriotic Party to continue with the impunity they have been known for the past 8 years. The subject of today's presser has to do with what is happening at the police training school in Tesano. Some people call it Collation, some people call it Collation, and so on. But whatever name you call rose, it will still smell sweet. And a decorated donkey still remains an ass. It cannot be turned into a horse. We in the NDC believe that what is happening at the police training amounts to illegality. It is not founded on any laws of our elections. Neither is it based on any consensus that has been reached between the parties and the Electoral Commission. And so we want to inform the nation and to give notice to any officials of the Commission and the police who are involved in the perpetration of that illegality to know that there could be consequences of their actions in future. We know the process of our elections is quite clear. After voting, votes are counted and the results entered on what we call the result declaration forms or the pink sheet, and the presiding officer at the polling station proceeds to announce the outcomes at the polling stations, after which all party agents sign and then are given copies of the results. The reason is that everybody will be having the same figures simultaneously. That is one of the most important checks in our elections. And that is why we always say that elections are won or lost at polling stations. Now, after what has been declared at the polling station, the law requires the presiding officer to paste a copy of the results declared at the polling station at the place where the election took place. And then, after all these declarations have been done at the various polling stations, then the parties, together with the Electoral Commission, will now meet at a constituency collation center, where the originals of the results declared at the polling station, which will be in the possession of the Electoral Commission, will be produced, and tallies are made out of that EC copies. But to check that EC itself will not play games, all the participating parties will have their collation agents at the collation center, and they will come there with copies of each of the polling station results, so that when the EC collation, constituency collation officer mentions a polling station by name and code and mention the figures, then all the parties that have copies of the pink sheets will now verify and check whether the figures on their copies of the pink sheet tally with what the Electoral Commission is mentioning. This provision is a check on the Electoral Commission officers, so that they themselves cannot perpetrate fraud during the elections. Now, after we all agree on the figures as mentioned, because if everything is right, all the figures must tally, because the pink sheets are filled in quadruplicate, duplicate, quintuplicate, or whatever the case may be, depending on the number of candidates. So everybody will have the same copy. So the moment figures change and you find parties holding different documents with different tallies of votes, then there is a big problem. And that problem cannot be pinned on a single political party, because the same way political parties are capable of perpetrating fraud, the Electoral Commission officers also are capable of perpetrating the same fraud. So you need to find a way of looking at it so that you can identify who did the wrong thing. But whatever happens, at the end of the collation at the constituency collation centers, the results are entered also onto the collation sheet and are signed and certified and pronounced upon by the returning officer. And in our elections, in our general elections, you have two categories of returning officers. The returning officer for parliamentary elections and the returning officer for presidential elections. And they alone have exclusive powers to pronounce the outcomes of the elections, and nobody else. That is why it takes the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, who is the designated returning officer for presidential elections, to pronounce on the presidential elections. No other person can pronounce on the presidential elections apart from the chairperson of the Electoral Commission. In much the same way, at the constituency level, the law mandates only the returning officer in the constituency to pronounce on the outcomes of the parliamentary elections in those respective constituencies. No other person. The chairperson in Accra of the Electoral Commission cannot pronounce the outcomes of the parliamentary elections in any constituency. The regional directors of the EC cannot pronounce on the outcome of constituency elections, even though they may be superior officers to the constituency returning officers. The district officers, if they are not designated as returning officers, cannot announce or declare the results of parliamentary elections. Because returning officers, while they are designated before the election, they are sworn in that they will speak the truth and then declare everything. So those returning officers who are being who are claiming that they have declared one set of results in the constituency, and now they are claiming before their bosses that they were they declared those resources under duress, so they are now going to declare another set of results. They know they may be on the wrong side of the law in future. And so what we are seeing in police training depot, we try to find out what was happening there, because that meeting was called without any discussions with us as leadership of the National Democratic Congress. We're just here when we heard that our Electoral Commission and the police have decided that the outstanding, what they call outstanding constituencies, or constituencies where there appear to be some conflicts, they are inviting all of them to come and do collation and recollation. For some of us, when we were asked by our officials in the constituencies, we told them plainly that we didn't have any notice about it and we are not involved. In fact, I advised some of them not to appear, because what is going to happen there has no basis in any of our electoral laws. Now, checking from the police about what was happening there, we were told that the Electoral Commission had informed or misinformed the police that the political parties have come together through consensus that we must establish this center at the police training school and then bring all the areas under contention for these issues to be addressed. And we said that sorry, because we tried to find out why would the police accept to protect people who are engaged in some illegality to go about their business. And this was what they told us. We have since told them that we are not part of it. We have never discussed any of these things with the Electoral Commission anywhere. And so we, whilst monitoring, we heard yesterday that Fantiakwa North constituency, whose results had been collated and declared at Begro, had now been recollated at police training depot and declared by somebody who is other than the returning officer.
Redeclared.
Yeah, in fact, it doesn't amount to redeclaration because the person who was forced to declare artisanal is not the designated person who has power or authority to declare any results of Fantiakwa at all.
In fact, he was standing by when the returning officer declared.
So, and that person was standing by the returning officer in Begro when the returning officer was declaring the results. And then he is now invited to come and redeclare. And I'm not surprised. You know, it reminds me about your drama in Parliament where Mr. Speaker presides and takes a decision, and then the following day MPP forces a deputy speaker to go and reverse the decision of the speaker. So this is the hallmarks of MPP's impunity. So we don't want to, engage in anything that will escalate tensions. So we have proceeded to court and have applied to injunct the process that is going on there. And we hope we are putting the Electoral Commission and all other people involved in that illegality on notice that what they are doing amounts to an illegality. If they choose to proceed, then they will be ready for the consequences. The staff of the commission who are engaged in this illegality, there will be consequences for them in future. And let me also advise some other influential people in society. I hear that in some places, chiefs are involving themselves in this electoral process and putting pressure on commission officers not to proceed to do their work according to law. We are also advising Nananom that it is for very good reasons that the Constitution provides that Nananom should not be involved in active partisan politics. But if they choose to descend into the arena of controversy, then they know the consequences will be obvious. So we are advising Nananom to conduct themselves, as many of those who are involved, should conduct themselves as chiefs of all the contestants and not to enter into this arena of controversy. Because if you present yourself as a politician, we will treat you as a politician. If you present yourself as a competitor, we treat you as competitor. If you present yourself as a contestant, the other contestants will treat you as such. And I don't think it will be good for us, because the provision in the Constitution barring chiefs from participating in this active politics has at least served our democracy that far. And so we are advising Nananom to take note of that and contribute their quota by way of peace building rather than entering the arena of controversy. Now, I heard my junior brother, Afenyo Markin, who, having rejected the position of minority leader, is now on his way to becoming a micro-minority leader. Bragging that he belongs to a party of rule of law and all that. Who doesn't know about MPP? We in the National Democratic Congress don't need lectures from Afenyo Markin about democracy at all. Indeed, if there were any need for lectures in impunity, then we will invite him as our lecturer. But if it is about democracy, he must shut up. He should go back to his region and take stock of his parliamentary candidates who have been shooting and killing people, his party people, who have been shooting and maiming people across the country. We are quiet not because we are going to sleep over this. We are sending notice that all this violence, right from 2016 to date, will be properly investigated, and our electoral system and democracy will be cleaned of these violent stains. Immediately we take over. And so anybody who is thinking about abusing these 3 weeks, abusing his power during these 3 weeks to create any problem, he must know that there will be consequences for him after they take over. We want to thank you all, and may God bless our homeland, Ghana.
Okay, please.
No question. No, we want. Well, if you want to ask any questions, you are free to do so that.
CID director is dodging the injunction with things. I posted from CTFF. He's on notice. The CID director is blocking the service of the injunction.
Okay, thank you. The next question, please. TV3.
Yeah, so just to find out from you if you've informed the IGP about what is happening at the police training school, because as the head of the police service, he should be.
Okay, right. Next
so
one.
what happens to the constituencies that have been redeclared?
Redeclaration of the new constituencies. So,
yes. Jenna, you just told us that.
Oh, don't worry. I'm still general. Go ahead.
You just told us that the process ongoing at the police training school, the NDC as a party was not informed.
Yes.
You've come to the conclusion that you are placing an injunction on the whole process. Did you arrive at this conclusion because at a point the NDC as a party realized that members or your candidates who were declared winners are now tending to be losers? Was that the position? Is that the position of the NDC?
Okay, no. Okay. Yes, GH1.
Yes, so you're saying that, but we've seen that, and that results must be declared at the constituency. But we've seen that other results were declared at the EC regional office here in Accra. Do you still hold the same position on that?
All right. All right, so that will be all.
Yeah. Has already been served on the Electoral Commission.
Through one Daniel Nyamiche.
So the one who received the service is Daniel Nyamiche at the headquarters of the Electoral Commission. So the Electoral Commission has been served. Bosman Asare, Dr. Bosman Asare has acknowledged receipt of the application, and the director of CID, Faustina Andokofi, appears to ignore the process and has asked the EC to continue. So if Ando Kofi is allowing the process to continue, she would bear the consequences of her action. And the rest of the questions, it has been answered. I'm saying that, look, if you all sign a declaration here that we are going to commit crime, does that make the commission of the killing of the person legal? It does not. It's conspiracy to commit crime. And they can deal with all of you. And I'm saying, as leader of this party, that I'm not involved in anything that has, arrived at any consensus to do anything anywhere. And when there is a declaration, nobody can do any other declaration. You resort to court. If Afenyo Makin is listening, you go to court. All these charges about I declared under duress and so on, they will be part of the evidence that you will lead in court, that I did this under duress. And then the elements of duress will be investigated, the particulars of the duress will be investigated. And then it will take the court to make a pronouncement on your claim. So you can't say that an electoral officer has told you that he declared the results, but he was pressurized to declare it. So you are going to call that person to come and recollate and redeclare. It hasn't happened anywhere. If that is the case, the process will go on ad infinitum, because anybody in any of the constituencies can come out and claim that he or she was asked to declare under duress. So what do? You have to go and open up. That is why the law is very, very clear that once the declaration has been made, you can only question that declaration in a court of law. And in the case of parliamentary, it's the High Court. So you proceed. And we have precedences, several precedences of this. Touching myself, only in 2020, it was after the declaration, we brought all the pink sheet down here to the Electoral Commission headquarters in Accra. Our MPs who led the work to present those documents were beaten up by the police. And the Electoral Commission said, you should go to court. Even where we have all the figures and the tally indicate that the officer there was wrong. So we went to court. So what has changed? And incidentally, they are now talking about the same Techiman Saf, where they are claiming that some declaration was done wrongly. So now they are calling to now recollate and redeclare. So it's like when it falls this way, then it is not allowed. But when it is that way, then it is allowed. In 2016, when we complained initially about the results that were being collated, collation had not ended. Presidential collation had not ended. Peace Council members came to President Mohammed's office and sought to find out from us what we thought they could do, because we had addressed the press that wrong things were being done. So they followed up to President Mohammed's office to try to find out whether they could be of any help, because they heard us appealing to them. And we said that, look, the pink sheets are there. Things that are being done, we believe are wrong. So can we all meet at a place, MPP, NDC, in the presence of external observers? Then we all go through the collation. And whatever the figures will come out, we will all accept. That was where they were talking about, and changing figures, talking and changing figures. So we said, let us deal with this thing once and for all. Can we all meet and resolve it? Peace Council agreed to go and consult the other side. Indeed, they went to consult the Electoral Commission. And they consulted MPP. And they consulted the external observers. And they actually gave us a time, I think 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock, for all of us to meet at Kempinski Hotel for this exercise to be done. That was where collation had not completed, but we found serious problems with what they were, the figures they were announcing. And that was the reason the Electoral Commission invited our agents from the strong room to be briefed about in her office. And so when they had that information, they were now proceeding to go and see President Mahama so that we will all reconverge at the Kempinski Hotel for the exercise that we all agreed to undertake. When they were on their way to President Mahama's office, Jim Mensah was declaring resource. And the claim was that if we didn't agree to anything, we should go to court. We went to court asking her to come and mount the witness box and tell us the basis of her declaration, because we have had about 4 or 5 different set of figures that has been announced. So we can only get to the bottom when she tells us what figures totaled which results she declared. Our case was simple. Because you have declared results. And we said that give us the figures whose total come up to that result. And the court blocked her from accounting to the nation and turned around to say that we who were demanding that she should tell us the total of her work, we should rather bring our pink sheets. What they are doing now, subsequently, when we brought pink sheets in the case of some constituency election results, as we did in Techiman, Electoral Commission managed to produce some figures which were completely different from those they had signed to and given copies to us. So this conduct is undermining a key transparency measure. Where we are going now, and by the ruling of the Wenchi court in the case of the Techiman issue, is that even if you are holding a pink sheet signed by Electoral Commission, it's useless. If Electoral Commission is able to get another pink sheet whose figures are different, then you must go according to Electoral Commission's figures. So what check would the political parties have against the Electoral Commission officials themselves engaging in fraud? Nothing. So it's a major issue we will be addressing in the next government to make sure that we restore the credibility of the Electoral Commission and the confidence Ghanaians had in our commission before the advent of Madame Jinesa. So I think we have, and then somebody was saying because we did what? It is neither here nor there. If we want to follow it, because me, if I went round and everywhere that we lost, I bring them and say that, okay, the declaration, my claim is that the declarations were done under duress. What will prevent them from recollating? It will be a chaotic situation. So it's not about anybody winning or losing. In fact, all the constituencies they are dealing with there, I don't think any of them is in our tally as at now. But we still have won, over 180 something seats. So we are just looking for the right things to be done according to law. It's not about winning the election. They themselves, even before the declaration of the results, they themselves have come to tell us that they have lost. But it is not about winning or losing. It's about making sure that the democratic process is followed. And that is why we are doing what we are doing. So thank you very much. We have already crossed two-thirds majority. And nothing can change that one. But we still want to insist that the right thing is done. Because the mandate of the people in those various constituencies also matter.
So the last one. The very important one, like I said, you've gone to court, and the process happens in fact. Malik on Facebook is organizing 5,000 at the police station. Can you, in a way, for the peace of the nation?
Your what?
Malik Basantelli on his Facebook says 5,000.
I'll give you Malik Basantelli's number.
I know it's trouble. Some of you will be going to view, so just hold on a little. The media should just hold on a little for us. Thank you very much. The rest can please step up.
That was the national chairman for the National Democratic Congress, NDC, Johnson Asiedu Nketia, addressing the media regarding the ongoing recollation of results or disputed results for some constituencies across the country. Well, the NDC has made it clear that it has sought an injunction application, which same process has been served on the Electoral Commission. The NDC, through its national chairman, Asiedu Nketia, says that Deputy Chair of the Electoral Commission, Dr. Bosman Asare, has acknowledged receipt of the service. And so any ongoing collation will be an illegality and subject for contempt of court. We also do know, because earlier we brought you live pictures from that collation center at the National Police Training School here in Accra, where the Nsawam Adwejiri constituency results are being recollated. And as you can see there, scenes from that collation center earlier today, where there was a scuffle between representatives of the two parties, had to take the intervention of the Ghana Police Service and, of course, General Secretary of the New Patriotic Party, Justin Frimpong, bring some level of sanity to the place. So we'll be bringing you more updates here on Channel 1 Television, the Election Bureau, as we get to them. My colleague Fred, who is still stationed at the Collation Center at the National Police Training School, will go there live as and when we have updates for you. What we are waiting to see is whether that injunction has been served on the Member of Parliament for Nsawam Adwejiri, the Honorable Frank Ano Dompre. My name is Nanatufo Boate. Many thanks for your time. Keep watching Channel 1 TV.
Time is ticking, but the dream of a family does not have to compromise your values. This young woman is really confused as her man demands she gets pregnant before marriage.
Hello, sisters. I've been in a relationship with a gentleman for over 3 years now. From the beginning, he's mentioned that he wants me to get pregnant before we get married. I didn't take it seriously at first, but it's been over 3 years and he's still insisting on it. Sincerely, my mom is a single mom and I saw all the challenges she faced raising us. I've always dreaded having a child out of wedlock, but now I'm confused. What should I do?
In life, we need to have our standards. If it's something that you believe in so strongly that you do not want to have children before you get married, please stand by it.
One thing that is funny when it comes to men, when they think they forget that the woman has total control. She has a final say when there's a pregnancy coming in.
If the man doesn't want to, compromise and meet you halfway, and you also cannot because it goes against your principles, don't force yourself to at all.
Join Chris Carter and the sisters this Friday at 9 p.m. on Channel 1 TV as they navigate the twists and turns of this emotional journey. Sister Sister is proudly sponsored by Cindy Rice, Sweet Aroma, Great Taste, and Kivo Pepe.
Tell me, is this thing on now? I've been working long like a marathon now. Tying up words, making them a bomb now. Tell me, who's telling me alone now? I got a message when they put it in a song now. I'll see you later, all the haters got it wrong now. We're touching the lightning, we're coming alive, yeah. We're feeling inside, yeah. We got the power.
Tank 300, where power meets elegance. Call us on 0501 772222 or 0501 773333.
National Thanksgiving Service for Ghana. Ampa. Onyameni Ghana Diniye. Amen. National President Oda Aglo International no. Any executive di anije eka obibia se. National Thanksgiving Service for Ghana. Aforibo Kesiye 2024 Basso. Mimni that 21st December. Wa Blaster Square and Cry. Anopa nonson 7 a.m. prompt. Team, come and see what the Lord has done. Psalm 66 verse 5. Mumra meshe di onyamiaye. Music ministration. Award-winning SCP Kofi Sapon. Very Reverend Dr. Clara Dankwa, DJ Paloma, Aglo-kwa, and Aglo tambourine choirs from the regions. Mwafadye enye anything Ghana. For vuvuzela, tambourine, anywhere handkerchief bra. Niye mbomo and celebrate ye nyankopon. When yawa yama yama in Ghana. Be aglow for Jesus.
Dancing for Freedom. How a ballerina campaigns against the oppression of women in Iran. A passion for the outdoors. Is the cliché true that Germans simply love to be in nature come rain or shine? And in the footsteps of an empress, We delve into the history of the iconic Sissi in Austria's capital, Vienna. All that and more coming up on Euromax. In our series, Small Projects, Big Changes, we introduce you to people who are making the world a better place. This time we head to Calabria in southern Italy. Stefano Cacavari has managed to become a national hero, simply with the organic production and processing of flour.
Calabria is known for its stunning landscapes, but it also has poverty, poor infrastructure, and the mafia, an issue driving an exodus among the region's young people. But this young entrepreneur from San Floro wants to see that change with the help of flour, bread, and pizza.
I'm Stefano Cacavari. I live in Calabria. According to the EU, we are one of the poorest regions in Europe, but thanks to the support of thousands of people, my dream business has come true.
Organic farms against organized crime. This episode is about Stefano's story, how he brought prosperity and environmental protection to Calabria. The region in Italy's deep south is home to the Calabrian mafia, or 'ndrangheta. Their power is as great as it's widespread, with diversified operations from drugs to illegal waste disposal. Corruption and illicit trade are its bread and butter.
Unfortunately, we live in a difficult area with a large criminal presence. The mafia, known as 'ndrangheta, is strong, very strong even. Because it relies primarily on family ties, it's not easy to betray someone or have a different opinion within a family.
In the fields of San Floro, around 20 kilometers south of Catanzaro, Stefano grows old grain varieties previously lost to industrial agriculture. The varieties were deliberately selected to ensure greater biodiversity. The grains are ground in an old mill, not with modern rollers, but traditionally with stone. The process takes a lot longer, but produces a 100% organic, wholemeal flour that is especially nutrient-rich and has a rustic flavor.
This is no Silicon Valley, but we have beautiful surroundings that we need to protect. That's what drew me to farming. It is important for me and my farm to respect nature. That's why I'm committed to organic and biodynamic production.
The flour goes into bread, but also cookies, pasta, and pizza. The latter is served in the mill in the evening, which doubles as a pizzeria. Stefano founded his company Mulinum, which is Latin for mill, via crowdfunding. It was important to him to finance his startup with clean money and not do business with the wrong people. The project raised more than €2 million.
Mulinum isn't just a farm where we produce and sell. My dream was to create a community. That's why I used Facebook to start the crowdfunding, which became the biggest and most important in Italy in 2016. I didn't want to be the sole owner. I wanted to create a collective.
But the secret star of the mill is Stefano's grandma, Concetta. Her role is essential, being one of the few people who remember the long-last flavors of traditional bread varieties. She tests everything.
When Nonna says that the color and flavor is right, we trust her. And Andrea, our head baker, often talks to her. Nonna Concetta's quality control is very important.
The duo have even taken their bread to Rome to serve the Pope himself. Stefano studied business administration. In his late 20s, he planned to leave Calabria and set up an IT startup in the US. But news that Italy's largest landfill site was to be built right next to his hometown persuaded him to stay and do something about it. That's when he founded his first initiative, a community vegetable garden.
We didn't want the landfill, and in response to it, I came up with the Family Garden Project, a community garden based on a set of values, defending the land and eating well.
Protests, as well as the fact that legal papers were absent, put an end to the construction of the landfill. Stefano was even given an Order of Merit by Italian President Sergio Mattarella for his innovative contribution. The mayor of San Floro also holds Stefano in high esteem.
You could call Stefano a national hero. The whole community is proud of him. He's created new jobs. We know the difficulties in our region. That's why, as politicians, we welcome all young people who want to do business in this area. The real challenge isn't the criminality, which is everywhere in the world, but not losing heart. That's why I work to encourage people to get involved. I try to inspire them to create something beautiful, regardless of the legal, environmental, even criminal problems. The most important thing is not to be discouraged.
Stefano's company is expanding. Mulinum has opened a second location in Tuscany and soon a third in Apulia. An undeniable success story.
When it comes to expressing opposition, most people only have their voices. But ballet dancer Vivian Assal Kunavard uses her entire body to convey her message. Born and raised in Sweden, her roots are in Iran. She dances for those whose voices have been silenced there.
Vivian Assal Kunavard dances for freedom, not just her own, but for women and young girls in Iran who cannot express themselves openly.
Dance for me is a way of expression, like language. Instead of speaking with your mouth and your tongue, it will be like my body will express all the feelings, all the stories I have in my brain.
Vivian is a member of the Staatsballett Berlin, where she has found a home as a professional dancer. The company has over 80 members, so how freely can she actually express herself there?
Yeah, it's quite hard because ballet has such a deep classical core and a structure where we kind of want to keep it the same way because of the technique. But I think with time, there's more freedom.
Vivian was born and raised in Sweden, where her dance studies began. But her parents are from Iran. Dancing in public is generally forbidden there, especially among women. So what happens if you're caught?
What I know of is that people get, for example, arrested. Their Instagram will be shut down, confiscated, maybe their phones. There will be definitely trouble. The morality police would come after you.
But why is dance perceived so negatively there?
I guess it's because it's a way of expression. It's something different from speaking, and it involves with your body, and it's something that you need to cover in Iran.
In defiance of that ban from afar, Vivian choreographs her own pieces with a strong message: stop the oppression of women in Iran.
You can't silence her. I am her, and she is me.
Vivian has never been to Iran herself, but she's aware of the increased radicalization there.
I think it all started around the time of COVID. I had a lot of time to think and reflect. I was reading a lot online, and I think one specific thing that made me really emotional was just hearing about this honor killing about a father in Iran that killed his daughter because she was in love and she was ready to run away with her partner.
Has she received any feedback from Iranian women about her work or the message that she's trying to convey?
I have been in touch with some dance students in Iran, and also women that have escaped, that have come here, and they're dancing here, and I've been in touch with them and tried to help them when it comes to dance.
Considering that oppressive regimes often limit art and freedom, does she feel her work might sometimes be perceived as a threat in Iran?
I've never thought of it. I've never worried about it. I've just been really focused about, like, at this point I'm at a place where I can speak freely about it, and that's the only thing I think about, that I have that voice.
Veminosau Kunavard's dance, and with it her voice, are becoming more powerful and hopefully helping women without a voice to be heard.
Germans just love the outdoors. So goes the cliché. Hiking, swimming, cycling, whatever the weather. And most are well prepared for any eventuality. So what's the reality behind the stereotype? We take a tongue-in-cheek look at our average German, Michael Müller.
It's no secret that Germans love the great outdoors, but do they all really love sleeping in tents? How long is the German hiking route? And are they all really sitting naked at the beach? Let's find out. %21% of Germans occasionally go camping, and over 10 million of them own some kind of camping or outdoor equipment. A camping vacation is seen as a cheaper alternative to the traditional beach holiday, and a way to connect with nature.
Looks like they're getting the tent out.
Indeed, the need to strip back the complexities of modern life are important for Germans. The main reasons they pitch up a tent is to enjoy nature, to switch off from everyday life, and to feel free.
Julia and Michael are at a campsite. Wild camping is illegal in Germany, so you can't actually stay overnight in the middle of nowhere. Looks like Julia's had enough.
Looks like our Michael is going shopping.
Germans are famously known for their love of high fashion.
Okay, not quite, but Germans do love clothing that's practical, versatile, and ready to take on any alpine trek that comes their way. Because when you cycle, hike, and swim as much as Germans, it makes sense that functional clothing is extremely popular. 31% of Germans own outdoor clothing, and 1 in 4 plans to stock up on it soon. Functional clothing isn't just for sports and outdoors, it's become a way of life. Hiking is the most popular sport in Germany. In 2023, 39 million Germans went hiking, which is almost half the country. But hiking is more than just a sport. It's a form of natural meditation.
Michael isn't worried about the weather. As the German saying goes, there's no bad weather, only bad clothing.
Germans value the closeness to nature that hiking brings. They also use hiking as a way to de-stress and relax. Although I'm not feeling very relaxed right now. Germans' ideal hike length is between 2 and 4 hours? I thought it was kilometers. Oh, I need a pay rise.
Lakes are where Germans immerse themselves in nature, quite literally. There are over 12,000 natural lakes in Germany, and they're deeply woven into the country's social fabric.
Lakes are generally free to use and open to the public, and because it's Germany, water quality is taken very seriously.
Especially in the north, Germany has a history of winter bathing, which gained popularity during the COVID pandemic. Last winter, our Michael tested his Teutonism and tried ice swimming. He didn't like it.
Germans have a reputation for nakedness, and 28% of German adults feel comfortable on a nudist beach. You didn't think we were actually going to show you that, did you?
The American dream in London, from dishwasher to millionaire. Well, it wasn't quite like that for Adechoke Bakare, but almost. She's the first black female chef from the UK to be awarded a Michelin star. Her West African cuisine won over the testers.
Nigerian-born British chef Adechoke Bakare was awarded the Michelin star for her modern West African cuisine. How did she do it?
People keep asking this.
Her London restaurant Chichuru serves culinary masterpieces like guinea fowl with caramelized onions and lemon sauce. But how is it different?
The spices are different, the ingredients are different, and the styles, the techniques are different.
As a black woman, Bakare is still an exception in the white male-dominated world of Michelin. How does she feel about the award?
We're not cooking to attract Michelin, but I think it puts West African food on the map.
Adechoke Bakare opened Chichuru in 2020, originally as a pop-up restaurant. 4 years later, the untrained chef has reached star status.
Like a Cinderella story.
Gourmet African cuisine. Chichuru's fine dining is making waves.
You hardly see people like me in high-end kitchens, especially in this country, if nowhere else. I think with what is happening now, more people that look like me will want to say, okay, maybe there's a space for me.
Born in Nigeria, Adechoke Bakare has had very different jobs in London over the years. For a long time, she only cooked for friends. Her biggest role model? Her grandmother.
She used to sell street food. Whenever I go to my grandma's place, I'd sit with her just watching her make the street food. So maybe that's part of it, maybe something else. I've always been interested in cooking, right from when I was little.
Smoked eel with sweet potato cream or crispy bean fritters with okra and candied chilies. For Bakare, there is no typical Nigerian cuisine. Culinary traditions in West Africa transcend the borders of today.
Before we became nation states, we were mainly empires, which cuts across. And because of that, loads of us have the cultures that are similar, that have been influenced by religion, influenced by trade and all of that. And you see that similarity in our food.
Bakare's menus are bringing a new audience to West African cuisine. She's a role model for others, too.
There have been people trying to do it, but doing it with leaning on the established cuisines. I think now more and more people are being more unapologetic and putting West Africa on a plate and presenting it.
The word Chichuru stems from the Hausa language and refers to that silence that spreads around the table when a meal is simply delicious. Bon appetit!
Now on to Vienna. We want to learn more about the most famous Empress of Austria, Elizabeth, called Sissi. The story of her life has been turned into many a movie. Our reporter explains why she still fascinates so many.
Today I'm in Vienna, tracing the footsteps of one particularly beloved 19th century royal empress. Empress Elizabeth, or Sissy, is famous for her eccentricities. She had a tattoo, worked out, and drank wine for breakfast every day. She was a woman who went against the grain.
There's something enticing about this empress who wanted more than just to produce heirs. But what is it exactly?
The drama, the tragic events in her life, a love affair. She was assassinated when she was 61 years old. All this is a mixture for fascination.
My first stop of the day is the Hofburg Imperial Palace.
This was the political centre of the monarchy, and today it fulfills the same role for the Democratic Republic. Every former Austrian empress and emperor lived here, including Sissy, of course.
Her old rooms have been turned into a museum, and since I admittedly had never heard of Sissy before I moved to Germany, I think I better start here. First of all, who actually was Empress Elizabeth, or Sissy?
She was the empress, the wife of Emperor Franz Joseph, so she was a member of the Habsburg dynasty, a European royal dynasty which actually was one of the leading families of Europe, the Habsburg Empire of her time.
In Germany and Austria, Sissy is an icon. Her life has inspired several films.
I'm getting the feeling that people have this kind of obsession with her. Why do you think that is?
The more we get distant from her actually lifetimes, the more she becomes a pop cultural phenomenon, because during her lifetime she more or less withdrew from public life. She abhorred all the conservative traditions of Habsburg court, whereas nowadays she's more or less a symbol of this Habsburg dynasty. She's like the iconic Habsburg of our time, although she actually was a complete misfit during her lifetime.
In the palace-turned-museum, you can see the gymnastics apparatus that she used every morning, as well as her bathtub. Sissy apparently took warm baths in olive oil. She spent much of her time in her private rooms here. My next stop is Vienna's Empress Elizabeth Memorial in the Volksgarten. Here I'm meeting author and tourist guide Renate Hofbauer.
I think she was looking for real love and real personal happiness, but everything she could find at the court was stiffness, rules, and she had to present that and to produce children, of course male children. Yeah? So she was reduced to that, and she was criticized all the time for everything, how she behaved. She was anorexic. Nowadays we know it is rooted in unhappiness, in not being understood, in psychological problems.
Renate takes me to Schönbrunn Palace. It was the summer residence of the Habsburg family. Sissy spent a lot of time here.
So did Sissy actually want to be an empress?
I don't think so. She fell in love with Francis Joseph, yeah, and I think she wanted to have a good marriage, yeah, a loving marriage, and she told her mother, "Oh, I wish he was a tailor."
Now that I've learned so much about the Empress, her life, her history, I want to see if I can get a taste of what her life was like here in Vienna. For that, I'm visiting one of Vienna's oldest and most renowned confectionaries.
Café Demel has been a Viennese institution since 1786. Sissy was very fond of their delicacies.
Candied violet blossom leaves.
Sissy's favourite sweets.
My next and final stop of the day is a very special one.
This jeweller has been here for over 200 years, and in 1858 they created a set of diamond stars for Sissy's hair.
The Sissy stars.
Christoph Köchert's family designed many pieces for the Empress.
She had a lot of jewelry, and we were lucky enough to provide this jewelry. But these diamond stars, they also became iconic because there was a very famous painting by Winterhalter. There she's painted with a wonderful long hair, and her hair was adorned with these diamond stars.
I also want to ask, do you think it might be possible for me to try the stars myself?
Of course, with pleasure. So here you have tiara with the diamond stars. Here you see the copies of the original 27, and Sissy had a case exactly like this, and they looked exactly like her 27 stars.
Dare I ask how much something like this costs?
This tiara, like it is here, it's about 77,000 euros.
Okay, so I'll just sit here very carefully. Hasn't it been fun to dip our toes into the world of this Austrian empress? Honestly, it seems like Sissi was pretty iconic. I can totally see why people are so fascinated by her, and it seems like her legend will live on for a long time to come.
And we'll still be here next week. But don't forget to follow us on social media for more from the world of culture and lifestyle in Europe. Thanks for tuning in. Bye-bye and auf Wiedersehen.
Today is day 6 of the Heritage Caravan 2024. The caravan has arrived at the Mole National Park in the Savannah region. The Savannah region's capital is Damongo. We left the northern regional capital, Tamale, this morning and arrived here at about 9 a.m. We had to leave at dawn so that we could make the time and the hours. And so what patrons are going to do here, to move into this big game reserve and watch the animals in their natural habitat. The elephants would be the prized animals that people will be looking out for, and they're going to be drinking the water by the pool or simply having a bath, and that's the place we can get so close and personal with them and see them. A number of the animals that are here, we may be lucky to see them because we are going to hop onto the trucks that are used for the safari, and the safari is a critical part of this particular day's activities. And so we're going to hop onto the trucks, go for the safari, view those animals at close range. Of course, patrons are excited, and I can't wait also to see all the beautiful animals in this particular jungle, if you want me to call it that. So it's a Mole National Park that we are at, and the Heritage Caravan continues. Let's go to the park now, shall we?
Please, you are welcome to Mole National Park.
I'm Patience, the tourism officer for the park. And here with me is Mr. Abu Idrissa. He is the supervisor in charge of tourism unit. Yes.
It's Ghana's premier and most prestigious wildlife protected area in Savannah region in Gonjaland. Let me come to how the park came into existence. In the early 1930s, there was nothing like wildlife protected area in Ghana. So some few ethnic groups were occupying this piece of land, and they were the Gunjas, the Vaglers, Tampilmes, Hangers, and some few Sisterless. They were occupying this piece of land. It came to a time these community people were suffering. They were falling sick, dying, and always complaining to the then government. The situation was just like how COVID struck the global world. People are sick, others are dying. World leaders and other well-concerned people are looking for the cause and the remedy for it. So when this thing was happening here, the then government took it upon herself to come to this area and find out what was happening. When the government came, the government saw that it was as a result of flies attack. And it was because of the numerous wild animals that were living within this area. It was the wild animals that were hosting these flies. So anytime the flies go to feed on the animals, they also go to feed on the human beings who were living within this area. As we all know how dangerous the fly is, continuously when it is feeding on you, it transmits disease into your system called trypanosomiasis, sleeping sickness, and others. So because of the flies attack, these community people were suffering, dying, and always complaining. So when the then government came and saw that it was because of the animals that the flies were in their numbers within this area, worrying these community people, the then government said, let's consider human health than keeping the animals. So here the government suggested that game clearance should be done within this area. Yes, there he stands in his full glory. On 3 feet, one he has crawled, and the trunk on the ground, looking like a mountain, ears as big as, I don't know, roofing sheets perhaps. How old is this man?
Well, you know, because they are wild animals, as they were giving birth, no one was monitoring. But we only estimate a span life of elephant is 65 to 70 years. But this is one of the old elephants, so we name it Old Man.
Old Man, that's Old Man.
It's Old Man Buki.
Yeah. What's he doing now?
Now, he's cooling down the body. You know, when they come out, when they go to the mud area, they use the mud to cool down their body.
Can I go close to him?
No, I cannot.
So he can chase me?
He can chase. He can run up to 35 to 40 kilometers per hour.
Wow, but I can curve, he cannot curve.
He can curve. If someone says elephant cannot curve, it's a lie. He can. He's very fast.
What's happening to the tusk? It looks like it's been, part of it has been cut.
Yeah. Sometimes they lose the tusk from when they meet the fight. Through fight or pushing down the tree or using it on the soil can affect it. When you break, it doesn't grow out again.
Is it one tusk he has? Or
yes, he has only one tusk. Now he's having one tusk now.
Oh, I think the tusk is as long as a trunk.
Yes, sir.
Interesting. So there you have it. The Old Man is in your shots. He's cool enough, moving flapping his ears rather, his gigantic or enormous ears, and taking one step at a time, simply relaxing. It's a hot afternoon,
So he's cooling off in the mud. And he's coming this way, which means I have to start going away because I'm not able to outrun someone who speeds at 35 kilometers per hour. I'm not going to be the one to run. Now, so this is a Heritage Caravan 2024. We're watching Olman, and he seems to have been attracted to us by the noise. And there's something happening in between Olman's legs. His manhood is, his manhood is coming out, and it's as long as his legs, and it's been called the fifth leg here. And oh my God, it's everything about this mammal, not giant, the largest, and it's now defecating, dropping huge droplets and urinating as though it's a tap that has been opened. The beauty of nature, the largest animal on earth, on land, not in the sea. You give that to the blue whale. So Ulman is out of the mud and walking into the water, I think. We're going to have a bath because his friends are in there already, and they are taking a hot afternoon bath, descending. So he's going to swim.
Let's go. As he's going into the water, it won't be. You see how he's going down. So you see that the water is deep.
Oh.
This way you can get closer. Your cameraman, where is he?
So this is a grand entry into the water for a hot afternoon bath, and he's joining other elephants that are in there having a bath. Do you have crocodiles in this water?
Yes, sir, we have crocodiles.
And you don't have the crocodiles trying to attack the elephants?
No, when the elephants go inside the water, the crocodiles go the edges of the water.
They run away?
Yeah, they run away because if the elephants step on it, it's dead. So they have to give way to the elephants to swim, and then.
What other animals come to drink water here, apart from the crocodile, the elephants?
Yes, the antelopes all come to drink the water, even including the bears. Okay. They drink the water. But when they come to drink the water, they are very careful because of the crocodiles. I see. The crocodile can grab them and then feed on them. Yes.
What's your name, sir?
My name is Paul.
Your full name?
Paul Achireura.
And you are a ranger?
Yes, I am a ranger.
Okay. Thank you so much for speaking to us. So that is the highlight of the trip to the Mole National Park on the Heritage Diaries. Watching elephants take the bath in the hot afternoon. I wish I could dive in there too, but I don't have my swim kit because I would have loved to hold the tail of a lion. I mean, that's a lion, an elephant, and have it drag me across the pool. That would have been a beautiful scene to behold, isn't it? Except that there are crocodiles on the way to deal with, and I'm not ready to lose a leg.
is ticking, but the dream of a family does not have to compromise your values. This young woman is really confused as her man demands she gets pregnant before marriage.
Hello, sisters. I've been in a relationship with a gentleman for over 3 years now. From the beginning, he's mentioned that he wants me to get pregnant before we get married. I didn't take it seriously at first, but it's been over 3 years and he's still insisting on it. Sincerely, my mom is a single mom and I saw all the challenges she faced raising us. I've always dreaded having a child out of wedlock, but now I'm confused. What should I do?
In life, we need to have our standards. If it's something that you believe in so strongly that you do not want to have children before you get married, please stand by it.
One thing that is funny when it comes to men, when they think they forget that the woman has total control. She has a final say when there's a pregnancy coming in.
If the man doesn't want to, compromise and meet you halfway, and you also cannot because it goes against your principles, don't force yourself to at all.
Join Chris Carter and the sisters this Friday at 9 p.m. on Channel 1 TV as they navigate the twists and turns of this emotional journey. Sister Sister is proudly sponsored by Cindy Rice, Sweet Aroma, Great Taste, and Kivo Pepe.
Wake up to your ultimate weekend morning experience with Breakfast Daily Weekend.
Start your Saturday with us as we dive into the news headlines in our news review.
Stay informed with all the engaging discussions and insightful analysis.
Then join us as we discover what's happening around Ghana.
Get all the scoop on all exciting events and happenings in the city and beyond.
Ready to spruce up your home? We've got you covered with home improvement tips.
From gardening to DIY projects, we'll show you how to keep your space shining.
And don't miss our arts and culture segment,
featuring dance, poetry, and soulful acoustic performances.
Your perfect weekend morning starts here. Tune in to Breakfast Daily Weekend on Saturdays from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
Are you ready for a show that the whole family can enjoy? Join us on our fun educational adventures as we discover interesting places, meet amazing people like a pilot, a soap maker, a chocolate maker, and more. That's not all. You will learn about our culture, explore musical instruments, symbols, and cloth, learn all about kente, gather around and listen to our folk tales and discover the interesting history behind our stories.
Wow, this show is really informative.
Yeah. We'll also have fun experiments, whoa, and lots of art activities.
Look at my spider. So beautiful.
You definitely don't want to miss the Wonder Space Show with Miss Natalie.
Wonder Space!
Watch the Wonder Space Show on Saturdays at 12 noon only on Channel 1 TV.
Get ready for the ultimate celebration of the year! The Situation All White Christmas Party 2024! This Christmas Eve, join us at the Situation All White Christmas Party for a night of unforgettable vibes. Date 24th December 2024. Time 8 p.m. Location The Underbridge, East Legon. Expect nothing but pure magic as we light wrapped up the night with incredible performances from Keche, the hitmakers who know how to get you moving. Bisa Kdei, Ghana's soul master, with melodies that will take you to another world. In Chin Chin Band, a live performance experience like no other. DJ Mingo, the party maestro, keeping the beats flowing all night. I've done it best, bringing the energy to keep the crowd jumping. And MOG, leading us in spirit-filled worshiping style. Dress code all white. Let's shine together in style. It's going to be a night to remember, full of music, dance, and festive spirit. Don't miss out on the hottest party of the season, the party that shuts down all parties. Call 0205-973-973 for table reservations and get ready to party. It's going to be lit at the Underbridge. The Situation All White Christmas Party 2024 is powered by Channel 1 TV with support from 97.3 City FM and proudly sponsored by Carlsberg Beer, Kiss Drinks, Series, Bell Ice, Verve Duvernay, Bushmills Irish Whiskey, and Blue Jeans Energy Drink.
Unwrap a world of entertainment with DSTV.
We've entered a new era. Welcome. Some of the boys think you are a legend.
So cool. Your music, it's incredible.
I mean, everything is going exactly the way we dreamt it would go.
It's not enough to be good, we need to be different.
That's where I come in.
Have you been good in the last year?
Oh my goodness! I can talk! Baby powder! It's all about family.
You want to shoot first?
After you.
I can see the future. Shouldn't see that coming.
This is just so exciting.
Add a little more this festive with DSTV, your home of entertainment.
I'm traveling to a place that shows the terrifying power of climate change. I'm going to visit the north of my country, where hundreds of thousands of families have lost their homes in floods. Climate change driven by fossil fuel use has increased the risk of flooding across the world. I've heard oil pollution in the area is making a bad situation even worse.
The oil in the environment and in contact with the human being is a silent killer. So with this flood right now,
2019 extreme flooding began. At the flood's peak in 2019, extreme flooding began. At the flood's peak in 2022, up to 70% of Unity State was underwater. South Sudan has always had some flooding in the wet season, but it's becoming more extreme every year. It's now the end of the dry season, and the water's still here.
Tamam, pilot? أنا ما بعرف كلام تكانو ده. كيف؟ مالي مقوى. مال ما چوم چوم. I'm panicking. I'm stressed. I am yet to get used to canoe because swinging left and right. Oh, we have cows around even.
The Nuer people of this area have always kept cattle, but the floods have changed everything.
Anna, wasinna. Okay. في بقرة في بيت؟ في بقر؟
Hey, hello. Okay, Tolia. Kapi, pi na ka.
شالوا كله. We made it, yes. Finally. This is Nyakuma's house. Mosh? Male. See the bed. كيف؟ تمام. الحمد لله.
Without cattle and with crops underwater, food is scarce. Nyakuma and her family have no choice but to forage for food like the edible roots of water lilies.
Da ajadel kulu shalu u mashi ni gidam ya nagdar ni fitish ya ni ajad da ya da ikutu ya ni zeda ya ni ajad ga na kullu ya ni ajad nas ya kul shunu ya ni ajad de يعني أقول أو ده ما هو مولف له طبعا زيتين لكن لما لقينا معناه الفتش كانوا ده تفتش داك في جوابار ده يطلعوا وين تفور جانا نيورير غير كل كم جنوب دان يا جاوا جنوب دان وده تام غير كذا نفدا ضمن كده لكن ضمان بقى أصل يال صغار زي ده بلعب وفي لونغار يومي لكن يقول مويه رجع خلاص
ما في ثاني
ناس بقي شنو ما في يزول بمشي مال وين ناس كله قاعد هسه بنينا فضلنا ده بناكل.
Sunday explained the background story of how they used to live here and now. Before they were really free. This space, it was occupied with people, kids playing around. They practice their cultural dances and the kids even having their freedom, and also the huts, they have a space. But the water pushed them to a small spot like this, and he said they're living like a mosquito and they cannot even have their freedom because now it's more of population pressure in one space, and it had reduced even the intercommunal conflict among them. Yeah.
Sunday, Nyakuma and their daughter Nyariak invite me to join their hard-won meal.
Nyakuma, cham. Shandawa der akil fi jisim.
The flood waters harbor diseases. Nyakuma has recently recovered from malaria.
Galu nitu darum shi yakulu samak. شغل قال كفل النية يطلع له سمك هناك ياكل
خلاص همشي يجيب سمك ده ياكل كده
جنو نور دوري بيجام اكيد نور ما رجع تور
ba wara ifina ba ko mojwe moy ko yitiama dir ana
yale asa
kan na ba ya cham cha ko riem da ya bagrar che ta ga la chami cha ana matela kuma malwa ko da ko chui choi ndi de wona na penyima chwal nan kam ko yuwen chwal ba ko le jote ne baro
It's no wonder so many have moved into Bentiu camp. It's run by the United Nations and houses 140,000 people displaced by war and now by climate change. But life here is hard too and requires cash. And it's a constant battle to earn it. I meet Nyaida, who has recently spent all her savings to set up a tea shop.
Okay.
Asenda kam kababi.
Baida. Saka la kaset. Ay. Tukuwanga talata. Bawar badan. Le aw jiran.
Magatamil bukhur? It's like a scent. It makes the place smells better because you know water is everywhere and the mud had a smell, so it's really healthy. You will not smell every time the sticky or stinky smell of the mud. It smells good. Moira mani shifinar hinak da? Moira fi barad da biga basi. Water, it's really hard to get here, despite people living in the flooding waters. Like for Nyaida, now she's filling a small barrel at $1. It's almost 3,000 South Sudanese pounds. It's crazy.
Nyaida has to support her family of 7 children alone. But she has another way to earn cash. Charcoal.
خلاص كده؟
It's an essential for camp life, and it's been harder to get because of the floods.
It's okay.
She earns a little profit from selling this charcoal to her neighbors.
بس خلاص
أجيب لك نار.
أيوة.
Okay. With money running low, Nyaida needs to get more charcoal to sell. She'll have to travel across the floodplains to gather wood and make charcoal.
أنا كنا ورون بوا سولادة. كبا كمادا يدور. Baka nuwete ga giri nuwe ka del wal ba tande nuwe ka del gore njen nan da ko men ko ro kana man ga nan jene yekan jini shankel mu ga rudi baro dang baro lon kan rata
It's an 8-hour walk to the forest. There is fighting in the region, and she's leaving her kids for a week. It's a dangerous journey. The floods have hit our country when we are very vulnerable. South Sudan was founded only 13 years ago. After decades of civil war, we hoped for peace, but fighting continues in many areas. The nation's poor, and the government depends almost entirely on oil for income. The country's oil fields, including in Unity State, can produce crude oil worth approximately 9 million pounds sterling a day. The BBC has spoken to David Boju Leju, formerly a senior engineer for GPOC, an oil consortium in Unity State.
I got a job with the Greater Pioneer Operating Company, GPOC, as construction supervisor in the 5 fields of Unity State. Nothing can go without us knowing in the oil field.
GPOC runs the Unity State oil field. It's a joint venture between Malaysian, Indian, and Chinese oil companies with South Sudan's government owning 5%. David alleges that GPOC mismanages facilities, polluting the environment. He shared videos he recorded when he worked there.
I was employed into an environment where there is an existing pollution. I had witnessed wells spilling out. Oil spill is a recurring situation.
Stop.
He says GPOC's infrastructure is old and unsafe.
Oil spills from the wells itself, well heads. Oil spills from wells connecting other pipe connecting other wells. Oil spills from the main export pipeline that had happened in a big quantity in 2019 and 2020.
Lot of oil all over still. This oil exists for over 4 months still. It's an area near drinking sources for the community around. Been cultivating that side and all over that side of the road.
David left GPOC in 2020 after 8 years. He says the pollution he saw was never cleared up and is more dangerous now than ever.
So with this flood right now, it is a disaster. The whole of that contaminated soil with the hydrocarbon is going to be flooded all over Unity State. I feel the effect of the oil in the environment and in contact with the human being is a silent killer.
To find out more about the impact of the oil pollution on communities, I'm on my way to Roriak, a settlement 20 kilometers north of Bentiu and right in the heart of the oil fields.
Karmala, Yanathin, Yananda Oruna Yana Kora.
Chief Chilhok Pot leads a community of herders. They were displaced by fighting, and so the government assigned them this area to live and graze their cattle. They tell me they fear pollution from the nearby wells is making their cattle sick. ده السنة ده ولا السنة الفاتت؟ السنة الفاتت في سنة قبل كم بقر كده؟ كم بقر؟
لكن يكون فضل كمتر.
Wow. Over 117,000 cows have died in Unity State in the last 2 years, according to the state's Minister of Agriculture, who blames it on flooding and oil pollution. He called on central government to investigate.
أنا زاري ما اللي الشركة ده لو قلنا ياك أنا بقرينا موت لكن كان يساعدني. ما بساعدك ما بساعدك.
هل عندكم أبقار مثلا ولد بقرة شكله شين؟
بعض مرات يبقى شين بعض مرات يبقى كويس.
لكن اللي بيكون بيجي ما عنده بيكون بيجي ما عنده قراءة. بيكون بيجي صغير ده.
What of the cattle that roam around the oil field drinking water in those sources. Where do we see the end result of hydrocarbon?
This is a contaminated water with the oil, and you see the color. This water is covering kilometers of areas.
David thinks that livestock and people in the Roriak area are likely to be affected by the oil spills he saw, which may have seeped into the groundwater.
The water table is contaminated. If a sample of water is to be measured in several boreholes in Unity State, definitely majority of the borehole have unclean water. It's because the environment is polluted. Some of the oil chemicals seeped down. It is carried by the water, the flood, and others seep down into the ground.
This is the untold, unexposed environmental damage.
David says there is another factor polluting the area. Wastewater from oil production that wasn't properly treated.
Environmental pollutions come from oil spill in the environment, and then they produce water in the field production facilities. Oil is separated from water. Oil goes to the storage tank. The water separated has to be pumped back to the environment. These are the ponds. Water is received here. This water come and there are different sections of the ponds. Every day in our morning meeting in Jipok, there are reports of high content of oil in the produced water, which is not in conformity to international standard. And this water is injected back to the environment. The question is, where does water flow? Up to the people, up to the river, up to the water source where people drink, up to ponds where people catch fish, up to ponds where people swim. Who knows the amount of hydrocarbon in those water?
While Nyaida is away in the forest, her kids, Nyasheng and Mamuch, have to take on new responsibilities.
منى علمك تقشر سمك بس بتقعد تشوف السوق وهقوله طوالي بس عشان زمنه هاي اقعد كده بهنا خلاص يلا وروني بعد سمك ده ينجد منى جاي يخطو في نار
Konangin. Baru yang tahu bahasa apa. Baru sah. Kasambak كمياسات.
قول له هاي الساحل خليه وريني الصاف شنو صعب في بيت هنا شنو بعمل.
هذا بنقول كثير البرميل لما في ملصرين.
مشتاقين لماما ولا لا؟
Karne na der no mauni.
Nyaida has arrived in the forest, which is near Roriak. Friends and relatives have joined them to help. Itu kam kira? Wow. Nyaida tells me that before the floods, there wasn't the need for these long trips away from home.
Maun kan na sasin da bagaru kana ma ya do nas bu kuruj be yidin ukin mu eja ajab nas no nas katir gata ka shabu amul kef da ma shan mahal fi yidina nas kullum fat mado
استشايل هم شنو؟ انت قاعد تفكر في شناسي؟
فكر بعيال بتاعه عيال قاعدين في البيت عندي عيال لكن الثلاثة يوم ده بيعمل لنا مشكلة في البيت كان عيال قاعدين ساكت فكر في البيت
مش تخليت حاجة مع عيال هناك
حاجة قاعد لكن كلام قروي صعب كان الدنيا ده داير قروي سوال
They light a fire in this structure to turn the wood to charcoal. The process takes days, and they can't go home until it's done. Meanwhile, they'll camp here, but it's near Roriak's oil fields, and they can't find clean water.
وما في شنو عشان يكون نظيف تياو
إلا يا أفتح كده أفتح
وصلنا شانو لو شربت بطن بتاعه ما بيغو وجع
I had to see the chief of Roriak again. He tells me the families moved here by the government can't get clean water either.
أسي موية في بيجاي؟
ما كوري دون
موية ده نظيف؟
ما نظيف. ترى وثاقه وأنا متأكد إنه تك جاث تك كم قال.
I meet more families living near the oil facilities.
يلا قعدت هنا جنبي محل تا كيميكال ده ما صعب محل ده.
The mothers say they want to stay here because there is a school nearby.
Wow. هل أفكار كتير قبل في راسك أنت خايف كلام مويه ده؟
جيك ترى من غير بيدي جيك كان غير جيك كان ليوكو ها تاكل ما ناكل كان بيجي ما بيجي بدي
جوها أنت خايف؟
دالكو دو تيه ينقط هو نقوم تقطي نقوم يجيودنو لا كنا يدشوتكو
نه تينو كتابانين وانا تين لازم كمانو رديان كنيمانو تينو مانو رد كو ده ران تغاري جيله لوك كو ماذا كنا في تجيه
A German NGO, Sign of Hope, conducted 2 peer-reviewed studies of communities living near oil fields in Unity State. They found high sulfate content in the water and heavy metals in human hair samples. These are indicators of oil pollution and could increase the risk of birth defects. The NGO told the BBC that government officials said their work went against government interests. Under pressure, they withdrew their staff because of security concerns. Off camera, someone shows me a picture of a baby with birth defects who died here.
Kalam da sab ya Sultan. Kalam da sab. دارين نعرف كلاميال البلدون براس فاتح مرات الدين ما في
ميدان تتنا تي شعر توه دورا ميشيو تك بترول شيو بتك فيو كم في شعر باليوم كيل كما ردنا نترج بترول كان قاد باقديس تينين باقديس شجرة دانة شاينوت ميدان شيو توه وانتطناไม่ชาก็กอดปิงกูละไม่กับบัลลังก์ก็ด้วยล้วนเช่นยูทูคนเท่ากับยอกมันเหมือนกับดับเกินยักเหี้ยเลี้ยงก็ทนนะไม่ละนั่นแค่ชาของคู่เก่า
What the chief tells me about the birth defects is really worrying, and I need to find out more. So I go to visit the hospital in Bentiu.
Did what?
The doctor takes me to meet a mother and her newborn baby.
Yeah, would it? Even the lower limb. Alas. Ada ling di ngong yi long ti garme na ta ba ngong yi tin long o e choko taban ye me ye ucharan
đó ngong chứ cái chàng mấy cái mấy chàng để ông cái chàng
those people they have oil in the area. That's a place called Mal. Those people are exposed also to oil like polish. Okay.
The hospital doesn't have the facilities to do genetic tests, and it's rarely possible to know for certain the cause of any genetic abnormality in a child. But the doctor thinks pollution might be a factor.
This woman come due to problem of oil. Okay, or they used to rupture this pipeline used to rupture, and those people have no access to clean water. They just drink from the river, where the river water and oil are mixed. That might be the problem.
Outside the ward, the doctor tells me he has seen many similar cases.
Lion, Bantio, and Ruwe. People are suffering. People born with no limb. People born with small head. Yes, microcephaly. Sometimes hydrocephalus. Yes. There are many. Sometimes a child will be born like this, will take only 1 day, will die. Another one will take 1 month, another one will take 1 year. Our environment is polluted by oil. Okay. The water must mix with the oil. If this water are not treated well, they will cause also abnormality, genetical abnormality. Okay.
He tells me he's been trying to keep track of cases of babies born with birth defects. He wants the government to keep a proper register of babies with genetic problems and investigate the causes.
What pains me much is the local that stay around, the effect that the community complain about their birth defects.
Hundreds of thousands of barrels got spilled in this area.
David says he challenged his managers.
In a meeting, I was able to speak. Why don't we clean the environment? Why do we take soil from a location which is polluted and then we take to another locations to hide it?
But he says they didn't try to clean up the oil-polluted soil, merely told him to contain and hide the problem.
A lot has to be done. Contaminate soil with the pure oil. They are black, as you see, is totally black. Because it is connected at the roadside, the company say we have to take away because it's giving a very bad image to the company. So this soil, huge mountain of soil here, were transported and put here, hidden here in this location. There is no treatment plan for soil. There's nothing called treating soil in Unity State. No. Many people do not know what is happening here.
David says when the extreme rainfall started in 2019, they tried and failed to keep the pollution from getting into the flood water.
Because it was so huge, it's taking months and months. We had to produce a dike, just some heap of soil, but it was not enough to withstand the volume of water. And now the question, here is a flooding. Where will this soil be swept? Where will it end? The whole area is watery, and this soil mixes with the water. The hydrocarbons seep to the water, and this water is spreaded all over Unity.
In Bentiu, Nyaid is still not home. She's trapped in the forest by fighting in the area.
Wala konien guten. Amtel ko bien de gel ko kon. Bien ba kala ken bango ponda bus. Ka tel ko tabun mala kana bien ko. Wana war tel ko war ke del bien. Tel chak de ker ke. De full ker ya da ma. Ne tai da ma ne bo. Dia ni ne bang nan te dong yi to bang ne ko.
I've learned village elder Nyakuma and her family have had to leave their village to stay in her brother's hut near the camp.
Okay. جسم كيف؟ تمام؟ شغال شنو الليلة؟
ولا شغال بس
هوش؟
تراب وشغال هوش. يعني نفس الموضوع.
Okay.
They've come because Nyakuma is sick. They suspect her malaria is back.
Nyakuma, صباح الخير. كيف؟
مالي
تمام جسم كيف جسم كيف
مين يعني جاي كوانتي
It's terrible outside. It's quite terrible. I ran to my container. My mind is still busy about people outside there. How are they managing, especially Nyakuma? She's been sick and the rain is just really, really strong. At least the container is keeping me safe. But thousands of displaced persons outside there, they're just stuck under their poor shelter. And the water level also it's rising. Coming all the way this side, interacting with the people, especially women and children, it's a different world. It's catastrophic. This is enough. It's a torture. Sometimes you ignore your emotions just to take the message outside, to show the reality. Because it's enough emotion torture, what I'm seeing around here, yeah.
David and his family have been forced into exile in Sweden. In 2020, David shared his evidence of pollution with South Sudanese lawyers who wanted to take legal action over oil pollution in Unity State.
I was contacted by someone who was preparing to sue the government because of these environmental pollutions, because of the pain that I have for a long period of time and what I see happening in the oil field affecting the people and the environment. I had to come in to provide the evidence to the court. I was not against the government, so I was sure I would be protected as a witness. But one day, a flight was sent when I was in the oil field in Unity State. Without my notice, a security personnel who is also working in the oil field told me, pick your bag, you asked to go to Juba. The government needs me to answer questions about the oil case. The security personnel who were near me hit my head with the pistol and forced me to sign this document without saying anything.
The lawyers have not pursued the case for pollution against the government.
Killings is not something new in South Sudan. It is daily. Do you think it would be very difficult for me to be disappeared? My life can easily be disappeared. The government feel anyone talk about the oil is touching the heart of the government. I had to seek for asylum, and I was given an asylum to Sweden. My spirit all is tied back home, and I miss it so much. In South Sudan, we really cultivate on our natural soil, and we feel, when we do this, we feel connected back home. Planting is in my blood.
Nyakuma has recovered from her bout of malaria.
Yillin no garar yer pala all akan yen kon ti lar ko ti lal ka ai tiazna ba gorba ba lel kon.
She's determined to go home as soon as she's strong enough.
Tapur Bo pur bel, wo pin wo ko wo piu to wo fin. Rona bi pitwa, bina wara ba yang na ra. Ba yang lo gurbo mo to ka yang mo da ko bina yang uje. Ka wo ti yang.
Nyaida and the others managed to hitch a ride out of the forest and bring their charcoal home safely.
Welcome.
خمسة شوال بيجيب لك كم؟
After the 6 days Nyaida spent away, 5 pounds sterling for the charcoal is barely enough to cover her rent. But she's finally reunited with her kids. I'm so relieved that the families I've met are in a better way, but I'm very concerned by the risks they face from the environment, which are only getting worse. I'm back to Juba. The next plan is to meet the first Deputy Speaker for the Council of Estates, Honorable Mary Ayen. She will tell me more about the facts that are happening in the northern part of the country. Mary Ayen is a senior politician from the ruling party, from an oil-producing area. She's been raising concerns about children with birth defects with central government and thinks there could be many more cases.
I've seen myself, my own relatives, giving birth to children born with deformities. I know that also in most of the villages, it's only areas that are around hospital where those cases are reported, but most cases are not reported.
You have any evidence, photos you can share with us?
We have reports from hospital. I have many photos. So yes, there are evidences. This is one child. This is the other one. They are twins. So they were born in Parian Hospital. Actually, that was last April. There are so many cases, but this year, all of them died except this one. This child is still alive. It was born in Pamir, in Jamjang, Ruwe.
Mary says after mounting pressure, the government launched an environmental audit last year.
So samples from the human blood, from their hair, from soil, from water were taken and sent to laboratories. And when it was launched, the government declared that the results will come out in 90 days. And I think that was last September.
In August 2024, Petronas, part of the GPOC oil consortium in Unity State, announced it was pulling out of South Sudan. The government is blocking it from selling its assets, saying they are legally obliged to pay for an environmental cleanup first. Meanwhile, the government still has not released any environmental audits of the area.
The government had said they will produce an audit report in 1 year. Where has the 1 year ended? Why are they delaying in publishing the audit report? Why? And time will come, all these wells will dry off. Chinese will leave, Indian will leave, Petronas has left. What have they left with South Sudanese now? A cry. Money come, money go, but life is more precious. The environment will never come and go again. The environment is there permanent. We have ice cream here in Sweden. Yeah, ice cream is part of life, I think, so here.
David and his family say they are happy in Sweden, but they are homesick.
My life is connected back home to our environment, our people, our culture, our moral values. That is the basic part of my life. And I think I miss it greatly, and I hope to get connected back home.
I feel like the situation in United States is a nightmare I can't forget, an environmental crisis of climate change and pollution. The people there don't have real information. The government hasn't yet released an environmental audit. There is no register of birth defects. They are left with so many questions, but no answers, and nowhere else to go.
Paying for your Showmax is easy. Just choose your preferred payment method from these easy and convenient options: MTN Momo, Visa or MasterCard, Showmax vouchers at DSTV or GoTV sales agents, or use a promo code. Enter your payment details and hit submit. Showmax. Pay easy, stream easy.
They are the trailblazers, the pioneers, the unsung heroines who break barriers and set new standards.
Hello there, welcome to The Woman in You with me, Zoe Abubeiduadu. Now, this is a show that celebrates the extraordinary resilience, strength, and leadership of women everywhere.
From the pioneers in enterprise, politics, and health, their stories are our stories.
I was very satisfied with doing something very little. But when my mother introduced the eggs and I started, it kept me so busy that I had to be there in the morning, afternoon, and evening.
I had been playing around with the different facets of it, and I realized, listen, I'm really onto something. I decided to formalize it, and I formalized it probably after, just navigating the space and doing different things and trying my hand at different things probably played around with it for like a good 5 years before I formalized it.
Be inspired, be empowered, be the woman you were born to be.
Join me, Zoe Abubeiduadu, every week on Channel 1 TV as we celebrate these women who inspire, empower, and lead by example. It's time to celebrate the woman in you.
The Woman in You with Zoe airs Sundays at 6 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
Get ready for the ultimate celebration of the year, the Situation All White Christmas Party 2024. this Christmas Eve. Join us at the Situation All-White Christmas Party for a night of unforgettable vibes. Date 24th December 2024. Time 8 p.m. Location The Underbridge, East Legon. Expect nothing but pure magic as we light up the night with incredible performances from Keche, the hitmakers who know how to get you moving. Bisa Kdei, Ghana's soul master with melodies that will take you to another world. A Chin Band, a live performance experience like no other. DJ Mingo, the party maestro, keeping the beats flowing all night. I've done it best, bringing the energy to keep the crowd jumping. And MOG, leading us in spirit-filled worshiping style. Dress code all white. Let's shine together in style. It's going to be a night to remember, full of music, dance, and festive spirit. Don't miss out on the hottest party of the season, the party that shuts down all parties. Call 0205-973-973 for table reservations and get ready to party. It's going to be lit at the Underbridge. The Situation All-White Christmas Party 2024 is powered by Channel 1 TV with support from 97.3 City FM and proudly sponsored by Carlsberg Beer, Kiss Drinks, Series, Bell Ice, Verve Duvernay, Bushmills Irish Whiskey, and Blue Jeans Energy Drink.
Time is ticking, but the dream of a family does not have to compromise your values. This young woman is really confused as her man demands she gets pregnant before marriage.
Hello, sisters. I've been in a relationship with a gentleman for over 3 years now. From the beginning, he's mentioned that he wants me to get pregnant before we get married. I didn't take it seriously at first, but it's been over 3 years and he's still insisting on it. Sincerely, my mom is a single mom and I saw all the challenges she faced raising us. I've always dreaded having a child out of wedlock, but now I'm confused. What should I do?
In life, we need to have our standards. If it's something that you believe in so strongly that you do not want to have children before you get married, please stand by it.
One thing that is funny when it comes to men, when they think they forget that the woman has total control. She has a final say when there's a pregnancy coming in.
If the man doesn't want to, compromise and meet you halfway, and you also cannot because it goes against your principles, don't force yourself to at all.
Join Chris Carter and the sisters this Friday at 9 p.m. on Channel 1 TV as they navigate the twists and turns of this emotional journey. Sister is proudly sponsored by Cindy Rice, Sweet Aroma, Great Taste, and Kivo Pepe.
Hello, are you ready for a show that the whole family can enjoy? Join us on our fun educational adventures as we discover interesting places, meet amazing people like a pilot, a soap maker, a chocolate maker, and more. That's not all. You will learn about our culture, explore musical instruments, symbols, and cloth, learn all about kente, gather around and listen to our folk tales, and discover the interesting history behind our stories.
Wow, this show is really informative.
Yeah! We'll also have fun experiments. Whoa! And lots of art activities.
Look at my spider.
So beautiful.
You definitely don't want to miss the Wonder Space Show with Miss Natalie.
Wonder Space.
Watch the Wonder Space Show on Saturdays at 12 noon only on Channel 1 TV.
Wake up to your ultimate weekend morning experience with Breakfast Daily Weekend.
Start your Saturday with us as we dive into the news headlines in our news review.
Stay informed with all the engaging discussions and insightful analysis.
Then join us as we discover what's happening around Ghana.
Get all the scoop on all exciting events and happenings in the city and beyond.
Ready to spruce up your home? We've got you covered with home improvement tips.
From gardening to DIY projects, we will show you how to keep your space shining.
And don't miss our arts and culture segment,
featuring dance, poetry, and soulful acoustic performances.
Your perfect weekend morning starts here. Tune in to Breakfast Daily Weekend on Saturdays from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
Every footprint tells a story from every walk of life. They faced challenges, celebrated victories, and made their mark on the world. Welcome to Footprints, where we walk through the incredible journeys of extraordinary people. Join us every Friday at 7 p.m. as we dive into the lives of those who've left indelible marks. It's not just about where you end up, but how you got there. Footprints, celebrating the paths that shape us all. This and every Friday at 7 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
Hello and welcome to another episode of A Question of Law. Here we break down the law as regards our various, issues that are happening in our lives, discourses that go on in our daily activities and so on and so forth. And we try to help you understand what the law says. Today we're going to go back to something that's somewhat basics, how laws are made. When I come back, I'll introduce my guest to you and we'll get into this conversation. Let's take a quick break.
There it is. It's finally here. Old School Reunion Pub Chain on Saturday the 21st of December 2024 at the Gold Coast Restaurant, Cantonments, Accra. It's going to be an old school reunion extravaganza of live music featuring alumni bands from Achimota, Presec, Infantsipim, Adisado, St. John's, and the Christian Alumni Association Ghana's historic all-female band. The guest artist is the US-based Local Crisis, and DJ Pello is on the ones and twos on the night for the after party. Ticket prices are regular 200 Ghana cedis online or by short code *844*344# and 300 Ghana cedis at the gate, and also at the Bachelor Total or bachelortotalonline.com. Table packages are also available. Proceeds are to help purchase equipment for the Achimota School Science Labs. Partners City FM and Channel 1 TV. For inquiries, call 0302-799-834. Come, let's jam together. Don't miss this. Iba Fake B.
All right, welcome back. And my name is David Kwekusechi, and my guest here, Salom Adunu, who's a private legal practitioner, as well as Clementa Kapam, also a private legal practitioner and a senior law lecturer at the Gimpa School of Law. Gentlemen, welcome once again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kweku. How are you doing today?
We are great.
Good,
Yes,
good,
you're
good.
well. Hope you are doing well too.
Yes, very, very well. Thank you. So, how did we come by the law in the first place?
Interaction of human beings. So society will come up with various ways of ensuring that we live in a harmonious environment.
Okay.
So the reason why you have a law that says do not cross the red light is because it's not because the policeman does not want you to drive top speed, but because you must stop for another person to pass. There are others who do not have cars and who want to cross the road. So laws are made to regulate our day-to-day activities. So that's how, and the Ten Commandments and the Torah they tell us to regulate how we relate to God, and that is where you can trace
that's where laws
the
come
footprints
from.
of what we're talking about when we're saying law. For me, I'll trace it from that.
From that point.
So yeah, rightly so. So laws are generally put together to regulate human activity or to regulate society. You can imagine a society without laws. Everybody does what he or she wants, and that will result in an anarchical situation. And so laws will regulate activity. So human beings decide, sleep, wake up, decide to do something. You know, there should be a way the system must sit to say, okay, this is what people are doing. Is it right? Is it wrong? Now, if it's, whatever the decision is, we must regulate it. So just to give an everyday example, so mobile money. Many years ago, there was nothing like mobile money. So there was no need for any law to regulate mobile money. But so it started. The system had to realize that, you know, people are transacting business this way. If we don't regulate it, you know, things may happen that would not be appropriate. So let's put in a set of laws to regulate that. People want to marry. People want to marry. You must put in laws, or there must be regulations in place to regulate how the marriage will be and how they can get together and marry. People want to divorce. People are marrying, yes. People want to divorce.
They want to end the marriage.
They want to end the marriage. We must put in law or a regulation to guide how the divorce or the separation will be. So laws are very important. It's meant to regulate society, and we can only imagine a society without laws.
So are there processes that we go through to enact laws? Are there, what's the general thinking? How do we come from a place where there's no law because it wasn't needed to the point where now the law exists? Are there processes? Are there conversations? Who initiates these things? Because I know that we call the House of Legislature as the Parliament. Are they the only ones? Can somebody else, get involved?
So very, very intelligent question, quickly. To even get to the point of how the law is made, we must first try and understand the types of law. Because the type will determine how it's made. Because not all laws have the same strength. Not all laws are made by the same institution or entity, or not all laws are made the same. So depending on the type of law we're talking about, then we will know how it is made. So what comprises, if we take our space as Ghana, what comprises the laws of Ghana is heavily regulated by the 1992 Constitution, where in the Constitution, in that famous Article 11 that every law student knows. That's the first thing you will know when you enter a law class and you're taught constitutional law. Article 11 will come to you.
Then I better learn Article 11.
If not already, I thought So in Article 11, it will give you the laws of Ghana. And it will say that the laws of Ghana will comprise of, and they will give you a list. So the Constitution, it's the law of Ghana. Enactments made by or under the authority of Parliament established by this Constitution. So we have the Constitution itself, it's law. Enactment made under the authority of Parliament as established by this Constitution. Then it will go on to say any orders, rules and regulations made by any person or authority under a power conferred by this Constitution. Then it will say existing law, meaning there was some law before this constitution.
Okay.
And then the common law, also another class of law. If you read further in Article 11, it will also mention customary law.
Okay.
If you read the Constitution and you get to the part on decentralization, it will mention bylaws. So if you take the totality of the Constitution together, when we say what comprises law, the Constitution itself is law, the enactments made by Parliament is law, the orders, rules, regulations is law, the existing law, the common law, customary law, and bylaws. So we say that within this list, there's a hierarchy.
Okay.
So the Constitution is
top,
primus inter pares.
Okay.
Sits at the top, and all other laws must take their strength from the Constitution. So you cannot have a customary law rule that sins against a provision in the Constitution.
Okay.
That customary law rule will be held to be null and void and of no effect.
Wow.
You cannot have Parliament pass a law that breaches a provision in the Constitution.
Okay.
So there is a hierarchy.
Okay.
And the hierarchy also shows the strength. So if someone is quoting a provision in the Constitution to defend or to support a certain position, you cannot quote a customary law rule or a rule in an act of Parliament as basis of your what? Opposition. So this is the starting point. And you will see that in Article 11, it will indicate under the authority of Parliament by a person authorized. So different persons will be given the power to make different types of laws. The commonest is what we will see being the Parliament, giving the power to enact legislation in the form of acts of Parliament.
Okay.
And that will have a process that will start and culminate in the assent of the President to the law. So ordinarily, these are the types that will exist, and depending on the type, we will know the process. So we can take the types one after the other and try and look at the procedure. But the most common that everyone will know that comes to us daily is what we see Parliament do by passing laws in Parliament. And actually the one that is also very close to us is customary law. In every community, in every village, there's one law that says you can't go to the farm on Thursdays, you can't go to sea on Tuesdays, you can't do the... It's not written anywhere, it's customary law. Break that law and you will see the consequences. So that also has its authority and who can make such laws.
Okay. So I don't know what you want to talk about.
Yeah, so generally, that's the position. And Article 11 is a very popular provision of the Constitution with many people, law students especially, and lawyers. So Clement mentioned the issue about common law. So we have the common law as it is, which is a body of law in common law jurisdiction, UK or England especially. But the definition of this common law, as we see in our Constitution, is that the common law of Ghana shall comprise the rules of law, generally known as the common law. Ghana is a common law country. And the rules generally known as the doctrines of equity. And so the doctrines of equity were formed to assist in the adjudication of cases in a manner that showed a lot more human face, which was fair, fairer, etc. Because the rules of common law itself were deemed to be a bit rigid and sometimes, hard-handed on certain situations. So the rules of equity were then formed. So we have the maxims of equity. He who comes to equity must come with clean hands. Equity follows the law, etc. A number of them. The rules of customary law, including those determined by the Superior Court of Judicature. And it goes ahead to say that for the purposes of this article, customary law means the rules of law which by custom are applicable to particular communities in Ghana. So this essentially distinguishes our common law from the common law as we have in England, for example. Because in the common law of England, you will not have our kind of customary law. Clement mentioned, go to some communities, you don't have to do this at this time, you do it, there are consequences. We talked about personal law, etc., before. And those things form part of the customary law. we had our own rules or laws many years before the white man came. Those rules and law were customary in nature. You know, when something happens, the chief must come in, the chief must do this. All these form a body of what we call customary law. They are customs. And it will not be fair on us for us to have thrown all of these things away, because there were rules we were living by, which were helping us before the white man came with all of these. So these have been incorporated into our general law as part of the common law. So those rules are very much alive today once they do not sin against the Constitution. So for example, I don't even know if the matter of female genital mutilation could be something which we can say is part of custom. Of course, it could be part of custom, but now it is frowned upon because it breaches or it goes against the Constitution generally, human rights, etc. Exactly. So matters of female genital mutilation, though it was allowed by custom in those days, now because of the superiority of the Constitution, which has within it at chapter 5, which has human rights, etc., doing those things, you know, go against the human rights provisions of the Constitution. So female genital mutilation and other, you know, cultural practices which are bad, which are demeaning, widowhood rights, etc., which may be customary, but are demeaning to the person, you know, will violate the dignity of the persons. Those ones the Constitution frowns upon, so those ones cannot be allowed. So that is how we contextualize our customary law vis-a-vis the Constitution and other laws.
Yeah, it's. I've heard you use these terms. Common law, customary law. Are they the same thing? Where do they intersect, if they do?
So there's a common law, the common law of England, and many countries that took inspiration from England, or many of the countries that were colonized by Britain.
Would you say common law is largely unwritten, or it's documented?
So common law, yes, it could be largely unwritten, but we have portions largely unwritten. But in our situation, we've had a lot of them now codified to become law, properly so called. And so same as the customary law, they are generally unwritten, but they are laws. For some reason, some of those customary laws will have found a way of getting codified in various, you know, documents, and they become law. But whether codified or not, once they are law and recognized by the Constitution, they continue to be law.
So if we were to look at you mentioned taking the types one by one and looking at them. So let's start from the bottom up. I don't know if that makes sense. And say that we look at bylaws, and then we look at customary laws, and then we work our way upwards.
Right, sounds good. So the bylaws, the power has been given to district assemblies, and these assemblies here will include the municipality, metropolitan. So district is used so the district assemblies are given the power to pass bylaws. Now these bylaws will be jurisdictional. So it is within and operates only within the boundaries of that district. And these bylaws are to ensure that the district events, activities, the socialization within the district are regulated within certain limits. Now, these bylaws cannot be made for events or situations that have already been regulated by a higher law. So the bylaws, maybe, I mean, recently we heard in the news a district assembly passing bylaws on certain dress codes for certain category of females within the district, because there was a high report of teenage pregnancy, and so they took certain steps. So these bylaws are at the district level, and they operate within the boundaries of the district. And it is the district assembly, on the authority of the district assembly, they have the power to pass these bylaws. So that's the first one. Customary law, as the name implies, it's custom. And who are the custodians of our custom? A traditional authority. So the traditional authority are the custodians, they are the interpreters, and they are the enforcers of custom. So if we disagree that a certain custom exists, first off, it will be at the instance of the custodian of custom, being the traditional authority, to be able to tell us whether or not this is the custom. If we think that that custom is repugnant to the constitution or to certain acts, then we challenge it at a higher level. But customary law is the preserve of the traditional authority, where traditional authority will give directive as to which customs are available or which customs have been in quote unquote enacted, because mostly it's oral. It is transmitted by oral tradition. It is unwritten, but very well known and very respected.
Okay.
Even though it is oral and unwritten. So it is the chiefs or the chief in council or the traditional council who will be vested with the authority, because they are the custodians of the custom, so they will be charged with making customary law. And that is also jurisdictional. So a customary law applies to a particular community. So you might have similar customary laws, but it doesn't mean that it is universal. Customary law applies to particular identifiable community. So then the traditional authority will have the power to enact customary. So bylaws, district assemblies, you go through the process within the assembly meetings to receive a proposal. They'll study the proposal. Maybe there's an event that needs regulation, or there's an activity that is becoming pervasive in the community in regulation. There's no national law regulating it. It is only particular to that community. It is very district specific. The assembly will discuss it in their meetings. It's passed, and then it becomes law.
So the customary law, very important, and sometimes the court relies on the traditional authority to assist them come to a certain conclusion or in determining a case. So there's this case where in marriage or in a matrimonial case or a family law case, where the court had to determine whether the two persons were indeed married, because one was claiming she was married to the man, etc. The man said no, or the man's people said no. The court then had to write to the House of Chiefs, I think the BA Bonahafo then House of Chiefs, to let the court understand what the traditions of the place was. So the House of Chiefs sat, put together a comprehensive document and sent it to the court. And based on that information from the traditional authority, which from who are the custodians of the traditions and customs of the people involved in the matter, the court was guided or aided to come to a certain conclusion. So customary law and its custodians, very important in how laws generally operate in Ghana.
All right. Well, let's take a quick break. We'll be right back, and there's more to come on the question of law.
Meet Kevin, your go-to buddy for epic movie marathons.
What do you mean?
Trust me. On the other side. Kevin, how come you're always this pumped during movie night?
Because I upgraded to Go TV Super Plus.
Nice. Well, be like Kevin. Upgrade and enjoy more for less.
Decide whether you're going to step up or not.
Go TV Super Plus, now at a reduced price.
Look at me.
Level up your entertainment and savings. Go TV. Love it.
All right, welcome back from that break. We're discussing how laws are made, and one of the things that fascinates me is the whole hierarchy of laws. Now, Clement, I wanted to come back to you. You gave the breakdown and said the Constitution is at the very top, and then there's the enactments of Parliament. Then there's more to come. But we started breaking it down as to how laws are made, and we started from the bottom up. We're saying that we're looking at bylaws, we looked at customary law. What's next in the hierarchy going upwards?
So in going upwards, the next step will be your orders, your rules, your regulations.
The existing law.
Existing law. So that's one step before. So the existing law is the law existing before the coming into being, because the constitution will have to adopt. Otherwise, then all those laws will cease to exist. So we give savings to the existing law. So that's the law in operation before Constitution 1992. So that's why you can see that we'll still be referring to
1960 something.
The Sale of Goods Act, 1960. We'll be referring to Bill of Exchange Act, old laws in 1961, 79, 74, existing law, adopting. Then after your existing laws will come the orders. So the existing law is made already. So it's either existing law made by a previous parliament or existing decree made by a previous military regime. And sometimes also the names of the law can tell you whether it was made by parliament or was made by a military regime. So if you hear a decree, it's military regime. So in our law, if you hear Armed Forces Revolutionary Council decree, even the name tells you an armed forces. But if you hear, for instance, Sale of Goods Act, or if you hear PNDC law 111 was made during the PNDC era. PNDC law 111. So the names will give you an idea also of type of regime that made the law. So that's existing law. Basically, what was in existence before the Constitution came into. Then we'll get to the next on the ladder being rules, orders, and regulations. So rules, orders, and regulations would take their strength from acts of parliament. So there, parliament would have given the authority to a certain ministry or a certain agency to be able to make regulations. And these regulations are in itself rules that will help in the implementation or operationalization of provisions in an act of parliament. So your regulation is like your technical guidelines. So if the act says don't go to the market on Sundays, the regulation will say on Sundays between the hours of 3 and so it will give the more technical operationalization of the provision in an act of parliament. Or the regulation will now specify or give more meaning without derogating from what the act of parliament sought to regulate. So those, and then orders also you will see, for instance, we have our rules of courts, the rules that will regulate the procedure in our court. At the High Court, at the Court of Appeal, at the Supreme Court, these will form part, and there are institutions that have been given the mandate to make these laws. Now, within this band as well, you can read, it says any orders and rules. So you can read into it rules made by constitutional bodies that have been given the power to make rules. And for instance, they will make their rules in the form of constitutional instruments. So
CIs.
Currently, there's news on CI, the Electoral Commission, body set up. They've given the power to make rules to regulate our elections. So they will determine the rules. But the constitutional instrument does not become law unless it goes to Parliament that has been given the power. So legislative power will still rest, but then the CI will have to go through Parliament as part of the process of becoming valid law. So within that band of orders, rules, and regulations, you will have all these coming in. During the COVID time, we also heard about EIs, executive instruments. You can put them all. So the executive instrument is the power, and as the name implies. It's an executive instrument as opposed to a legislative instrument.
Okay.
So a legislative instrument
It's
is
from
an
Parliament.
instrument from, we can
Parliament.
say, from Parliament.
Okay.
Originating on the back of an act of Parliament.
Okay.
An executive instrument, on the other hand, is an instrument originating from the executive
arm of government
on the back of a legislation giving it power to issue executive instruments.
Okay.
So during COVID, we'll pass the Restrictions Act, and on the back of the Restrictions Act, there will be powers given to the president to issue executive instruments and then to regulate portions of activities that will happen during emergencies, during the COVID pandemic.
Yeah.
So all those types of, for want of a better word, little laws we will find in that band that says any orders, rules and regulations made by any person or authority under a power conferred by this constitution. So that's where they'll take their power from.
So yes, rightly so. So in the body of the orders, rules and regulations, you can see that a lot of things happen there. So now we are having a conversation about CI, constitutional instruments. So in that case, the body, bodies which have direct or that power is directly taken from the constitution. So for example, the constitution says the Electoral Commission shall, through an instrument, make laws that will govern our elections, the conduct of our elections. So by that, it means that the laws put together, the rules put together, will have to come to Parliament, rest in Parliament for 21 sitting days. MPs have very little to do about that. They just have to see it, and they are the representatives of the people. They must know what is coming. However, if they see in that law something that is against the constitution or that flouts the constitution or things which are not proper, they can call the attention of that body to deal with it. They cannot on their own deal with it. They can either annul it or pass it or approve, get it approved. What they have begun to do, what they have done in recent times, which provides them some convenience, is to have what we call the pre-laying debate, where a lot of issues about it will be debated. So, for example, in the current CI, we are looking at the Electoral Commission CI, which seeks to use the Ghana card as the only means of identification for getting onto the electoral roll.
Register.
They've had debates, pre-laying debates, where a lot of these matters we are hearing, have come up. So if these things, if they are unable to reach a consensus, they have to take it back to, a consensus to say, okay, we don't want this, we want that, for the EC to go and relook at it. Once it is laid, and you count 21 days,
Question of time.
it becomes law. That is why you can see a lot of the minority people, fighting tooth and nail so that it doesn't get laid. Once it gets laid, it just becomes a matter of time. It becomes law. So without the Ghana card, you cannot get onto the electoral roll to vote as as a citizen or vote as somebody in Ghana who is interested in helping shape the direction of the country. So from that, we have enactments by or under the authority of Parliament established by this constitution. So that is what we call the Acts of Parliament. So, for example, Act 29, which deals with criminal offences, etc., that is an Act of Parliament that was enacted in the first Parliament of Ghana. A number of laws get enacted almost on a daily basis. Recently, the Companies Act, was enacted. The old one repealed, and the new one we have it now. So Parliament has that, and there's a whole elaborate process of Parliament doing that. I think if we have time, we'll go into that. After that, you get to the Constitution, or to turn it around, the Constitution becomes the first, Acts of Parliament second, and then the orders, rules and regulations come third, and then the existing law, and then we have the common law, which you've explained. So the Constitution is the basic law of the land, and you cannot have any law that stands in conflict with the Constitution and remains. Once it stands in conflict with the Constitution, that particular law will have to be struck off. So, for example, when you look at Article 1 of the Constitution, Article 2 Article 2(1) of the Constitution, it says a person who alleges that an enactment or anything contained in or done under the authority of that or any other enactment is inconsistent with or in contravention with the provision of this Constitution may bring an action in the Supreme Court for a declaration to that effect. So what it means is that when you bring this action to the Supreme Court now from Article 1(2) says that the Constitution shall be the Supreme Court of the land, and any law found to be inconsistent with any provision of this Constitution shall, to the extent of the inconsistency, be void. So it means that any law at all that operates in this country must be in consonance with the Constitution. You cannot have two laws being in conflict and the two laws operating at the same time. Okay. So what it means is that once you have two laws in conflict with each other, the lower one will have to be struck off. Yeah. The lower one will give way to the Constitution because the Constitution is supreme. And there's a whole process also of getting the Constitution. Even if you want to review it, there's a whole process of doing that. So that is how our laws really, are. And by that order, like Clement says, if I'm making a point with the Constitution, you can't use, an inferior law to want to fight against that. The Constitution is supreme. So all other things must defer to the Constitution. So every now and then you hear people go to court to strike out provisions of acts of parliament. So recently, Martin, people went to court on this matter of bail and struck off of section 96(7) of that law, which says that some offences were not bailable. Offences around drug, murder, and things like that were not bailable, which meant that if I accused you of having peddled or having killed somebody, etc., once that hangs around your neck and police arrest you, you cannot be bailed. And he went to court to say that was against the liberties, the freedoms of liberties, etc., that the Constitution gives. You proving, you are innocent until proven guilty and all those things. So on what basis would a person continue to be in custody? That is punishment. So the Supreme Court looked at it, saw it, and realized that no, that's right. They had to strike off that provision in the act, in the act, which meant that act, worked against the Constitution or was in conflict with the freedoms of liberty, etc., that the Constitution guaranteed. And so that had to be struck off because it was now null and void because it sinned against the Constitution. That is how superior the Constitution is in all the laws. That's why we say that it ranks first among the hierarchy of laws or in the laws here.
Yeah. So we've exhausted the types.
Yeah.
But there is one arm of government or one arm that the Constitution creates that will make laws that you are not seeing here. So we have what we call judge-made law. And there's contention whether it's actually law or it's... For instance, if the Supreme Court takes a provision of the Constitution and interprets it in a form that if you read the Constitution, ordinarily you won't see it there, that's making law.
Oh, wow.
So during the election petition, if in the election petition, if the Supreme Court defines what it thinks overvoting is, that becomes the law on overvoting. If I'm looking for the law on overvoting, I will quote the election petition case and I will quote that definition. Yes. Okay. So that's judge-made law. But judge-made law will only arise when the one pronouncing has judicial authority to make those pronouncements. So judge-made law is also an area. In our Constitution, when it comes to the removal of Chief Justice, for instance, if you read the Constitution clearly, you will not see the requirement of an establishment of a prima facie case in removing the Chief Justice. But if for other justices of the Superior Court, you will see the requirement of the establishment of a prima facie case. Our Supreme Court took a case that was brought before it and then read into the provisions of the removal of a Chief Justice a requirement for the establishment of a prima facie case. But if you read the provision as we have it currently in the Constitution on the removal of a Chief Justice, you won't see that requirement.
Okay.
But so that is judge-made law, and that's law made by the Supreme Court, because the Supreme Court has been given the power by the same Constitution to interpret it. So when they interpret it, their judgments are as good as the provisions in the 1992 Constitution. And you can use their judgment also as a basis to support a certain legal position or to say that a certain activity cannot happen.
Yeah. So just to add to that, so where, for example, there is a gap, you know, in the law, and the matter is tested in court, or something happens, the law is not clear on it, and so you go to court, the court takes that opportunity to fill the void or to fill the gap. So, for example, Article 22 2 talks about the fact that Parliament shall, as soon as practicable, after coming into force of this Constitution, enact legislation regulating property rights of spouses. Property rights of spouses. To date, this Constitution is almost 30 years
No,
old.
I want to give you another one. If you are mentioning 20, so let me give you another one.
Okay.
Article 1815. It's there. And it's my pet peeve. Article 1815 on international business transactions is there. It's also 30 years. Nothing has been done. And we are hoping that Parliament will take the opportunity to do that. If you look at 1815, it says, this article shall, with the necessary modifications by Parliament, apply to international business or economic transactions to which the government is a party to as it applies to a loan.
So
30 years.
So what it means is that there's a gap. Parliament hasn't done what it has to do. So this spousal, you know, this property rights of spouses law that Parliament must enact is still in Parliament, because there are issues around what happens to concubines, somebody you've lived with, as a person, you know, become a part owner of your property, all of that, and you can understand, you know, there's a lot of debate around it, and so that law is shelved somewhere. But the Constitution says Parliament should do that. But the issues arise, you know, in society, which require solutions. But the solution should have been in this enactment Parliament was supposed to have done. They've not done it. The matter goes to court. Should the Supreme Court or should the court sit and say, because it's not been done, we don't have a solution? No. The court must find a solution. So the court now solves the problem using the laws. So once that problem is solved, that
We are live on Ahonto FM. We are live on TV XYZ. We are live on Radio Gold. We are live on Power FM. We are live on TV3, live on GH1, Metro TV, Wazo TV, Plus FM, Atinka FM, Joy News, City TV, Channel 1, and Pan-African TV. If we acknowledge any other TV station broadcasting live, we will acknowledge before the presser ends. Without much ado, we invite the national chairman to give the address to the nation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy National Communications Officer. Good morning again, ladies and gentlemen of the media. Let me also commend you for your prompt response to our invitation to address the nation through you in spite of the short notice. We have decided to go slow on addressing the media so that we don't inflame passions and tensions that usually attend elections such as the one we've just gone through. But it seems to us that our silence is being taken advantage of by both the Electoral Commission and the New Patriotic Party to continue with the impunity they have been known for the past 8 years. The subject of today's presser has to do with what is happening at the police training school in Tesano. Some people call it Collation, some people call it Collation, and so on. But whatever name you call rose, it will still smell sweet. And a decorated donkey still remains an ass. It cannot be turned into a horse. We in the NDC believe that what is happening at the police training amounts to illegality. It is not founded on any laws of our elections. Neither is it based on any consensus that has been reached between the parties and the Electoral Commission. And so we want to inform the nation and to give notice to any officials of the commission and the police who are involved in the perpetration of that illegality to know that there could be consequences of their actions in future. We know the process of our elections is quite clear. After voting, votes are counted and the results entered on what we call the result declaration forms or the pink sheet, and the presiding officer at the polling station proceeds to announce the outcomes at the polling stations, after which all party agents sign and then are given copies of the results. The reason is that everybody will be having the same figures simultaneously. That is one of the most important checks in our elections. And that is why we always say that elections are won or lost at polling stations. Now, after what has been declared at the polling station, the law requires the presiding officer to paste a copy of the results declared at the polling station at the place where the election took place. And then, after all these declarations have been done at the various polling stations, then the parties, together with the Electoral Commission, will now meet at a constituency collation center, where the originals of the results declared at the polling station, which will be in the possession of the Electoral Commission, will be produced, and tallies are made out of that EC copies. But to check that EC itself will not play games, all the participating parties will have their collation agents at the collation center, and they will come there with copies of each of the polling station results, so that when the EC collation, constituency collation officer mentions a polling station by name and code and mention the figures, then all the parties that have copies of the pink sheets will now verify and check whether the figures on their copies of the pink sheet tally with what the Electoral Commission is mentioning. This provision is a check on the Electoral Commission officers so that they themselves cannot perpetrate fraud during the elections. Now, after we all agree on the figures as mentioned, because if everything is right, all the figures must tally, because the pink sheets are filled in quadruplicate, duplicate, quintuplicate, or whatever the case may be, depending on the number of candidates. So everybody will have the same copy. So the moment figures change and you find parties holding different documents with different tallies of votes, then there is a big problem. And that problem cannot be pinned on a single political party, because the same way political parties are capable of perpetrating fraud, the Electoral Commission officers also are capable of perpetrating the same fraud. So you need to find a way of looking at it so that you can identify who did the wrong thing. But whatever happens, at the end of the collation at the constituency collation centers, the results are entered also on the collation sheet and are signed and certified and pronounced upon by the returning officer. And in our elections, in our general elections, you have two categories of returning officers. The returning officer for parliamentary elections and the returning officer for presidential elections. And they alone have exclusive powers to pronounce the outcomes of the elections, and nobody else. That is why it takes the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, who is the designated returning officer for presidential elections, to pronounce on the presidential elections. No other person can pronounce on the presidential elections apart from the chairperson of the Electoral Commission. In much the same way, at the constituency level, the law mandates only the returning officer in the constituency to pronounce on the outcomes of the parliamentary elections in those respective constituencies. No other person. The chairperson in Accra of the Electoral Commission cannot pronounce the outcomes of the parliamentary elections in any constituency. The regional directors of the EC cannot pronounce on the outcome of constituency elections, even though they may be superior officers to the constituency returning officers. the district officers, if they are not designated as returning officers, cannot announce or declare the results of parliamentary elections. Because returning officers, while they are designated before the election, they are sworn in that they will speak the truth and declare everything. So those returning officers who are being who are claiming that they have declared one set of results in the constituency, and now they are claiming before their bosses that they were they declared those resources under duress, so they are now going to declare another set of results. They know they may be on the wrong side of the law in future. And so what we are seeing in police training depot, we try to find out what was happening there, because that meeting was called without any discussions with us as leadership of the National Democratic Congress. We're just here when we heard that our Electoral Commission and the police have decided that the outstanding, what they call outstanding constituencies, or constituencies where there appear to be some conflicts, they are inviting all of them to come and do collation and recollation. For some of us, when we were asked by our officials in the constituencies, we told them plainly that we didn't have any notice about it and we are not involved. In fact, I advised some of them not to appear, because what is going to happen there has no basis in any of our electoral laws. Now, checking from the police about what was happening there, we were told that the Electoral Commission had informed or misinformed the police that the political parties have come together through consensus that we must establish this center at the police training school and then bring all the areas under contention for these issues to be addressed. And we said that sorry, because we tried to find out why would the police accept to protect people who are engaged in some illegality to go about their business. And this was what they told us. We have since told them that we are not part of it. We have never discussed any of these things with the Electoral Commission anywhere. And so we, whilst monitoring, we heard yesterday that Fantiakwa North constituency, whose results had been collated and declared at Begro, had now been recollated at police training depot and declared by somebody who is other than the returning officer. Yeah, in fact, it doesn't amount to redeclaration, because the person who was forced to declare at Tesano is not the designated person who has power or authority to declare any results of Fantiakwa at all.
In fact, he was standing by when the returning officer declared.
Mm-hmm. So, and that person was standing by the returning officer in Begro when the returning officer was declaring the results. And then he is now invited to come and redeclare. And I'm not surprised. You know, it reminds me about your drama in Parliament where Mr. Speaker presides and takes a decision And then the following day, MPP forces a deputy speaker to go and reverse the decision of the speaker. So this is the hallmarks of MPP's impunity. So we don't want to, engage in anything that will escalate tensions. So we have proceeded to court and have applied to injunct the process that is going on there. And we hope we are putting the Electoral Commission and all other people involved in that illegality on notice that what they are doing amounts to an illegality. If they choose to proceed, then they will be ready for the consequences. The staff of the commission who are engaged in this illegality, there will be consequences for them in future. And let me also advise some other influential people in society. I hear that in some places, chiefs are involving themselves in this electoral process and putting pressure on commission officers not to proceed to do their work according to law. We are also advising Nananom that it is for very good reasons that the Constitution provides that Nananom should not be involved in active partisan politics. But if they choose to descend into the arena of controversy, then they know the consequences will be obvious. So we are advising Nananom to conduct themselves, as many of those who are involved, should conduct themselves as chiefs of all the contestants and not to enter into this arena of controversy. Because if you present yourself as a politician, we will treat you as a politician. If you present yourself as a competitor, we treat you as competitor. If you present yourself as a contestant, the other contestants will treat you as such. And I don't think it will be good for us, because the provision in the Constitution barring chiefs from participating in this active politics has at least served our democracy that far. And so we are advising Nananom to take note of that and contribute their quota by way of peace building rather than entering the arena of controversy. Now, I heard my junior brother Afenyo Makin, who, having rejected the position of minority leader, is now on his way to becoming a micro minority leader. Bragging that he belongs to a party of rule of law and all that. Who doesn't know about MPP? We in the National Democratic Congress don't need lectures from Afenyo Makin about democracy at all. Indeed, if there were any need for lectures in impunity, then we will invite him as our lecturer. But if it is about democracy, he must shut up. he should go back to his region and take stock of his parliamentary candidates who have been shooting and killing people, his party people, who have been shooting and maiming people across the country. We are quiet not because we are going to sleep over this. We are sending notice that all this violence, right from 2016 to date, will be properly investigated, and our electoral system and democracy will be cleaned of these violent stains. Immediately we take over. And so anybody who is thinking about abusing these 3 weeks, abusing his power during these 3 weeks to create any problem, he must know that there will be consequences for him after the takeover. We want to thank you all, and may God bless our homeland, Ghana.
Okay, please.
No question. No, we want. Well, if you want to ask any questions, you are free to do so that.
The CID director is dodging the injunction you sent. I posted on CTFF.
It's on notice.
And the CID director is blocking the service of the injunction.
Okay, thank you. The next question.
Yes.
TV3.
Yeah, so just to find out from you if you've informed the IGP about what is happening at the police training school, because as the head of the police service, he should be.
Okay, right. Next
so
one.
what happens to the constituencies that have been redeclared?
Redeclaration of the new constituencies.
Yes. Jenna, you just told us that.
Oh, don't worry. I'm still general. Go ahead.
You just told us that the process ongoing at the police training school, the NDC as a party was not informed.
Yes.
You've come to the conclusion that you are placing an injunction on the whole process. Did you arrive at this conclusion because at a point the NDC as a party realized that members or your candidates who were declared winners are now turning to be losers? Was that the position? Is that the position of the NDC?
Okay, no. Okay. Yes, GH1.
Yes, so you're saying that but we've seen that results must be declared at the constituency. But we've seen that other results were declared at the EC regional office here in Accra. Do you still hold the same position on that?
All right, so that will be all.
Yeah.
Blocking the service, the redeclaration.
Well, you can run, but you cannot hide. This is notice that we are giving them. We are putting the whole country on notice. So if an individual officer knows that he is conducting himself well according to law, why would you be running away from service? So the fact that they are running away from service means that they intend to become fugitives of the law, and you know what it means when you get arrested. The injunction application has already been served on the Electoral Commission. So the one who received the service is Daniel Nyamiche at the headquarters of the Electoral Commission. So the Electoral Commission has been served. Bosman Asare, Dr. Bosman Asare has acknowledged receipt of the application, and the director of CID, Faustina Andokofi, appears to ignore the process and has asked the EC to continue. So if Andokofi is allowing the process to continue, she would bear the consequences of her action. And the rest of the questions, it has been answered. I'm saying that, look, if you all sign a declaration here that we are going to commit crime, does that make the commission of the killing of the person legal? It does not. It's conspiracy to commit crime. And they can deal with all of you. And I'm saying, as leader of this party, that I'm not involved in anything that has, arrived at any consensus to do anything anywhere. And when there is a declaration, nobody can do any other declaration. You resort to court. If Afenyo Markin is listening, you go to court. All these charges about I declared under duress and so on, they will be part of the evidence that you will lead in court, that I did this under duress. And then the elements of duress will be investigated, the particulars of the duress will be investigated. And then it will take the court to make a pronouncement on your claim. So you can't say that an electoral officer has told you that he declared the results, but he was pressurized to declare it. So you are going to call that person to come and recollate and redeclare. It hasn't happened anywhere. If that is the case, the process will go on ad infinitum, because anybody in any of the constituencies can come out and claim that he or she was asked to declare under duress. So what do? You have to go and open up. That is why the law is very, very clear that once the declaration has been made, you can only question that declaration in the court of law. And in the case of parliamentary, it's the High Court. So you proceed. And we have precedences, several precedences of this. Techima himself, only in 2020, it was after the declaration, we brought all the pin sheet down here to the Electoral Commission headquarters in Accra. Our MPs who led the work to present those documents were beaten up by the police. And the Electoral Commission said, you should go to court. Even where we have all the figures and the tally indicate that the officer there was wrong. So we went to court. So what has changed? And incidentally, they are now talking about the same Techiman Saf, where they are claiming that some declaration was done wrongly. So now they are calling to now recollect.
This is the Election Bureau. Welcome to the Situation Room. Grateful for making time to join us for another edition. If you are watching us on TV, you're live on Channel 1 TV. If you're listening to us via radio, this is City 97.3 FM. Today, we're looking at the outcome of the elections, going into the details from the presidential. We'll zoom into the regional, and then we'll go to the constituencies. When we come back, I'll introduce the big, huge team that will be taking us through this. Don't go away. Yeah, welcome back to the Situation Room. My name is Zifin Kai. Look, in the studio today, I have Bernard Avile. Bernard, you've been missing for a while.
I've been missing in action.
We don't like that. How are you? How have you been?
I'm fine.
Okay.
I'm fine.
All right. And then I also have Godfred Akotobuafo here in the studio as well. Godfred.
The way you're doing the shadow there.
Inspiration from you.
I've been watching you all week, you know, from home. The way you've been matching the ties, you look good. It's good to be here.
I'm hanging out with my brothers. I have to, you know, behave like them to understand them. And then I have Omar Sanda Amadou as well. Sanda, welcome.
Thank you. Akoto has said what I wanted to say, so I won't say anything again.
Don't say anything. And then later I'll be joined by Richard Delasky. Gentlemen, welcome again, and thank you for coming. So we'll start with the outcome of the elections proper, the general outlook in terms of how Ghana has switched from blue to green. Bernard, I'm starting with you. Are you ready to take us through?
No, yeah,
if not, let me take opening remarks.
Take my preliminary comments.
Let me take opening remarks, then let me let you settle because you are. So I'll start with Godfrey.
This is
you want to start? Okay.
I've covered elections since 2004. I voted first in the year 2000. This is probably the, what's the word to use? It's the biggest swing in an election I've observed in Ghana.
Not even 2016?
No. This is serious. This is, I don't even have the right word to use. I don't want to use an American slang, but it is decisive. It's I don't even know. It's serious, and the kind of mandate John Mahama has been given, I'm sure for even him, his advice, they are like, wow. You know, you can win and say, wow.
Yeah.
So there's a way in which you campaign, you work, and know you win. NDC had the momentum. They knew they were winning. But even the most optimistic NDC person didn't know that and the parliament is what even makes, you know, you can tell an election swing not just by the gap. And this is a 1.6 million gap, but the parliamentary swing. Literally the whole nation wanted to change this government.
I remember when the results started trickling in, you were the first person to tell us that Greater Accra region had swung to the green based on the system that we had put in place and the figures, you know. The level of swing across the nation, were you expecting that, or did Greater Accra prompt you that, hey, this is going to be more than I think?
Remember that night when you asked me, I said, on the basis of what I've seen in Greater Accra, NDC has won the election, they won the election very big. Because when you pick a polling station from a typical constituency, and you notice that all the polling stations you sample across the country, MPP's votes are dropping and NDC's votes are rising.
Yeah.
It's one thing for MPP to maintain NDC to rise, because NDC was coming from a deficit of 500K.
Yeah.
But everywhere you picked on that screen, polling station, MPP was losing sometimes by half. And NDC, the minimum they did was to maintain what they got. Then they added. So it was for me a telltale sign. And I also said to you that Greater Accra was going to be more influential this year than it was in the past. Everybody said Greater Accra margins are small. Vivian, Greater Accra's margin for NDC is only bettered by Ashanti's margin for MPP by 120 or so thousand. So basically, Greater Accra takes care of Ashanti.
Yeah.
In the maps we did, we used to say there were swing regions. We said they were green, deep green. NDC has, of the 16, 13 are NDC. And of the 13, about 9 are deep green.
Yeah.
So you can actually say Greater Accra, Savannah, Upper East, Upper West, Volta, OT, Western North, Bono, all have become deep green.
Yeah.
That is unprecedented. Because even when Akufo-Addo won in 2016, he got, I think, 2 regions deep green and about 5 regions all light blue, deep blue and light blue. So on the swing region level, it's been massive. On the stronghold level, it's been massive because everywhere NDC did well in their 2012, which was their best, they consolidated that 60% or more. Places that they didn't even win well in 2012, they won it better. I mean,
It's great. It's crazy.
Yeah,
we'll go into details, the constituencies, the regions, and all that. But before I go to Godfred and Sanda, I want to pick your thoughts just briefly on the constituencies, the parliamentary.
Yeah, what we have so far is a clear 2/3 for the NDC. The swing. Okay, this is the way I see. Generally, up until this election, MPP tends to do better in presidential elections than parliamentary elections. Because MPP's real numbers come from 2 regions, and NDC comes from across the country. So if you think about the fact that there are constituencies in Ghana with 40,000 voters, 25,000 voters, they will typically be in non-MPP areas. So NDC is generally expected to win parliamentary elections, and MPP generally, because of the density of the population in their strongholds, generally. This is one election that did not follow the trend. So what I would say is that this election, all of us, everybody has to rewrite the election trends, because this is like a big event that has changed the way the trend flows. Because, for example, typically NDC wins presidential elections, apart from 96, from 2000, by very small margins. MPP tends to win by bigger margins. 2004, 2016, 2020. All of that, when you add this result to it, is so basically they've rewritten the modern political history with this victory. All right? And then, of course, regionally, regions that used to be considered, Eastern region, Vivian, the difference between the 2 parties is 40K, which is even smaller than Greater Accra gave John Mahama in 20. So basically, John Mahama trailed Bawumia in Eastern region by only 40,000 votes. Can you imagine? Ashanti region, with all its big size, 600,000. If you just put voter and NOT what Mahama got there, it almost wipes out Ashanti. So all the things we've been doing up until the election day was to give people a good sense of where we are. What we are going to do today is to tell people that there is a new political map. So Mahama has withdrawn the political map. So everybody has to readjust. So going forward, elections will never be the same in Ghana.
All right, go for it. Let me bring you in on your initial comments on the big presidential switch, and then a quick one on the parliamentary as well. I remember when the parliamentary results were coming from where you live.
Yes.
I mean, there was a bomb from that place.
Yes, in Ablekuma West as well.
Yeah.
I think that if you look at the map as we have it now, you can clearly tell that Mahama has a national mandate. Ahafo, Bunu East, Central, Greater Accra, Northern, Oti, Savannah, Upper East, Upper West, Volta, Western North. You don't get as national representation of a mandate than this. And it just shows, if you look at the swing from the previous election, it just shows, I think, how far John Dramani Mahama has come, and the NDC, how far they have come as a party as well. Because we go back 2016, perhaps the most unpopular president in the history of the Fourth Republic would have been John Dramani Mahama, left on the back of a hailstorm of corruption and very, very low approval ratings. Very few would have thought that his political career would get this kind of revival. It didn't just get a revival, it got a major boost nationally, who have said that, well, we think that at this point in time, we prefer you as an option to what is available. So a resounding mandate for the NDC and John Dramani Mahama. What they do with it is up to them, but I just look at it and I say, look, they did a national campaign, they won a national vote. If you look at the NPP, I don't think that they run a national enough campaign. And when you listened to their campaign message during the course of the whole campaign period, it was pretty clear that it was a campaign that was highlighted by strategy. What was the strategy? Pick on where the numbers are. Get our most numbers, because it had always looked like those numbers were good enough. Little did they know that the national feeling had turned to such numbers that alone was not going to be a viable strategy. And with the exception of the Ashanti region, where even there their numbers have dropped. And it's surprising for me, post-election, the rhetoric that has come from the blue quarters, where they say our people did not come out to vote.
But can we ignore that?
You
in
can't.
terms of the apathy, can we put that aside and not use it as one of the main reasons why the Greens went real green in terms of apathy?
Apathy would have affected everybody. We haven't yet drawn down data that says apathy affected just the MPP. Because if you have a candidate who, on the other hand, has won such massive numbers across the rest of the country, apathy does not become an issue. We can deal with voter turnout and the other factors that affected it. But the man won 13 out of 16 regions. That is not apathy in my estimation. That is a lot of people around the country in different parts of the country, diverse parts of the country, waking up one morning and saying, look, I have a decision to make. This is the decision that I am making, irrespective of whatever I feel or think about this. And I just think that the NPP needs to sit back again and look at this campaign that they run. I kept saying during the build-up to the election that it was a campaign that was being made up as it went along. And it did not have a soul. It was representative of what we have seen, the worst sides of the NPP the past 6 or 7 years. A lot of sloganeering, a lot of singing, but very little substance.
But wasn't it because there was no substance?
That's exactly
Based on how things had turned out in terms of the economy.
They run basically, they run a campaign that was very, that was opposite to what every single data set was saying. Approval ratings were in the opposite direction. Afrobarometer was telling you something else. Most of the major polls around the world that were happening here were telling you the same thing. But if you looked at the campaign that was being run, you would think, and Bernard has said this, it looks like everybody in the NPP at a point in time lived in a bubble, except the rest of the country. Now, you go to the poll, and the rest of the country shows you where they live, and they've left the blue side shell-shocked, Vivian.
All right. Umar Sanda Amadou. I was listening to Dr. Bami. I think the second day, some of the MPs from the Greater Accra, those who lost, those who won, visited him, and he was saying that it was because most of the people didn't turn up for the party, one, and then from what they've seen, initial data mining and all that, it was just by about 100K really that the NDC overtook them with. Godfred is saying apathy was across the country, but really the people showed up for
So Vivian, I've heard the apathy argument. In fact, when I was covering on election day, all the constituencies I went to, I was in Shao Sodoku, Ningo Pram Pram, Bunkatamanso and Ashaiman. As of 3 p.m., the numbers I saw show up to vote were not impressive, less than half at all the polling stations I went. So there was apathy. The question is, the people who were apathetic, who says they were NPP people? What shows that if those 2 or 6 extra million people had come, they were going to vote for MPP? I think perhaps MPP should be happy that there was even apathy, because if there wasn't, perhaps the defeat would have been bigger than it is. We cannot say for sure, and there's no scientific way of proving now, that all the people who showed up to vote were NDC people only. Unless there will be a poll where all MPP people will show that we did not show up to vote. And then they are registered card-bearing members and they'll prove so. For me, what matters is that the one party has won and another has lost. Whether it was because of apathy that they lost or not, it should tell them that there's something that they did which was wrong. And apathy itself is also a vote. For your members not to show up to vote, granted that they were, it means that they actually are saying that they don't care about you. I think this is, look, and I'm not sure the MPP has recovered from this. And I said something jokingly. Even if the whole audit service tries to help NPP make sense of what happened, I'm not sure they will finish in a year or two. Because the magnitude of the defeat is unimaginable. Going into this election, because of a number of things, one would have expected, well, the governing party may fall, but not to the extent that they did. The gap is so bad that NPP MPs are as significant in parliament as a public gallery. They can actually not show up and nothing happens. So it's like when the members of the public gallery are not there, parliament can still proceed. So whether or not they are there, they'll proceed. The 1992 Constitution, the framers, Article 3, the early part of the Constitution, they said Parliament shall have no power to enact a law that makes Ghana a one-party state. What the framers did not know that Ghanaians themselves can decide they want to do a one-party state. And that's actually what we have now. We actually have a one-party state. And I'm saying a democratic one-party state. That is what we have got into. In 2016, when Mahama was defeated, I said that, and I wrote a Facebook post where I said that if a sitting president is defeated by 1 million votes, and this sitting president is younger and seeking re-election, and is defeated by 1 million votes to an older opposition leader, what Ghanaians have said to that president or the new president is that we have taken care of the opposition forever. Do not worry. Go ahead and execute whatever your mandate is. That's what Ghanaians said to Akufo-Addo in 2016 when they gave him that mandate. But what John Mahama has gotten now, I don't even know how to translate it. It's like we have annihilated, we have taken the opposition off the map for you. Feel free and drive at any speed you want. And that is why I gave the advice I gave the last time I gave. That, look, this is the best thing that can happen to anybody in an election. And in the next 4 years, he can decide to just sleep it off. Nothing we can do. He can also decide to leave a very good mark. And I'm really hoping and praying that he will leave a good mark on this nation, because what he has been given, and Godfred has said it, no one thought that in 2016, the defeat that Mahama suffered, he would ever even dream of coming to run for election. But Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and his government has given John Mahama the audacity to come and prove that he's actually worth it, and to make Ghanaians say that we made a mistake in 2016, which is what we have seen now, Vivian.
Okay. Now let's look at what the general outlook is like. Bernard is ready on the dashboard. Bernard, I'm looking at the map of Ghana, the Republic of Ghana, 2024. Green all over. In the middle belt below a bit, you see some blues, and then some spots of blue top on the right side. What is happening there?
So what we've done is, as you know, we've created this general map which tells you if MPP wins is blue, if NDC wins is green. This is without the 9 the EC did not add. So there are 9 constituencies EC did not add. All right, so this is 260, 67, 78. Now this is just a basic view of the map of Ghana. Let me just show you how this has changed over the electoral cycles. All right, so 2020, it may not look too different, because in 2020, the NPP won by 500,000 votes, all right? And then in 2016, NPP won by an odd million votes. So that map was pretty deep. So this is the 2020 picture. You notice a lot of blue.
Yeah.
Both up there, even in the middle part, and then in the western part. Right, so coast. The blues, the whole coast is very blue.
Yeah.
All right. Now, when I show you 2024, you can quickly see the difference. That all of this western side is green.
It's gone.
All right. Now, the second thing I'll show you, when I create a heat map, all right. Sorry for this, but I create a heat map. So now we're basically showing the degree of the victory. All right. Again, 2024, the deep parts, apart from the 2 in northeast, everything they got here is a marginal victory. And then, apart from the core Ashanti, a lot of the eastern is not really that deep. Whereas for NDC, the deep is all the way through, So basically, you can draw a 7 in the opposite way, from upper east, upper west, Savannah, down to Bono East, through to parts of Krobo Eastern, all the way to Volta. And then you have the same showing up here. All right? So their light greens then cover the rest of the map. Yeah. So basically, that's why I agree with the two gentlemen that it's not just a turnout issue. All of this part has changed. All right? Of course, there was apathy in the country, so queues in Accra were short.
Yeah.
So generally, and I was doing the polling station, I told you that even for some places, NDC too dropped. So it's very clear. If you do some analysis, NDC's votes dropped in some areas. The apathy is very strong. It didn't translate into voting for smaller parties. It just meant that a lot of people flipped. So when you look at some of Musa's figures, some MP people flipped to NDC and then some didn't vote.
Yeah.
But most of NDC people would have voted anyway. Now, you compare this heat map to 2020 again, and you notice that it's a very huge, I mean, look at this. 2020, there were a couple of deeps here. This was not that light. The deep greens were not that many. 2016 is the map Sander was referring to. 2016 was when MPP was really on top of its game. All right. And in that particular instance, you notice that the deep blue was much, much more.
Yeah.
Okay. Look at that. All the way to the Bono areas. Now, take a careful look at these Bono areas. You notice that it's been greened.
Yeah.
And then the Western Enclave. So, for swing regions, you look at Southern Coast, the Bono Enclave and Western for 2016, right? Bono Enclave, Western, and then Coastal.
Yeah.
Look at what's happening in 2024 with this Mahama victory. All of that is gone. All of that is gone. All of course. So
can you tell us what we see?
Forgive me. So all of this green, blue that you were seeing. So this is swing region areas. It's just two blues you see here. So basically for election, MPP in the Bono region won only one constituency. So Bawumia won one constituency in the Bono region. He won one constituency in the Ahafo region. And with Bono East, he hasn't won any if Techiman South comes. So if you take Bono Ahafo and Bono East, let me make it easier so you get what I'm trying to say on this. So take Ahafo, Bono, and Bono East. Okay, this is 2024. Basically, we're saying, apart from Techiman South, which is coming in, there are only two constituencies that Dr. Bawumia won. Now, compare this to any previous election. I mean, it's almost unfathomable. Look at 2020 for this same three. I mean, guys, look at this.
Look at that.
I mean, the whole of Bono is blue. Bono East, they even made incursions into Bono East. Ahafo. This is 2020 figures. I'm not even talking 2016. This is an election with a 500,000 deficit for NDC. And you come to 2024, and Vivian, look at this. Only two.
It's wiped out.
So this is not a stronghold situation. This is just two. And these two are light blue. So they didn't even win any Bono. Bawumia didn't win any Bono constituency by more than 60%.
The whole of Bronga Ahafo.
So I'm taking Bronga. In fact, I even have a 10, but I just want to stay there. So the point is that swing regions swung so rapidly. So look at the numbers as well. There's a 150,000 margin plus for Mahama. When you compare him to 2020, for 2020, you had, where am I? Okay, I'll show you the 2021.
2020 is below. It's actually below. So it's below the
Bawumia
figures for 2024.
Good. Thank you. So
637,000.
Mahama gets 56% of the three Bono regions. Bawumia gets 41. In 2020, Akufo-Addo had 51%. So Mahama has climbed from 47 to 56, like 10%, and Bawumia has dropped by 10% in Bono. Why is Bono a swing region? This mirrors the national. So this 56.5, 41.6 is very close to the national, which is why we say that in the trend, it's a swing region. It behaves like the nation in total. Let me do Western as well. So this is two
of the blue.
Out of, and mind you, this is 2 out of
29.
So we have only Techiman South absent. So basically the whole region is gone. Okay, now if you want to go to the Western Enclave, still on the issue of swing regions, all right? Let me take Western, forgive me. Let me take Western region proper, all right? Before I come to Western North. This is Western region. You remember we did our Western region show? Vivian, what did you say? You had the Takrady Enclave. This is presidential results. The 8 constituencies in Takrady, Sekondi, Takrady, Mpoho, Efia, Kwesi-Mintim, Ahanta West, Esikado Ketan, MPP. Shama was like schizophrenic, depending on how it felt. Vivian, this is presidential results. Apart from this Takrady, NDC wins every constituency. I mean, this is. I mean, look at this. In 2020, Mahama gets 46% of Western region votes. Akufo-Addo gets 50%, which is again similar to the national average. Mahama is now 58.8. Bawumia is 38. I mean, this is crazy. Now, if you even so basically, apart from Takrady, and even the Takrady is not deep, it's light. Now add Western North for emphasis, so that we want to, for those who deal with old regions.
But I'm just looking at the win margin, 150,000 almost.
Yeah, so if you add that win margin to the Bono win margin, Bono was 123,000, 150K, so it's almost 280,000 gap for just 2 swing regions. So if I add Greater Accra, the election is over. So this is the old Western region. Think about it, presidential elections from the 9 up there to this. Of the 26 constituencies in the old Western region, Baumia won only in Takoradi. I mean, this we were predicting Greater Accra.
I think Western region was one of the shocker regions that, I mean, people, of course, at a point you see things are swinging, but the level of swinging.
If you are writing a headline for the Conversation or City Newsroom, we'll call it Western Wipeout.
Yes. Total.
Because it's, I mean, I've never seen anything like this. Let me show you 2020, okay? To make this point clearly, go to 2020, the most I mean, look at this. 3 in Western North, Jomoro's, Akufo-Addo. This whole bunch.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And the 5 at the bottom are strongholds.
Yeah.
You would have thought that the trend is that you move from deep blue to light blue, light green. You basically just... I mean, I've never seen anything like this in my life. Right? So this is what? 2020. 49, 47. All right? Akufo-Addo won that election by a 19,000 margin. It was pretty close. If I show you 2016, just for emphasis, all right, where he's coming from. So basically, this is where he's come from, the mandate he was given, and the mandate he's leaving. So what I'm trying to say is that the state of the nation when they voted for Akufo-Addo in 2016 was that in the Western and Western North regions, he had a 70,000 plus. Baumia takes over 8 years later, and he has a 150,000 deficit.
Yeah.
So look at all these blues. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Come to 2020, just for emphasis again. More blues here.
Yeah.
All right. Then, sorry, this is 2020. You can count as many as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 13 of the 26, so you can call it Chimpe. So 13 or 26 in the Old Western belongs to NPP. Come to 2024 and you swing from 13 to what? I mean, I don't know what you guys think about this.
This is 20.
When you spoke to him, what did he say? I mean, Vivian, from 13
to 25 nil. 25-1, sorry.
You know, and the only MP who has won in the Western region, who people even thought was having problems.
Ochedako.
Yeah. I mean, what is this? I haven't come to Greater Accra yet.
I mean, Ochedako, you know, with the Western region issue, the statue thing.
Yeah.
That's Ochedako.
Yeah, but no, that was in second D.
But then he gave the go ahead.
They removed,
it's second D Chakra.
Yeah, they did. And Mesa paid for that.
So this is funny. So in 2016, when NDC had a similar wipeout in Central region, they won only 3 regions. One of them was the regional minister Ricky Hagan at the time.
Yes. Cape South and then Kumfi.
This time too, NPP loses the whole region except where the regional minister is.
Yeah.
So for some reason, regional ministers are able
and you know the funny thing, Vivian, NDC's loss in 2016 was the worst loss of an incumbent till date.
Yes.
It has nothing on 2024.
No.
2024 is it's
a different. It's a rogue.
You need to combine the push and pull factors. You need to say it was a rejection of MPP and also an acceptance of Mahama, because you cannot swing from minus 1 million
yes
in 8 years ago to plus 1.6 million in an 8-year cycle. With the same person.
With 9 constituencies outstanding.
Imagine the same person who lost as city president by 1 million is winning by 1.6 million. So look at where he's come from. And by the way, to work from minus 1 million to minus 500K is a hell lot of work.
It's something else.
Right? So NDC's way of coming to power was from 1 million minus to 500K minus to now 1.6 plus. So now NPP is working from minus 1.6 million. So the question is, what are they going to do in 4 years to even have this?
Yeah. And this is with people not even showing up. So imagine.
It is, I mean,
you know,
it doesn't make sense.
The Western region, I think that, again, if the government had paid a lot more attention early on. They would have realized that they had a lot more work to do. Again, it's the taking people for granted. If you look at the voting history of the Western region, the Western North, they would have assumed that, oh, these are people who are normally amenable to our politics, and so we don't need to do too much. Those who come from the region will tell you that it's a pale shadow of its glorious past. My good friend Achutamaklu calls it one large construction site. He says everything that has been started in that region has been left uncompleted. Nothing has been finished. It's a dusty patch of earth. Now, in addition to that, you look at the Western region has really struggled with water because of Galamsey. They're one of the regions where water rationing started pretty early. Before we started struggling with it here, Western and Central were the ones who were struggling with it, and they had complained because of that prices had gone up. Now, if you look at even the general economy of the Western region, it hasn't been the best over the past decade. Things have really gone down and the thing is this. And that was the point I was coming to. If you visit the place, they will tell you that we've been digging oil in this place for some time now, but it is not reflective of the lifestyle. Third point that affected the governments there, and perhaps across the country, the heightened activity of voter education. There are a lot of small advocacy groups that went round that educated people. Don't take gifts and vote. Look at your situations and vote. Don't do this, don't do that. And in a place like the Western region, Ghana Integrity Initiative, for instance, was very active, where they went around in small groups, were educating people online. They were doing a lot of work in there. You voters who had become more enlightened to their situation, in addition to a horrible economic and regional situation. Look, when the statue issue came up, and a lot of people think we might be overemphasizing the statue, but the statue kind of was
it became emblematic of the disgruntlement.
Yes. You know, because after I was done, our man in the region, Enim, went there and did a report. In addition to that, I watched others as well. And you know, when a Ghanaian says, "Train, I'll be home," a lot of the feedback from what Enim did, from what all the others who went to the region post that statue did was, "Train, I'll be home." There was a lot of that. They won't say it in as much words, but you could get it in the statements that they were making. They were dropping hints. There was a lady at the market who was like, "Oh, so you think you can just come and do you can complete this? No problem. Next week is coming. I will be here. You are not here."
And that video of the statue and the reactions was our most reacted to story for, I can say, for this year. Within 30 minutes to 1 hour, we had hit about 2K comments. On that statue.
You know, there are some stories that come to you, even as a news person who's seen a lot of news, you still get shocked. When Akwesi Ejenim put the story on the page that Akufo-Addo unveils a statue of himself.
I had to look twice.
I was like, okay, wait. So actually, I read the thing, waiting that he would edit it. If someone unveils a statue for you, it's all right. But you travel all the way, you take our presidential, I don't know whether that's how he went, but fly all the way there, go and unveil your statue in the middle of a roundabout, which is very dusty and an uncompleted road. And when I went to cover the MPP manifesto launch, I went to that roundabout, I saw it. And so for me, I'm like, okay, at least wait. If the road was completed in Mpue, but the road is not finished, the whole place is under construction, and you say to me that you, look.
That's why I'm surprised that the Western Regional Minister didn't take a fall for this. That he went through.
He's an experienced political player. And he barely held, because if I show you...
Show me his numbers.
So if you do the parliamentary, we'll probably come to parliamentary. This is presidential.
Okay, sure.
Parliamentary, Western gave MPP 2. What I wanted to show you was that the question now will be, which region won the election for Mahama? The answer is every region.
Yes.
And I'll show you why. Every region changed. Before I do that, let me just add the Bono and Western to just show you my swing region. I haven't come to Accra yet, because Accra is a different kettle of fish. What I just want to do is to play with this to show you how for Bono and Bono is combined. So basically, we've drawn a C in the country. I haven't had a central. I haven't even had a central yet. In drawing my C in the country, in 2020, Akufo-Addo won this.
5 regions.
In 2020, yes, Akufo-Addo won this C 50%, Mahama 47%. Again, this is why they are swing regions. So they are. 2020 figure reflects the national. Their 2016 reflects the national. In 2024, 58-39. So this is Bono East, Bono Ahafo, Western North, and Western As. Now, if I add Central, all right. Now, I just wanted to let you. So what I'm saying is that one of the biggest questions in this is, for example, if they are thinking about which region won this election for us? Who gets the reward?
Yeah.
Every region has a strong case.
Everybody did a good job.
Because West is probably in a comfortable lead with their with their 20s. But I want you to do Central quickly, and then do North for you. So let me just go. Now, Central region has been big in your discussions as well. All right. So what happened in 2024 for Central region? This is presidential results. Okay.
Similar to Brong and Afro.
58-39. So you see that Central region's ratio is the same ratio as when I put Western and Bono Ahafo together. So what we are basically saying is that these, and what was the swing? Akufo-Addo had 52% in 2020. Muhammad 45. Muhammad has moved from 45 to 58 plus 13. Akufo-Addo 52. Bawumia has dropped to 39. Central region. Now, apart from Efutu, where Apenyo King is, and then this constituency called Heman Lower Dentra. And mind you, this is, let me show you the 2020 so you can see how serious this swing is. In 2020, Central region was pretty, you know, it was a region NDC won the parliamentary and Akufo-Addo won the presidential. And people were saying it was free SHS kind of thing. Now, look at this.
This just 4 years ago.
4 years ago, of the 23 constituencies, NDC won only 4. Chifo Atimokwa, KEA, which they always win, Ekunfi, where Mills is from, and Kazialatu Fosen. So basically, the NDC's presidential, Mahama won only Commander, which is where Mills' brother is MP, Elmina. He won Ekunfi, which is where Mills is from,
and Ejukuma,
which is where, of course, Kazial is strengthened, and then Chifo Atimokwa. This is 2020.
So even where Rickett Hagan won, Cape Coast North,
presidential, NPP
Cape Coast went
everything. And but by the way, on parliamentary, NDC won more parliamentary seats. So that was the exchange coming. Vivian, so this is 2020 with 1, 2, 3, 4 deep blues. NDC won only 4 light blue in one electoral cycle. Look at this. Only 2 blues are left. Apenyo Marking, and then
Heman
Lower Dentra.
And they're even lights.
Guys, and look at the number of deep greens. From Commander
the whole base
to Cape Coast South, Cape Coast North.
About 12.
Infanteman. You have Ekumfi. You have Ejumakun. You have Gomua West, Gomua Central, Gomua East. The whole thing.
Better show me 2016.
Good.
For the Central region.
You want to compare the...
I wish...
Because it might help. I want to make an ethnicity-based argument.
2016. Look at that. NDC won only... Mahama won only 3. Mahama won only 3. Commander, he always wins. Ekufi, he always wins. And Cape Coast North. Look at the number of deep blues. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Of the 20 seats, 20 constituencies, Mahama Akufo-Addo won in 2016. 19 he won in 2020. Central has shifted to 20. I mean, look at this. And then 2024. Where are we? Look, only 2. So 21. It's unfathomable.
I would hazard a guess and say, look, there was a choice here to be made. Nana Jane was on the ballot. Nana Jane was not rewarded.
Enough for the first 4 years.
For the first 4 years. Now, this is a region that has proved super loyal to its people, bar Nana Jane in that previous election.
No, that region.
So you think Nana Jane?
No. Central is what they do.
Mills, I'm just saying, with a choice between
2000 and 2004, they didn't mind Mills. They responded to Mills in 2008.
Yes.
Then 2012, they maintained Mahama.
Yes.
2016, they said NDC to hell with you.
Yes.
2020, they said we are not yet convinced. 2024, they are come back.
Even with Bisa Alpha in 2016.
So the theory is that Western and Central have 8-year moods.
Yes.
Greater Accra has a 4-year mood. So this you're seeing probably going to continue for another 4 years. But they like you very much.
But you don't think the depth of the color change that we have seen is impacted by Nana Jane being on the NDC ticket?
No. It's
and
possible.
Bawumia not having that option.
So this is what I'll say. For an election of this size, and it's just a week ago, today is Friday, it's too early to come. But I will not rule out Jane, because this is what Jane Nana did. Jane Nana did what you call the retail campaign. So if you follow NDC's campaign, Muhammad does campaign where people come together. Yes. So if it comes to say Hohwe, people will come from all the communities. If Jane goes Hohwe, she won't pass anybody. She'll do market, school. So her campaign was like at the bottom, and then Muhammad's campaign was at the top. So I can take that, but what I'm saying is that it's even too early
to make that kind of
and
argument.
to the extent that the swing in Western, I mean, if it was just Central and BA to have been enough to be in this election, what Western has done, even Central hasn't done. Because look at the margin, 186K in terms of raw numbers, right? What did Western give? And by the way, this region has more voters now than Western, all right?
But which outstanding? There's one constituency outstanding in there.
This one was it's there now. Aguna West. I didn't.
That was Esukuma.
No, it was Aguna West, but it's there now. I just need to refresh it.
Okay.
So Vivian, so let's continue our swing region thing quickly to see where we are. I'm adding the Bono Ahafo enclave, and I'm adding Western and Western North. So we are drawing C in the country, the swing region without Greater Accra. In 2020, Akufo-Addo 51%, Mama 47%. Again, the reason these regions are bellwether is that their average mirrors the national average. 51 for Akufo-Addo is exactly, Akufo-Addo got 51% in 2020. Mahama had 47% in 2020. Now, they've given Bawumia 39, Mahama 58, which means that when we add those 9 constituencies, Mahama may even go up.
It may go to 2 million.
Which is why I'm even saying that this victory is more impressive than Rawlings 96.
Yeah.
So this is what you have. And by the way, Sanda, of the 78 we have here, guess how many MPP has? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
In 6 regions.
So they've won. Let me count them. What's the name of this guy? No. Sunyani West. Tano. Sunyani West. Tano. No, forgive me. Sunyani West.
It's even North.
No, it's not.
Okay.
It has to be Tano North.
Okay.
Gideon Boako. So they want Gideon Boako's presidential as well. Sunyani West, Takrade, Lower Dentra, and Ifutu. So of the 77 or so, they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 presidential. So which means that the average the average non-stronghold voter, the average non-stronghold voter from Bono all the way
all went for Mahama.
If you like, let's take out Bono East and take out Western North because the NDC strongholds, just to make argument. Okay, so you say Bono East is an NDC stronghold, so take it out. Take out
Western North,
NDC stronghold. Take it out. So let's take out. Let's now just have Central, Western, Bono, and Ahafo. Still, Mahama 57, Bawumia 40. How many seats? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. For it's unfathomable.
Bernard, we have to take a break. When we come back, you need to add the noting and all that. It's the Situation Room. I'm here with Bernard Avle, Omar Sanda Amadou, and Godfred Akoto-Boafo. When we come back, we'll be joined by Richard Delaska, and then we'll look at the other regions which led to the defeat of the NPP. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
There it is. It's finally here. Old School Reunion Pub Chain on Saturday the 21st of December 2024 at the Gold Coast Restaurant, Cantonment, Accra. It's going to be an old school reunion extravaganza of live music featuring alumni bands from Achimota, Presec, Infantipim, Adisadel, St. John's, and the Christian Alumni Association Ghana's historic all-female band. The guest artist is a US-based Local Crisis, and DJ Pello is on the ones and twos on the night for the after party. Ticket prices are regular 200 Ghana cedis online online or by short code *844*344# and 300 Ghana cedis at the gate, and also at the Bachuna Total or BachunaTotalOnline.com. Table packages are also available. Proceeds are to help purchase equipment for the Achimota School Science Labs. Partners City FM and Channel 1 TV. For inquiries, call 0302-799-834. Come, let's jam together. Don't miss this. Iba Fake B.
Facility Pro Management Services Limited, the most outstanding facility management company in Africa. We have over 12 years experience in professional facility management services, such as cleaning, fumigation, and pest control to landscaping, post-construction cleanings, and electronic security installations. With highly trained personnel, exceptional customer service, and operations in all 16 regions of Ghana, we offer you value for money always. Facility Pro, trusted by top brands like Scania West Africa, Orca Deco, Robert Bosch Ghana, National Communications Authority, First National Bank, Consolidated Bank Ghana, Zenith Bank, Brain Hill International School, Villac International School, just to mention a few. Let us maintain the value of your property. Facility Pro, maintaining the value of your property.
Get ready for the ultimate celebration of the year. The Situation All White Christmas Party 2024. This Christmas Eve, join us at the Situation All White Christmas Party for a night of unforgettable vibes. Date 24th December 2024. Time 8 p.m. Location The Underbridge, East Legon. Expect nothing but pure magic as we light up the night with incredible performances from Keche, the hitmakers who know how to get you moving. Bisa Kdei, Ghana's soul master with melodies that will take you to another world. A Chin Band, a live performance experience like no other. DJ Mingo, the party maestro, keeping the beats flowing all night. I've done it best, bringing the energy to keep the crowd jumping. And MOG, leading us in spirit-filled worshiping style. Dress code all white. Let's shine together in style. It's going to be a night to remember, full of music, dance, and festive spirit. Don't miss out on the hottest party of the season, the party that shuts down all parties. Call 0205-973-973 for table reservations and get ready to party. It's going to be lit at the Underbridge. The Situation All White Christmas Party 2024 is powered by Channel 1 TV with support from 97.3 City FM and proudly sponsored by Carlsberg Beer, Kiss Drinks, Series, Bell Ice, Verve Duvernay, Bushmills Irish Whiskey, and Blue Jeans Energy Drink.
This is the Situation Room. We are continuing with our coverage of the outcome of the 2024 elections. We're looking at the presidential outlook. We've looked at a couple of regions, Western region, Central region, and then some of the Bono boys and girls. We'll move to the Northing. And Bernard, which other one do you want to add?
So before we go there, I just want to remind you, based on what you've done, Mahama has come from a deficit of 1 million votes to a profit of 1.6. That means that in 8 years, NDC has gained 1.6 million voters. 2.6 million voters. 2.6. Because 1 million, I owe you 1 million, and now you owe me 1.6. So I've flipped, which is, you know, if you don't do statistics, you think this is like, it's serious.
While maintaining your base.
And this is a voter population of probably 17 to 18 million people. Yeah. And your voter numbers are around 12 million. So it's very serious to move. So now, we have not been able to answer the question, which region accounts for this? Because every region has a story to tell. Yeah. Now, the region I analyzed closest was Greater Accra, because that was where most of my polling station cluster thing came from. And by midnight, we knew where the election was headed because of what we saw. So I think it would be good to show you Greater Accra as a region, because we also said that this region had 13 of the top 20s, the largest region in the country. We've left out Domi Kwabenya Presidential, Ablekuma North, and Okankwe Central, because those three, they didn't finish. What I was told by Fred, the host team, was that they were counting Domi Kwabenya Presidential, but when Bahomia conceded, the people said, you know what, let's do the parliamentary, because Domi Kwabenya is big. So they couldn't finish the presidential for Domi Kwabenya. So I have 31 out of 34, okay, presidential. Now, this is what I was saying. 570. I told you, Vivian, that if somebody's voters don't show up in Greater Accra, that 70,000 thing they were saying is not going to be this. 573,000 voters deficit for Bawumia. So basically, Bahama won. This is more than he got in Volta and OT last election.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. This is more than Upper East and Upper West together. More than it. So basically, Greater Accra's boom, if you even put Ashanti's 600K, look, let me even do that for Shege reasons. All right? For Shege reasons, why I even make the point. So this is Ashanti. Okay? Now let me take Greater Accra off. This is Ashanti. Bawumia, 65%, Mahama, 33%. 667,000 plus. This is the Ashanti that Akufo-Addo won by 1.1 million in 2016. No, 100K, and then 1.1 million in 2020. Oh, we can even check. Let me know.
2020 is down there. It's down there. It's 1.7, almost 1.8.
No.
Down below.
No, hold on. We are looking at deficit.
Okay. I thought you were talking
just take it. What I'm trying to say is that in 2020, Akufo-Addo beat Mahama by 1.1 million in Ashanti. This is 20 what? 20. Let me just show you 2016. I'm trying to make a point here. 2016, in my view, same thing, 1.1 million. So Ashanti was the big bad wolf. So Ashanti voters can say they won this election for NDC. Why? Because in 2024, what did they do? Only 600K. So that's 500,000 less. So if you bring Greater Accra into the equation, Ashimo, he was here the week before. So it's just 93,000. Any small region can. So imagine Western region didn't vote. Any small region can help NDC. So Greater Accra, and we kept saying that because of the size of the Greater Accra constituency, mind you, 2020, Domi Kwabenya 28K plus for NPP, Anyaso Tum like 29,000. Trobu 30,000. These are MPP nets. When we go into the details, these are 5,000, 4,000. In fact, in some places, Mahama even won. All right, so let me take away Ashanti and come back to Greater Accra. Where am I? So Ashanti is off. All right. So Vivian, you noticed in previous elections, your blue is all over. All right. So again, let's remind viewers. The history of Greater Accra. Let me start from 2012. The history of Greater Accra is that the more western you go, the better it is for... The
bluer you are.
Yes, so blue here, 2012, NDC won. 2016, where are we? So this is 2016, look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 strongholds, plus a lot of blues. Yeah. 2020, where NDC even won the region by 70,000 votes, still your blue gash is there. Domi Kwabenya, Trobu, Anyaso Tum, Wejak Bawe, Ablekuma North. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 strongholds. A lot of light blues. Amasaman, Botiano. A lot of the Ayaso West Wagon, Ablekuma, Isikwe, Henry Quarty. All of this. Right? This is 2020 Greater Accra, where Mahama wins with 73,000. How do you move from 73,000 to... Look at this. These numbers are scary. 573,000. So basically, think about it. 73,000 plus. So 500,000 new people.
Yeah.
So you see the point about you guys saying that it's not just a question of
Oh, yeah,
apathy.
yeah.
He won by 73,000. Now he has 573.
Where are they from?
573,000 people.
Yeah.
This is the biggest margin
500,000
Mahama got. So Greater Accra can say, we gave you the election because we gave you 500,000 more voters.
That's a lot.
Greater Accra behave like a capital should behave.
Yeah.
I mean, and if I add the swing regions to it, it's terrible. Because by the way, 63. So of the 4, this is the West. 63, 34.
34.
So the national sentiment, this is how people feel in the country. 60.
Because this is the best representation.
In fact, of course, we haven't added Dome Kwabenya. But honestly,
because Dome Kwabenya has been won parliamentary.
It's even probably the same, right?
Yeah.
No,
Ablekuma North.
He'll probably, Bamia will probably win Dome Kwabenya. I don't know.
Yeah, but I'm saying that Ablekuma North has been won by NDC parliamentary. Dome Kwabenya has been, even though there's a contest.
But I'm saying that it's possible that it could have been skirt and blouse. Because Dome Kwabenya is residually more NPP. So we need to see that now. But Vivian, of the 4 swing regions, this 63 is stronghold level.
Yeah. This 64, Bernard.
Yeah, this is stronghold level, though.
Yes.
This is
because if you compare this to Volta region, it may just be some 7% difference.
If I can do that, let me. A greater can
or rather, let's just see how all the swings have. So what have
let me put all the swings together.
Yes. No, separately. So Greater Accra is 60.
Okay, Greater Accra is
64.
570k, 63, 39.
So 64.
All right. So I should take out. You want to see how Western did?
Yes. So
okay, Western alone is 58, 38, 147,000.
147.
So 58, 38, 147. Which other one you are looking for? Central?
No, add Western North to Western, so that you have a full swing region.
Western North is not a swing region, but I get your point. Of the old, good. So if you add Western North, 226.
Okay, it's not that much, 59%.
226. All right, so let me do Central for you. I don't know where you are going with this, but hopefully I didn't.
No, just trying to see. So Greater Accra has done 64.
So you want to see how the others
did, yes.
So Central, 58, 39.
So that would answer your question as to which region won the.
Okay.
Yes.
So one is Greater Accra has a strong case. Then let's see Bono, the 3 Bonos together, right?
Yes, put them together.
I have for Bono and Bono East
56,
41, 15%, 150.
So your Greater Accra is.
So Greater Accra now, if I put all the swing regions together, for you to conclude this thing quickly.
The win margin.
So you add Central, Greater Accra, Western North. Just so basically these are the regions that.
Yeah.
Where are we?
60%.
Yeah, but
and look at this number. 1.1 billion.
Yeah.
Hello, this is Ashanti for MPP last election.
This was what Akufo-Addo won by in 2016 put together 1.1. I mean, it was actually less.
Let's look at 2020. So 1.1 million for the. Okay, let's look at what 2020 did for Akufo-Addo. When you put these people together in 2020, Akufo-Addo won by 73k,
73.
which is the margin Mahama won Greater Accra by. So Akufo-Addo takes the swing regions. Percentage 49.8, 48.6. So clearly, when you to win an election, these people have to prefer you.
And Bernard, from 73,000, John Mahama flips it to 1.1.
It's unbelievable. Let's even look at 2016, when Akufo-Addo was in all his glory. All right?
366.
366k, 52.45.
Still 1.1, you are nowhere
So he's
close.
still not, so this is look, if we even do, guys, this is unheard of in our election history. And I keep saying this, 1.1 million for the old Brong Ahafo, Western, Central and Greater Accra. 1.1 million voters preferring as an advantage over Bawumia.
The nation's angriest moment was in 2016 and it was just 300,000. And now we are seeing 1.1.
Only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 constituencies or so won. Everybody is going to Mahama.
Yeah, if the NPP looks at this map as a campaign team, they should put their heads under a blanket.
Where do you go from
somewhere?
here?
Because you can't. This is as bad as
this is
you can perform.
This is the worst
as
you can get.
A political campaign. And if you look at Greater Accra, and again, how did they get sentiment so bad? I think it's a question that the MPP needs to address
Honestly,
one way or the other.
I think
They will not address it publicly.
We should bring them and put this in front of them. It's serious.
They might not address it publicly,
questions.
but they eventually have to answer the question, how did we gauge sentiment about it? Because if you take Accra, for instance, Accra is the most cosmopolitan city in the country. It's representative of every region that is here. If you are performing badly, you would know from Accra the gaps that you have to close up. And
go for it. To be fair,
the tone deafness seemed to have shut them down.
Listen to what
to be
I
fair,
hear you.
the MPP going into this election will repeatedly tell you that for Greater Accra region, we will not win.
We know.
Yes, but you see, but if you will not win.
Yeah, so I mean, they made a mistake.
But by what margins?
They made a mistake. They knew that they will not win Greater Accra, and they said that Greater Accra, they understand macroeconomy is 1-1. So their target is they've shifted camp and taken it to the north, and they were very
and the rural areas on free SHS.
So they say Ashanti will give it to them, and then the north, and they say that over there you cannot say to them that haircut and those things, but Greater Accra region. So it means they saw the problem in Greater Accra. But you see, the moment BNI came out with and now they've changed their name to NIB, with a poll that said they were going to go into a runoff. As a sitting government, when your candidate is said to be preparing for runoff, it's not a good
sign.
Yeah. So I think a few people may have seen it, but they sat on the information. Or
I actually think
they wouldn't have scared their supporters.
When I heard the message in the last 3 months, the campaign was now more of the rural areas.
Yes.
They felt that they had lost the urban areas.
Yeah.
So they're talking about protect free SHS. They're talking about the development agenda 111. They're basically talking about things that they believe rural voters would like. Failing to remember that the sentiment in Accra is a agglomeration of sentiment everywhere. And because of social media and the way the internet works, somebody lives in your village, they know what's up. It's not like they are, it's not like we're not like some East African countries where villages are villages. In Ghana, you can go to a rural community, somebody's on TikTok.
Just watch Mbena.
You get it.
So pound for pound.
Yeah.
If we were to compare Mahama's infrastructure development in 2016 versus what happened 8 years under Akufo-Addo, Mahama or NDC of the 8 years at the time did better based on things we see, projects we see. And now, if at that time Dr. Baumia said to us that one Ghana card is more important than how many interchanges, you cannot come all of a sudden and say interchanges are better.
It's a difficult message to push.
And so you see, even though they shifted come to the rural areas, there was nothing to show in the rural areas anyway. What are you going to show them?
But they said, for example, they had an interchange in the first interchange in the north.
That is not an interchange.
The PTC interchange in Takoradi.
It's not.
It's incomplete.
Bernard.
Okay, let's look at the north.
The things
let's look at the rural areas they thought they could bank their.
So let me
even Greater Accra that you said you've done interchanges. The Flower Pot one. There was
Vivian, what north do you want to do? Do you want to do 5 north or 3 north?
No, let's start with original north.
The
original north.
Yeah.
Okay, so that is 3 regions put together.
North with Tamale as capital.
Oh.
Yes, that northern. Yes, that one.
This one.
Yes.
You don't want to ask Savannah and
no, let's do it because this is a formal. Let's do this before.
No, because I'm doing it in blocks.
Okay.
For time's sake, let's just do this. Okay. So we can take it one by one. Okay, I get your point. Let's do it one by one. So let's take the easier one. Let's start with Savannah, where Mahama is from.
Okay.
Easy one. He cleared everything.
Green.
Now,
so he won his home region like his home region must behave for
let's
him.
see whether in 2020 there was anything different there. 2020, Savannah, is it green? Is it blue? We'll see. It will come shortly. It seems to me as if, yes, MPP won 1 in 2020. This one is who? Daboya Mankarigu. And they had a couple of parliamentary seats.
3 lights.
Yes, so it was just 3 deep, 3 light, 1. Let's see 2016, whether they did anything there. This is still Savannah region, all right? 2016, they don't follow what we're doing. All right, so let's do 2024 again. So 2024, what we have is Mahama winning everything. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then 3. So we are talking, let me just remind you of this. So we have Bole Bamboy, his hometown, Damongo, Yape Kusou. So the 2 brothers.
Yes.
Sola, and then the ones that he 2020 won by closer margin: Salaga South, Salaga North, and then Daboya Mankarigu. Okay.
Looking at percentages, 2016 was 63, now it's 67.
So he's gotten almost 4% more. So Akufo-Addo got 35, Bawumia got 30. But this is Mohammed's strong boot. So let's look at Northeast, where Dr. Bawumia is from, to see whether the fortunes are any different. All right. This is 2024. Look at this. Two of the deep ones. So this is Yagaba Kobori, Sports Minister Wale Bawumia's hometown. Nalerigu, the capital, Kambaga. The three, Unyo, Chereponi, and Bumpurubu. So the thing you need to know is that these are Mamprusi, these are Bimoba, and then mix of Chokosi and others. All right. So it's 54, 44, 10% gap. Let's see 2020 to see whether it's 51, 46. So he's done better.
Yeah.
It's done better. Don't forget the registrations in Ghana, Northeast had the highest percentage
increase
from your previous month. So it's done better.
But just on face value, he didn't do as well in his home region as John Muhammad did.
Yes.
In his home region.
Good point. So if we have something we do where we add, okay, before that, let me show you the 2020 figure. So this 2020, right? 2020 is 3-3. And then in 2024, it's still 3-3.
Yes, same thing.
All right. Now let's do Northeast and Savannah together. So we are looking at the two men and where they are from and who is gaining an advantage. And by the way, the gap is 23K for Bawumia. If I take Savannah
was 80K.
So if I put Savannah in addition, so Muhammad edges it 55-43. So he adds Savannah to Northeast. Bawumia wins only 3. Muhammad wins all his and adds 3 from Bawumia's. You can't even say this Bawumia's side, because Northeast is really,
but it's his region, I mean.
Yeah, but the politics of the North is not just region, it's where you are from. So I'm saying that if you are from Bumpurugu Yunyo, your relation to Mamprusi is not the same.
Okay. Yeah. So what you may want to do is to add Upper East to Northeast and see the behavior there, because you have Mamprusis in Upper East, not as many.
Okay, I'll do Upper East.
Yes.
But Vivian, we are saying that when you put where the two men are from together, Muhammad has a 12% gap, 57K. All right. Now let's see Northern. So let's remove these two guys and just put Northern alone. This is Dagomba, Anumba, Konkomba. Huge region. All right. Now, Tolon, MPP.
Yeah.
Spiritual home.
Savelugu, MPP. No, give me a minute. No, this is Savelugu. This is
Nanton.
Karaga,
Karaga.
Sports Finance Minister. Gushehu, Deputy Transport Minister. It's interesting. For Savelugu, the MPP won the parliamentary. Okay. Then you have Dominic Nitiwu, Bimbila, he wins it. Then you have Yendi, presidential. Parliamentary NDC wins it. Then you have Bandai. So Bandai, so the ones MPP wins both presidential and parliamentary for the North, Bandai, Gushegu and Karaga, Bimbila, and then Tolon. Tolon now is one of the key founders of the MPP. So Tolon, you can understand. Gushegu and Karaga, two strong government figures, Dr. Amin Adam and Hassan Tampoli. You can understand this. Panda is Matthew Nyindam for MPP as well. You can understand this. Dominity is this. So my theory is that this is personality driven. But even there, look at the numbers. NDC wins all Tamale. Tamale South, Tamale North, Tamale Central, Sagnerigu. Then they win Nantong, Savelugu, and Ad Kumbungu. And then they also win Mion. And then all of these guys here.
The Eastern Corridor.
The Eastern Corridor, Zabzugu, Tatale Sanguli.
Konkomba land.
All of that. Wulensi, they win as well. So if you look at the ratio for this, they are winning about 11 of the 18. MPP wins with 6. It's 18, right? So 12-2. So the argument in the North is still about Mahama 57-40. Quite similar to the national average. So what is happening is that the North, even if it's a swing region, is followed the pattern of. Let's look at 2020 what happened there. Just quickly, 2020 what happened in the North. 53-45. Can you imagine? So Bawumia did worse than Akufo-Addo.
Yeah.
In the North.
In the North,
yeah, in the North.
If you put all the North together, the 3 Norths.
You want to see what will happen?
Yeah, whether
All right.
Collectively, how Bawumia fared between 2020 and now?
I should put all the three together.
Yes.
All right.
Northeast and Savannah.
All right. So Northeast Savannah, 2024, Bahama 57, Bawumia 41. National average. Apart from the two deep blues, these are light blues. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I can mention them. Tolon, Yagaba Kubori, Wale Wale,
the capital,
Nalerigu, Karaga and Gushewu, Bimbila, Bandai,
Yendi.
and Yendi. These are their strongholds. So it's a 215,000 gap. Let's compare that to the previous election. 2020. 120,000 gap, 53.44. It's now 57.41. So when you put the three north together, Bawumia does worse than Akufo-Addo did. And this is 2020 when NDC had closed the gap in 2016. So it means 2016, probably, I don't know, let me just check 2016. Just for what you call shaggy reasons. 55.41. So actually, 2020 was actually better.
Yeah.
So this is much similar to 2016 because there's nothing I didn't really woken up to the Bawumia thing. So 2020 was different. 2016, look at that. It's back to factory settings. 2016, 2020. 2024, 57, 41. I mean, Vivian, this is...
But you would think that now they're used to him being there, one of their own, at least, they would have done better than that.
Going into the election, the North had a choice between two persons from the North. And it's been a campaign, and people with Northern extraction were excited that we were going to have a Northerner at the end of the day.
Yeah.
But when it came to it, which of the Northerners were you going to choose? And I think that's what, there was a North one now on the eastern part of the corridor and one on the western side. People over there had a choice, a very difficult choice to make. It's interesting to see that they are tilting more to the Gunja man than the Mamprose man. Now, over the period, how has he fared, Dr. Bawumia? When he was running mate, how did the North behave for Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo? From everything we have seen, John Mahama has been the de facto northern leader based on the statistics we've seen so far. Is it a case of the relationship between the Gunjas and the Dagombes versus the Gunjas and the Dagombes and the Mamproses? I don't know how that would be explained, but for me, it's a difficult choice.
So I remember I used to say there are two Northerners on the ticket. One, if he wins, has only 4 years. If I win, I have 8 years.
8 years.
That message seemed nice, but I don't think it got down.
That was Dr. Bawumia.
And you see, this is the thing. When the sentiment is for change, a lot of the other arguments pale in comparison.
Again, truth is that the North has traditionally been NDC, and this is Jerry Rawlings.
Yes, yes.
Rural electrification.
Yes.
The North benefited immensely.
UDS.
Islam in the North.
Yes.
Rawlings brings a holiday for Muslims.
Yes.
Rawlings brings a chief imam.
He makes the smoke the national, his official wear for almost 10 years.
Exactly. So Rawlings gave the NDC, or the North,
Yes.
Rawlings gave the North to the NDC.
Yes.
And so the NDC has always been winning in the North. And that's how come you see it in Upper East and Upper West if you were to extend it.
Yes.
For MPP to be able to penetrate, what do they have to do? They have to bring programs that will be exciting to the North. They brought Zongo Development Fund. They brought Zongo Ministry.
But Zongo is not a North.
But yes, so that's
Zongo is not the same as
so that is a Hausa
Zongo
thing.
is all of us coming together from different places.
So the North is not necessarily Zongo.
Yeah.
So that when you go to Tamale, you can spend the whole day without hearing a word of Hausa being spoken.
Yes.
Same with, okay, so Savannah region, they speak Hausa.
Yes.
There are a lot of
yes.
Salaga people who speak Hausa. Yes. Mamprose land a little. If you go to Upper East, they do. So I think NPP probably should have targeted the North better than they did. They didn't. They just thought, okay, because Bawumia is from the North, but the North is different.
I also think that, you know, we don't want to go into all the details of the ethnic issue, but
that was
some
the key.
Some of the challenges with the
you can't avoid
the Voku issue, because I saw polling stations in the 6 Kusor areas.
No, it was bad.
Vivian,
they give him
when you did a polling station,
Chris,
it was pretty bad. All right, so look, the national sentiment is not just in Accra. All right, so I always say that I need to rank the factors. When people feel they want change, they may think Bawumia is a nice guy, we want him one day, but not now. You get it? Because now they are looking for somebody to come and save them economically. So they are not going to say, well, because Bami has 8 possible years, we should give it to him now.
Don't
That's
forget,
not how they think.
Akufo-Addo gave these people new regions. Yet they have not rewarded MPP.
But my theory for why he did well in 2020 is that he solved the Gabon crisis, which, of course, in 2002, when it happened, it was under Kufuor. And usually, this is the way I see it. A problem that occurs when one government is in power is best solved when they are in power. So I think he had the legitimacy to solve that when he solved it. And that message, so after Dagbon crisis in the early 2000s, NDC's main campaign would be, look at what they did to the Yana among the Dagomba areas. But once that matter was solved with the legitimate person as Yana and that matter was covered, NDC needs a new message. So it looks like in 2024 they have to change the attack because the 2020 campaign, which was based on the old issues, did not fly. So they probably changed message in the north because we are talking about the north, where you have a lot of Dagomba, Nanumba, Kokomba. So some of those issues, but we are basically saying that this 5741 again is the national average. So far, everything we've done is national average. The Bono Western Greater Accra Central thing gives us this. Nothing gives us this.
I have a question. Have we had a first-time candidate perform as poorly as this? Bar 92.
Great question. 96, Kufuor was a first-time candidate. And he got 39%. Rollins, I can check.
Let me do that. I can find out.
Yeah, I can do that for you quickly. Yes, I'll do that for you. 96, right? Let me move it. Let me just do 96. Hold on. I need to do 10 regions to get this done. Just give me a minute. You asked a very good question.
So 96, Kufuor, from what I have in front of me, was a 43%.
Thank you.
To Jerry Rawlings' 53%.
No, 96 was 56.
Oh, okay, I'm doing.
Yes.
I need to do a national.
In 96, Kufuor had 39% and Rawlings had 56.4%. But the problem with 96 is that in the first 3 elections, our smaller parties were much stronger. So you had 2.9% for the smaller parties. Indeed, 2000, they had 5.6%. The duopolization began after 2000. Wow. So you could say that Kufuor's 39, if you added the 2%, so similar to Baumia.
But don't forget, Baumia's results are not fully out yet. There's 9 constituencies. A lot of them are NDC.
No, they are mixed.
No, I have that list here.
Give me the list.
But Bernard, the reason why I asked that question is looking at this. Would you say the MPP did not choose the right candidate? Because you've had a nationally poor performance. What kind of feedback did you get nationally in fielding this candidate?
You need to disaggregate push versus pull. Push is why we don't like MPP. Pull is why we want NDC. Somebody needs to do that. Now that push and pull means how much of this is rejection of Akufo-Addo and his leadership in 8 years? How much of this is Baumia cannot disassociate himself from Akufo-Addo, therefore we don't want Baumia? How much of this is we are in economic crisis, we need an experienced hand, and between Baumia and Mahama? How much of this is Mahama has, in the 8 years in opposition, built middle class support, the labor unions, the civil society? I mean, he was speaking on CDD platform on financing politics a year ago. I mean, if you think about CDD and the Codeo kind of people, and this is a year ago.
He was embedded
he's
in
the main speaker talking about how do we. So the point is that people don't notice, but he's basically, after losing the election, built a middle class following. So what I'm saying is that it's very early to even start going into whether half of this is because Bamia is a bad candidate or not. It's very early. What I'll say is that
I don't think so, Bernard. I don't think so, because if you are going into an election, as a party, you test everything.
But which other candidate?
You test for everything.
Are you telling me that if maybe any other candidate would have run better than this?
Perhaps. You never know. In the sense that, look, I hear the point you make about was Baumia going to be able to separate himself from the NPP. That had always been something that was not going to stick. If you had listened to the Ghanaian populace for the past 4 years or 5 years, Vivian. The Ghanaian populace was never going to separate Bawumia from Akufo-Addo,
Yes.
which is something he tried to do very unsuccessfully.
Yes.
And it was shot down very early in
But
the campaign period.
Isn't that a reaction to what we're seeing?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
The Akufo-Addo
So
factor.
if you were NPP
So
and you were
someone
pitching,
so you wanted a stranger.
no, I'm just saying
But it
that
would have been,
if
the
you are the
same.
MPP and you are pitching a candidate,
Yeah.
and you sit back and you say, okay, we've had this person for 8 years. Now in the 8 years, this is how he's testing all through the period. He's linked with A, B, C, D. Because look, Bawumia running away to become digital messiah from economic messiah was something that nobody ever bought.
Yes.
A lot of
Yeah.
people saw it as an escape plan.
Yes.
Yeah.
A lot of people didn't actually believe Bawumia was for digitalization genuinely. A lot of people saw that it was they had created the whole digitalization concept to get him to run away from the flawed economic messiah concept.
Yeah.
So you sit back then and you look at it and say, okay, we're entering an election. This is our candidate. How is he testing with the Ghanaian voters nationally based on the fact that people still associate him with the most difficult economic period in this country? Although it's Akufo-Addo, everybody still remembers Bawumia
And
as
NDC
the face of the
NDC
election.
kept telling
And they kept
us,
it in the face of
NDC
people.
kept telling us the Akufo-Addo Bawumia, all their communication.
So
they didn't separate the
perhaps
two.
very early on, could they not have felt that he was damaged goods? I'm just saying.
Well, but
because if you look at these numbers,
But
this is damaged goods
if MPP,
numbers, Bernard.
So look at Kufuor and Nana-Addo. What helped Nana-Addo in 2008 was that even though he was MPP, the
was not
anger in
seen
MPP benefited him.
Yeah.
Because he had only 49% of that small electoral college. But all the rest said, we don't like Alan because the establishment that has given us this problem
He's
is
part
pushing
of it.
Alan. So Akufo-Addo actually in 2008 had a better chance because he was seen as
from the outside.
it's like MPP is trying to reform from
Yeah.
within. So Ghanaians say, you know what? Even though Kufuor, we are not happy with how it's ending, Akufo-Addo is a different guy. But you're right, Bawumia
But it's
could
the
not.
same guy from the problematic
So
group.
I think that your point is strong.
Yeah, that
What I'm
makes
trying to say
sense.
is that MPP also attacked Mahama a lot, thinking that a lot of Ghanaians will say, like for example, the alternative is Kerry. A lot of Ghanaians felt insulted by that. We lived in Ghana in 2016. We know what happened in 2016. It's not been as bad as it was in 2016. So if you keep caricaturing the Mahama of 2024, the assumption is that new voters have not come in. Look, if somebody is 18 years in 2024, Vivian, he was 8 years. He was, if you take out 8, it's 10 years old.
He was 10 years old.
So he doesn't even have a sense of the whole Mahama thing you are saying. So the whole, and particularly Akufo-Addo was attacking Mahama a lot. I'll not handle somebody I've beaten twice. It's for me it backfired because see, Mahama was quietly building. I'll give you an example. There was this whole thing they were doing with they were calling the national what's the name of the thing? Oh, the forum, KY Amako's thing. Mahama would turn up. They did a big event at Legon where they wanted to talk about the national
dialogue.
What was the word for this?
I don't remember.
But they were trying to do like the national compact. He shows up for these events. And his manifesto guys are talking to civil society. Professor Dansum Bafu is talking to everybody. So what I'm saying is that even for the first time, you see university lecturers. So NDC did not build just a stronghold thing. NDC basically had their professionals campaigning. They tried to get the middle class and floating voters. So if you look at Musa's surveys, a lot of the floating voters or I will not vote people eventually went for Mahama.
I wanted to ask Sandra and yourself another question on the Northern outlook that we just saw.
Ghana Compact.
Yes.
Ghana Compact.
On the Northern outlook we just saw.
Yeah.
Do you think there was an impact on the numbers we saw on Bawumia by the economic situation we saw, the hunger, the drought issues, the absence of the dams that had been promised, bad prices for maize?
Yes.
Let's not forget the upper east, the upper west, the north, the savannah were amongst the worst affected by some of these.
Maybe let me show the upper, let me do upper east first.
Yeah, that was a complete blowout.
And let's see how it works. So upper east has 15 constituencies, 254k, a healthy win, right? Now the way to interpret upper east is to look at historical. So 22, so it's 75-22. In 2020, it was.
Why are we not calling Upper East a stronghold?
I'm coming. It's a stronghold.
No, we should call it.
It's always been Upper East is an NDC stronghold.
Yeah.
It was 64-32. Right? So he's jumped 12% in his stronghold. Let me do historical to just show you how crazy this is. First, let me do a heat map and then historical. Now, when I do a heat map, this is all still deep green.
It's stuck.
Guys, there's no constituency here that won by less than 50%, by less than 60%.
60%.
Right? Historically, the best performance of anybody in Upper East has been Rawling, 64.6. The second best has been 2008 runoff,
64.
And then 2012, 63. Guys, 73%. Forgive me, yes.
More than Rawlings.
Is it clear?
More than Rawlings.
Yes, clear.
Yeah. More than Rawlings.
All right. So, okay. Just give me a minute. So, historically, there's not been any performance in the Upper East like this before. I just want to show you 2020 to see if there was anything changed. In 2020 as well, even though it was 64%, if you look at the map, the whole thing is still, okay, a couple of light greens, 1, 2, 3. They consolidated in 2024. Let me just go back to 2024 and do a historical for you. So Upper East historical analysis. All right, just a second. So here you have it. Highest prior to this election was 64 Rawlings, followed by 63 2012 where Mahama wins. He's jumped to 73. Unbelievable. You can say some of this was the Boko crisis, because let's look at some of the.
But it's not enough.
Let's just look at the 6 constituencies in the Kusal areas. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sandra, do I have all?
No, there's a Garu at the bottom.
There's Garu here. So these are the 6.
Yeah.
These are the 6 constituencies where you have.
That's Mahama's promised new region.
Oh, Sandra, stop this.
He promised them.
Sandra, okay, you are creating new regions everywhere you go. Okay. You even created a new region for Shai Osudoku people. That's what you are not here. So I just want to show something. So Bamia is again prior to 1996, 70 Rawlings, 19 Kufuor, 76, 75, 74 Mahama, 19. These are the.
So this is where Bamia was getting 0 at polling stations.
Yeah. But even if you take the rest, it's not that much better. You know? So if you like, take Navrongo, take the where you have the Frafra, and then the what do you call this? Frafres and the Kasem. So you have
Bulsas.
Yes, Bulsa. Bulsa is Bulsa South and North.
Yes.
Navrongo is Kasem. Chiana Paga as well.
Yes.
And then you have Bolga. Bongo. Still 71-23. So this region is.
So he has not done well neither in the western part of the region.
Upper East, forget it. Let's do Upper West and see what we get.
Let me see.
Let's do Upper West and see what we get. Upper West region is again a traditional stronghold of the NDC. 2020 was 32% Akufo-Addo, 64%. It's now 71-26.
Who are the 3 founders of MPP? There's Dombo in there, right? Is it not from Upper West?
Yeah. Let's do historical. Since you are asking.
That's a massive decline, though.
For
NDC.
For MPP.
Yeah. The historical will make it even clearer. So you had MPP, their best 36% 2000 runoff, 36 again in 2008 runoff, 34 in 2016, now 25.
Wow.
No.
So in the last 3 electoral cycles, they went from 34 to 25. Mahama has moved from 56 in 2016 to almost 70 in Upper West. So it's gone.
So are you buying my
Godfrey, to support
analysis
you
now?
Godfrey, if you add this 152K to the 250 in Upper, so let me do the 2 regions. Just give me a minute.
When the NDC lost in 2016, the debate in town was whether it was the horse or the jockey.
Okay, which one did they?
So this is what you are asking now, whether it's a horse or
guys,
the jockey.
When you put Upper East and Upper West together, Mahama has 400,000. 400K.
And a significant decline on the blue side from the last election.
Yeah. 400,000 votes plus in Upper East and Upper West. That's a lot.
So, but again, I ask, did the NPP test the popularity, the national popularity, of Bawumia well enough.
How do you test the
How do you test a
popularity of a
candidate?
candidate?
No. Who else do you have?
Godfred, how do you test? So this is the thing. How do you test? You test by going to your party's base. Bawumia did not win the flag bearership narrowly. He won better than Akufo-Addo did.
Yeah.
Yes.
But it's a different electoral college.
I know, which is even makes it because it's even a bigger electoral college. Which means that
Akufo-Addo, when they did the electoral college of this kind, Akufo-Addo has won it better than anybody because in his first attempt
when they expanded it.
Yes. So in the last time, Akufo-Addo has it's literally wiped everybody to the floor.
So I'm talking about a first-time candidate, Akufo-Addo, in 2007.
Okay, cool.
He won because Alan Chemantin conceded to an extent.
Yeah. Okay.
2023, Bawumia did not need any of those people to concede for him to win. He won handsomely. Now that's the best test case for you at a party because you can't go to ask NDC people to vote. And
no, not necessarily, but I'm saying that if you are looking for national appeal, you ask yourselves, do we have a candidate who has the ability to lighten some of these colors?
Does he have a strong enough base?
Yes, you see,
those are questions. But how will you test it?
No. There are methods to testing these things. That's what that one in this era of politics that we are in the sophistication of polls, there are a lot of ways to test these things nationally.
The party base told you this is the guy they like. Among the 10 people you brought, they said this is the guy they like, and you gave them 2 rounds of voting, and they returned a positive verdict.
Perhaps in the next election cycle, that might be something that
I've heard a very strange argument that Major Boachijan of blessed memory used to make. He used to say that if a president wins an election without a strong ethnic base, he will struggle. And that theory was rejected. But he basically said, apart from Rawlings, Kufuor, other presidents who have come from smaller ethnic groups have had to struggle for legitimacy. So he said Rawlings, this is his view. So this is not me saying. He says Rawlings was able to contest because he had the Ewe bloc supporting him strongly. Kufuor, Ashanti. He said Mills struggled because even though Mills is a candidate, just Fanti, and Fanti is not a major group. And even his argument was that Mahama was also struggling because Gonja was not such a huge group. So I think that the Gonja Mamprisi thing is possibly the same. That if the person was probably a Dagomba,
it's bigger.
All right, so that was his theory he made in an interview somewhere. I haven't seen a write-up to test it. But I think Godfrey's argument of having a candidate who may not have such a huge base, and he also did not necessarily campaign on a religion, because his religion is not a majority religion, so he also didn't really. So and when you look at the candidate, because it's an academic with an economics background, his base ought to have been the middle class. But the middle class is angry with the government. So that's not good. So how is he going to get a base? He doesn't have a middle class base because even though he's an economist who's from a middle class background, the middle class is angry with the government. His ethnic group is not such a huge one,
and he does not.
It's in a minority religion.
So prior to the election, I told someone that Bawumia comes into this election like an Obama. Everything was going against him. Now, and I said that if Bawumia won this election, that would be a miracle. Because why?
But his campaign manager has got miracles. Or his spokesperson is
Director of Communication. Bernard, Bawumia is a Muslim.
Yes.
Based on the national statistics, it's 17-18%.
I think it's 21.
I think
it's 20%.
Okay, go on.
Okay.
It's okay.
Very, very small minority. So religion will not work for you. Ethnicity, first of all, you are a Northerner. It's a small group. But in the north, you are a Mamprisi, which is even smaller. You are not a Dagomba. You are not in the Upper West region. You are a Mamprisi, a small region.
When we take the constituencies that have majority Mamprisis, it's probably 3.
No, you add like 2, maybe just Bolga.
I thought majority.
Exactly.
Majority.
So even Boku, they don't have that many.
Majority.
So those are the first 2. The third one, you have incumbency disadvantage.
Oh Lord.
The fourth one, you came as an economic whiz kid and you are exiting as a digital master, where the digital master messed you up at the airport of all places 2 or 3 days to the election.
All right,
you don't need that on your
Let's move to something quickly.
I have to take a break. So it's
I want to show you Eastern region.
It's the election bureau. It's election bureau. It's the situation room. Sandra, I am running that thing. Not you. Keep quiet. It's the election bureau, and that's the situation room. When we come back, we'll look at the Eastern region and some other key regions. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Get ready for the ultimate celebration of the year. The Situation All White Christmas Party 2024. This Christmas Eve, join us at the Situation All White Christmas Party for a night of unforgettable vibes. Date 24th December 2024. Time 8 p.m. Location The Underbridge, East Legon. Expect nothing but pure magic as we light up the night with incredible performances from Keche, the hitmakers who know how to get you moving. Bisa Kdei, Ghana's soul master with melodies that will take you to another world. A Chin Band, a live performance experience like no other. DJ Mingo, the party maestro, keeping the beats flowing all night. I've done it best, bringing the energy to keep the crowd jumping. And MOG, leading us in spirit-filled worshiping style. Dress code all white. Let's shine together in style. It's going to be a night to remember, full of music, dance, and festive spirit. Don't miss out on the hottest party of the season, the party that shuts down all parties. Call 0205-973-973 for table reservations and get ready to party. It's going to be lit at the Underbridge. The Situation All White Christmas Party 2024 is powered by Channel 1 TV with support from 97.3 City FM and proudly sponsored by Carlsberg Beer, Kiss Drinks, Series, Bell Ice, Verve Duvernay, Bushmills Irish Whiskey, and Blue Jeans Energy Drink.
Yeah, welcome back to the Situation Room. My name is Vivian Kai, local here with a host of guys who are helping us look at the numbers. Joining us now is Richard the last guy. Richard, welcome.
Thank you. I'm honored to be here.
Okay, good to have you. So, Babena, let's look at the other regions. I think you can start from the Eastern region to see how it fared in terms of the presidential.
But you haven't answered the question that you asked earlier. Which region is most responsible for this electoral outcome? Maybe at the end of the show.
But we'll see it at the end because we are building up.
So I just want to Sky. So far, we've done the swing regions. So the old Bono Ahafo, the old Western, Central, Greater Accra. When we put those regions together, Mahama has 1.13 million plus. When we put North, Upper East and Upper West together, he has about 400,000 plus. When we put the three North together, he also wins there. So, usually when it's an election, people want to know who did this election for you.
Yeah.
All right? I want you to keep that in your mind because when I'm doing this, we want to see which regions are consequential to the outcome. And so far, it's not clear. Western has a strong case. Greater Accra has a strong case. Well, Greater Accra gave Mahama 500K.
Yeah, 5,
Western
7,
scattered.
3.
Basically, Baobia only one constituency in Western. Takrady. The 3 BA regions as well, only 2 for MPP, the rest NDC. So everybody has a strong case. I haven't been down Volta and OT yet.
Yeah.
Upper East and Upper West is giving 400K. So maybe, Vivian, if I can do Volta and OT quickly to compare them to Upper East and Upper West, because usually those are the 4 strongholds of NDC, and I'm going to prove this here. So usually when you take the, just give me a minute. When you take the electoral map of Ghana, generally, Upper East, Upper West, Volta, and OT do well for NDC. If you go all the way from 2016, okay, 2016 when NDC was even massacred at the poll, Volta, OT, Upper East. Upper West didn't really show up. Savannah took over that year. And this is one of MPP's best victories, where the whole country, 3 of them are deep blue. The only greens are Western North and Bono East, which are even NDC strongholds, were not that much great, 2016. Volta, Oti, Upper East always turn up. 2020 is a more recent view of the situation, where you have Volta, Oti again, Upper West, Upper East, Savannah. Those are the 5 strong for NDC. Then Ahafo and Bono East always support. MPP will do Ashanti Eastern, Bono and Ahafo, they will take it. Western and Central tend to behave the same way. Greater Accra went this way. So this is what you're seeing in the map, right? Now, look at, with that background, look at 2024. Volta, Oti maintain. Upper East, Upper West, Savannah maintain. Bono East and Western North now green. So they've moved from light to deep. Bono, Ahafo, Western and Central, which were light blue, have turned to light green. Eastern, which was deep blue, has gone to light blue. So the point I'm making is that the only region that maintains anything for MPP is Ashanti, and then possibly Northeast. So let's look at Volta and Oti in terms of numbers and see what they have to say about this question of who...
Can I run a quick
Yes,
comment?
please. Yes, please.
You know, if you look at the traditional behavior of the strongholds of the NPP, and you look at what we're looking at, it seems the eastern region, consequential because of the background of his former flag bearer, ought to have come out.
You want to blame them?
Oh, no, of course. I mean, if the former flag bearer of the party who...
So you are saying
this
deep blue should have maintained?
It should have been maintained.
They came to... Okay, let's try 2016 and see what they did. 2016,
yes.
They were still... Forgive me. They were still deep.
Deep blue, yeah.
Let me try 2012. Just give me a minute. I want to see whether Sky has a point here. 2012, what did they do? Eastern region. Light.
Yes, light.
So apart from 2012, every election has given NPP Eastern region deep until 2024.
Exactly.
Where it's come back to 2012 level.
Exactly.
So you are blaming Eastern region?
Yes, Eastern region, because if Ashanti maintained its general behavior, although they did not come out as big as they should have, one would have expected that because the flag bearer who is outgoing, right, the outgoing flag bearer, happens to be from there, then perhaps he ought to have been deployed there a lot more.
Yeah.
To persuade
the outgoing
president.
But what tells you that it would have helped?
I mean,
Are you saying people vote just because you are from their home?
No, that's not the point.
It's not, they are not happy
but it is a part of the reasons why people vote. Where you come from, why? People, this almost say, I deal with fear.
No, say it anyway, the tree.
So once you have something good,
don't you want to
I deal with fear.
Okay.
So if we go by that, then I find it curious that in the eastern region they did not show up for Baumia.
Well, let's test that.
Okay.
So let's do eastern region. Sky is trying to controversially pour sand in somebody's gari. So this eastern region. Mahama 47%, Baumia 51%, 41,000 gap.
Difference? No.
Look at the map.
No.
Green. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We don't have Isama Dwejiri.
Yeah.
10 out of the 32 NDC. In 2020, Mahama had 38%. He's now moved to 47. Akufo-Addo had 60%. He's now 51 for Baumia. Historical comparison of Eastern. Where am I?
Baumia not win anywhere.
Oh, Sky, you have a point. Wow.
No, but his point actually supports mine.
Whoa, look at the dip.
Yes.
Wow.
So why would they not have realized that he is not as
60
popular
to 51.
as the incumbent in his home region, and that there might be the need, as Kai is saying, for perhaps the sitting president to set foot in the region. This is the eastern region of Boachejaku.
Yes, and then also of Dambochi.
But the region is very heterogeneous.
I understand.
You remember when we did Heritage Caravan, we met the regional minister. Sky, it's one of the most diverse regions you can get.
Yes, that's true.
You have Achim, You have Kwewu.
Yes.
You have Ekwapim.
Yes.
You have Krobo.
The Empress.
Then you have Empress.
Yes.